Chapter 40 of The Golden Silence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris WILLIAMSON. Chapter 40. On the night of the governor's ball, it was 4 weeks to the day since Stephen Knight and Nevill Caird had inquired for Victoria Ray at the Hotel de la Casbah, and found her gone. For rather more than a fortnight they had searched for her quietly without applying to the police. But when at the end of that time no letter had come, or news of any kind, the police were called into consultation. Several supposed clues had been followed, and had led to nothing, but Nevill persuaded Stephen to hope something from the ball. If any Caïds of the south knew that the Roumias had a secret reason for questioning them, they would pretend to know nothing or give misleading answers. But if they were drawn on to describe their own part of the country and the facilities for travelling through it, news of those who had lately passed that way might be inadvertently given. Stephen was no longer in doubt about his feelings for Victoria. He knew that he had loved her ever since the day when she came to Nevill's house and they talked together in the lily garden. He knew that the one thing worth living for was to find her, but he expected no happiness from seeing her again. Rather the contrary. Margot would be soon coming back to England from Canada, and he planned to meet her and keep all his promises. Only he must be sure first that Victoria Ray was safe. He had made up his mind by this time that, if necessary, Margot would have to wait for him. He would not leave Algeria until Victoria had been found. It did not matter whether this decision were right or wrong, he would stick to it. Then he would atone by doing as well as he could by Margot. She should have no cause of complaint against him in the future, so far as his love for Victoria was concerned. But he did not mean to try and kill it. Love for such a girl was too sacred to kill, even though it meant unhappiness for him. Stephen meant to guard it always in his heart, like a lamp to light him over the dark places, and there would be many dark places, he knew, in a life lived with Margot. Through many anxious days he looked forward to the governor's ball, pinning his faith to Nevill's predictions. But when the moment came, his excitement fell like the wind at sunset. It did not seem possible that, after weeks of suspense, he should have news now or ever. He went with Nevill to the summer palace, feeling dull and depressed. But perhaps the depression was partly the effect of a letter from Margot Lorenzi in Canada, received that morning. She said that she was longing to see him, and hurrying all she knew to escape from her friends and get back to dear London and her darling white knight. I'm an ass to expect anything from coming here, he thought, as he saw the entrance gates of the palace park blazing with green lights in a trellis of verdure. The drive and all the paths that wound through the park were bordered with tiny lamps, and Chinese lanterns hung from the trees. There was sure to be a crush, and it seemed absurd to hope that even Nevill's cajoleries could draw serious information from Arab guests in such a scene as this. The two young men went into the palace, passing through a big veranda where French officers were playing bridge, and on into a charming court where Turkish coffee was being served. Up from this court a staircase led to the room where the governor was receiving, and at each turn of the stairs stood a Spahi in full dress uniform, with a long white haik. Nevill was going on ahead, meaning to introduce Stephen to the governor before beginning his search for acquaintances among the Arab chiefs who grouped together over the coffee cups. But, turning to speak to Stephen, who had been close behind at starting, he found that somehow they had been swept apart. He stepped aside to wait for his friend, and let the crowd troop past him up the wide staircase. Among the first to go by was an extremely handsome Arab wearing a scarlet cloak heavy with gold embroidery, thrown over a velvet coat so thickly encrusted with gold that its pale blue colour showed only here and there. He held his turbaned head proudly, and, glancing at Caird as he passed, seemed not to see him, but rather to see through him something more interesting beyond. Nevill still waited for his friend, but fully 2 minutes had gone before Stephen appeared. "Did you see that fellow in the red cloak?" he asked. "That was the Arab on the ship." "Si Maïeddine." "Yes. Did you notice a queer brooch that held his cloak together? A wheel-like thing, set with jewels?" "No, he hadn't it on. His cloak was hanging open." "By Jove, you're sure?" "Certain. I saw the whole breast of his coat." "That settles it, then. He did recognize me. Hang it, I wish he hadn't." "I don't know what's in your mind exactly, but I suppose you'll tell me." "Rather. But no time now. We mustn't lose sight of him if we can help it." I wanted to follow him up on the instant, but didn't dare, for I hoped he'd think I hadn't spotted him. He can't be sure, anyhow, for I had the presence of mind not to stare. "Let's go up now." He was on his way to pay his respects to the governor, I suppose. He can't have slipped away yet. "It would seem not," Nevill assented thoughtfully. But a few minutes later, it seemed that he had, and Nevill was not surprised, for in the last 9 years he had learned never to wonder at the quick-witted diplomacy of Arabs. Si Maïeddine had made short work of his compliments to the governor, and had passed out of sight by the time that Stephen Knight and Nevill Caird escaped from the line of Europeans and gorgeous Arabs pressing towards their host. It was not certain, however, that he had left the palace. His haste to get on might be only a coincidence, Nevill pointed out. Frenchified Arabs, like Si Maïeddine, he said, were passionately fond of dancing with European women, and very likely Maïeddine was anxious to secure a waltz with some French woman of his acquaintance. The 2 Englishmen went on as quickly as they could, without seeming to hurry and look for Maïeddine in the gaily decorated ballroom where a great number of Europeans and a few Arabs were dancing. Maïeddine would have been easy to find there, for his high-held head, in its white turban, must have towered above most other heads, even those of the tallest French officers, but he was not to be seen, and Nevill guided Stephen out of the ballroom into a great court decorated with palms and banners, and jewelled with hundreds of coloured lights that turned the fountain into a spouting rainbow. Pretty women sat talking with officers in uniforms, and watching the dancers as they strolled out arm in arm, to walk slowly round the flower-decked fountain. Behind the chatting Europeans stood many Arab chiefs of different degree, Bach Aghas, Saïds, and Adels, looking on silently, or talking together in low voices, and compared with these stately dark men in their magnificent costumes blazing with jewels and medals, the smartest French officers were reduced to insignificance. There were many handsome men, but Si Maïeddine was not among them. "We've been told that he's persona grata here," Nevill reminded Stephen. "And there are lots of places where he may be in the palace that we can't get to. He's perhaps hobnobbing with some pal, having a private confab, and maybe he'll turn up at supper." He doesn't look like a man to carry about food. I will say that for him," answered Stephen. "He's taken the alarm and sneaked off without giving me time to track him. I'll bet anything that's the fact. Hiding the brooch is proof he saw me, I'm afraid. Smart of him. He thought my friend would be somewhere about, and he'd better get rid of damaging evidence. You haven't explained the brooch yet." "I forgot. It's one she wore on the boat, and that day at your house. Miss Ray, I mean. She told me about it. Said it had been a present from Ben Halim to her sister, who gave it to her. Sure you couldn't mistake it. There's a strong family likeness in Arab jewellery." "I'm sure. And even if I hadn't been at first, I should be now, from that chap's whisking it off the instant he set eyes on me. His having it proves a lot. As she wore the thing at your house, he must have got it somehow after we saw her. Jove, Nevill, I'd like to choke him. If you did, he couldn't tell what he knows." "I'm going to find out somehow. Come along. No use wasting time here now, trying to get vague information out of Arab chiefs. We can learn more by seeing where this brute lives, than by catechizing 100 Caïds. It's too late for him to get away from Algiers tonight by train, anyhow," said Nevill. "Nothing goes anywhere in particular. And look here, Legs, if he's really onto us, he won't have made himself scarce without leaving some pal he can trust to see what we're up to." "There were 2 men close behind who might have been with him," Stephen remembered aloud. "Would you recognize them?" I think so. One of the 2, anyhow. Very dark, hook-nosed, middle-aged chap, pitted with smallpox." "Then you may be sure he's chosen the less noticeable one. No good our trying to find Maïeddine himself, if he's left the palace. Though I hope by putting our heads and Rosalind's together, that among the 3 of us we shall pick him up later. But if he's left somebody here to keep an eye on us, our best course is to keep an eye on that somebody. They'll have to communicate." "You're right," Stephen admitted. "I'm vague about the face, but I'll force myself to recognize it. That's the sort of thing Miss Ray would do. She's got some quaint theory about controlling your subconscious self. Now I'll take a leaf out of her book. By Jove, there's one of the men now. Don't look yet. He doesn't seem to notice us. But who knows? He's standing by the door under a palm. Let's go back into the ballroom and see if he follows." But to see if he followed was more easily said than done. The Arab, a melancholy and grizzled but dignified Caïd of the south, contrived to lose himself in a crowd of returning dancers, and it was not until later that the friends saw him in the ballroom, talking to a French officer, and having not at all the air of one who spied or followed. Whether he remained because they remained was hard to say, for the scene was amusing and many Arabs watched it. But he showed no sign of restlessness, and it began to seem laughable to Nevill that, if he waited for them, they would be forced to wait for him. Eventually they made a pretence of eating supper. The Caïd was at the buffet with an Arab acquaintance. The Englishman lingered so long that in the end he walked away, yet they were at his beck and call. They must go after him if he went before them, and it was irritating to see that, when he had taken respectful leave of his host, the sad-faced Caïd proceeded quietly out of the palace as if he had nothing to conceal. Perhaps he had nothing, or else, suspecting the game, he was forcing the hand of the enemy. Stephen and Nevill had to follow, if they would keep him in sight, and though they walked as far behind as possible, passing out of the brilliantly lighted park, they could not be sure that he did not guess they were after him. They had walked the short distance from Janan el Jawad to the governor's summer palace, and now, outside the gates, the Caïd turned to the left, which was their way home also. This was lucky, because if the man were on the alert and knew where Nevill lived, he would have no reason to suppose they took this direction on his account. But he had not gone a quarter of a mile when he stopped, and rang at a gate in a high white wall. "Janan el Talib," mumbled Nevill. "Perhaps Si Maïeddine's visiting there, or else this old beggar is." "Is it an Arab house?" Stephen wanted to know. "Was once, long ago, in pirate days. Now a Frenchman owns it. Monsieur de Mora, friend of the governor's, always puts up several chiefs at the time of the ball." The gate opened to let the Caïd in, and was shut again. "Hurrah! Just thought of a plan," exclaimed Nevill. "I don't think de Mora can have got home yet from the palace. I saw him having supper. Suppose I dart back, flutter gracefully round him, babble tile talk a bit. He's a tile expert after my own heart. Then casually ask what Arabs he's got staying with him. If Maïeddine's in his house, it can't be a secret. Incidentally, I may find out where the fellow comes from and where he's going." "Good," said Stephen. "I'll hang about in the shadow of some tree, and glue my eyes to this gate. Is there any other way out?" "There is, but not one a visitor would be likely to take, especially if he didn't want to be seen. It opens into a street where a lot of people might be standing to peer into the palace grounds and hear the music. Now run along, Legs, and find a comfortable shadow. I'm off." He was gone 3/4 of an hour, but nothing happened meanwhile. Nobody went in at the gate or came out, and the time dragged for Stephen. He thought of 100 dangers that might be threatening Victoria, and it seemed that Caird would never come. But at last he saw the boyish figure hurrying along under the light of a street lamp. "Couldn't find de Mora at first, then had to work slowly up to the subject," Nevill panted. "But it's all right. Maïeddine is stopping with him. Leaves tomorrow or day after. Supposed to have come from El Agawat, and to be going back there. But that isn't to say either supposition's true. We must find out where he's going." "Have him watched," said Stephen. "Yes, only the trouble is, if he's onto the game, it's just what he'll expect. But I've been thinking how we may be able to bluff. Make him think it was his guilty conscience tricked him to imagine our interest in his movements. You know I'm giving a dinner tomorrow night to a few people." "Yes, Lady MacGregor told me." "Well, a Mademoiselle Vizette, a niece of de Mora's, is coming, so that gave me a chance to mention the dinner to her uncle. Maïeddine can easily hear about it, if he chooses to inquire what's going on at my house. And I said something else to de Mora, for the benefit of the same gentleman. I hope you'll approve." "Sure to. What was it?" "That I was sorry my friend, Mr. Knight, had got news which would call him away from Algiers before the dinner. I said you'd be going on board the Charles Q tomorrow, when she leaves for Marseille." "But Maïeddine can find out." "That's just what we want. He can find out that your ticket's taken, if we do take it. He can see you go on board if he likes to watch or send a spy. But he mustn't see you sneaking off again with the Arab porters who carry luggage. If you think anything of the plan, you'll have to stand the price of a berth, and let some luggage you can do without go to Marseilles. I'll see you off, and stand on board till the last minute. You'll be in your cabin, putting on the clothes I wear sometimes when I want some fun in the old town. Striped wool burnous, hood over your head, full white trousers, good props, looks a lot worse for wear. White stockings like my Kabyle servants have, and you can rub a bit of brown grease paint on your legs where the socks leave off. That's what I do. Scheme sounds complicated, but so is an Arab's brain. You've got to match it. What do you say?" "I say done," Stephen answered. "Thought you would. Some fellows think it's too sensational, but you can't be too sensational with Arabs, if you want to beat them. This ought to put Maïeddine off the scent. If he's watching, and sees you, as he thinks, steam calmly out of Algiers harbour, and if he knows I'm entertaining people at my house, he won't see why he need to go on bothering himself with extra precautions. Right, but suppose he's off tomorrow morning, or even tonight. Then we needn't bother about the boat business, for we shall know if he goes. Either you or I must look up Roslin. Perhaps it had better be I, because I can run into Jeanne El Jouad first, and send my man Saunders to watch De Mora's other gate, and make assurance doubly sure. You're a brick, Wings, said Stephen. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the Golden Silence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson. Chapter 41. Lady MacGregor had sat up in order to hear the news, and was delighted with Nevill's plan, especially the part which concerned Stephen and his proposed adventure on the Charles Quex. Even to hear about it made her feel young again, she said. Nothing ever happened to her or to Nevill when they were alone, and they ought to be thankful to Stephen for stirring them up. Not one of the three had more than 2 hours' sleep that night, but according to her nephew, Lady MacGregor looked sweet 16 when she appeared at the unusually early hour next morning. No breakfast in bed for me today, or for days to come, said she. I'll have my hands full every instant getting through what I've got to do, I can tell you. Hamish and Angus are worried about my health, but I say to them they needn't grudge me a new interest in life. It's very good for me. Why, what have you got to do? Ventured Nevill, who was ready to go with Stephen and buy a berth on board the Charles Quex the moment the office opened. Lady MacGregor looked at him mysteriously. Being men, I suppose neither of you would guess, she replied. But you shall both know after Stephen's adventure is over. I hope you'll like the idea, but if you don't, I'm sorry to say it won't make any difference. The so-called adventure had less of excitement in it than had been in the planning. It was faithfully carried out according to Nevill's first suggestion, with a few added details, but Stephen felt incredibly foolish, rather like a Guy Fawkes mummer, or a masked and bedizened guest arriving by mistake the night after the ball. So far as he could see, no one was watching. All his troubles seemed to be for nothing, and he felt that he had made a fool of himself, even when it was over, and he had changed into civilized clothing, in a room in the old town, taken by Adolphe Roslin, the detective. It was arranged for Stephen to wait there until Roslin could give him news of Si Maïeddine's movements, lest the Arab should be subtle enough to suspect a trick, after all. Towards evening the news came. Maïeddine had taken a ticket for Brisca, and a sleeping berth in the train which would leave at 9 o'clock. Nevertheless, Roslin had a man watching Monsieur de Mora's house, in case the buying of the ticket were a bluff, or Si Maïeddine should change his plans at the last minute. Nevill had come in, all excitement, having brought cheap antique jewellery in a shop downstairs, by way of an excuse to enter the house. He was with Stephen when Roslin arrived, and they consulted together as to what should be done next. Roslin must buy me a ticket for Biskra, of course, said Stephen. I'll hang about the station in an overcoat with my collar turned up and a cap over my eyes. If Maïeddine gets into the train, I'll get in too, at a respectful distance, of course, and keep an eye open to see what he does at each stop." "There's a change of trains tomorrow morning," remarked Nevill. "There'll be your difficulty, because after you're out of one train, you have to wait for the other. Easy to hide in Algiers stations and make a dash for the end of the train when you're sure of your man. But in a little open roadside halting place, in broad daylight, you'll have to be sharp if you don't want him to spot you. Naturally, he'll keep his eyes as wide open all along the line as you will, even though he does think you're on your way to Marseilles." "If you're working up to a burnoose and painted legs for me again, my dear chap, it's no good," Stephen returned with the calmness of desperation. "I've done with that sort of nonsense, but I won't trust myself out of the train till I see the Arab's back. Then I'll make a bolt for it and dodge him till the new trains run along the platform and he's safely in it." "Monsieur has confidence in himself as a detective," smiled Rosalind. Knight could have given a sarcastic answer, since the young man from Marseilles had not made much progress with the seemingly simple case put into his hands a month ago. But both he and Nevill had come to think that the case was not simple, and they were lenient with Rosalind. "I hope I'm not conceited," Stephen defended himself, "but I do feel that I can at least keep my end up against this nigger. Anyhow, till the game's played out so far that he can't stop it." "And till I'm in it with you," Nevill finished. "By the way, that reminds me. Someone else intends to play the game with us, whether we like it or not." "Who?" asked Stephen, surprised and half defiant. "My aunt. That's the mystery she was hinting at. You know how unnaturally quiet she was while we arranged that you should look after Maïeddine on your own till the dinner party was over, anyhow, and I could get off on a wire from you, wherever you might be. Yes, she seemed interested, and busy. Her great work was getting herself ready to follow you with me in the car." "Magnificent," said Stephen. "And like her, hurrah for Lady MacGregor." "I'm glad you take it that way. I wasn't sure you would, which might have made things awkward for me, because when my aunt wants to do a thing, you know by this time as well as I do, it's as good as done. But it's splendid, if she can stand the racket. Of course her idea is that if we find Miss Ray, she oughtn't to come back alone with us, perhaps a long way, from some outlandish hole." "You've got it. That's her argument, or rather her mandate, and I believe she's quite able to stand the racket. Her state of mind is such that if she looked 16 in the morning, this afternoon she's gone back to 15. Wonderful old lady, but she's so fragile and has nervous headaches. She won't have any in my motor car." "But Hamish and Angus, can she get on without them?" "She intends to have them follow her by train, with luggage. She says she has a feeling in her bones that they'll come in handy, either for cooking or fighting. And by Jove, she may be right. She often is. If you go to Biskra and wire when you get there, I'll start at once." "We'll start, I mean. And if Maïeddine goes on anywhere else, and you follow to keep him in sight, I'll probably catch you up with the car, because the railway line ends at Biskra, you know, and beyond there are only horses or camels." "Can motors go farther?" "They can to Touggourt, with difficulty, as the noble twins would say. Maïeddine may take a car. Not likely, though there's just a chance he might get some European friend with a motor to give him a lift. In that case, you'd be rather stuck." "Motor cars leave tracks," said Stephen. "Especially in the desert, where they are quite conspicuous," Nevill agreed. "My aunt will be enchanted with your opinion of her and her plan, but not surprised. She thinks you've twice my sense and knowledge of the world." Nevill usually enjoyed his own dinner parties, for he was a born host, and knew that guests were happy in his house. That night, however, was an exception. He was absent-minded, and pulled his moustache, and saw beautiful things in the air over people's heads. So often that not only Lady MacGregor, but Angus and Hamish glared at him threateningly. He then did his best to atone. Nevertheless, for once he was delighted when everyone had gone. At last he was able to read for the second time a letter from Rosalind, sent in while dinner was in progress. There had been only time for a glance at it, by begging his friends an indulgence for an instant, while he bolted the news that Stephen had followed Maïeddine to Biskra. Now, Nevill and Lady MacGregor both hugely enjoyed the details given by Rosalind from the report of an employee. How cleverly Monsieur had kept out of sight, though the Arab had walked up and down the platform with two friends, looking about keenly. How, when Maïeddine was safely housed in his compartment, his companions looking up to his window for a last word, Monsieur Knight had whisked himself into a second-class compartment at the other end of the train. Next day, about 4 o'clock, a telegram was brought to Djenan el Djouad. It came from Biskra, and said, "Arrived here, not spotted. He went to house of French commandant with no attempt at concealment. Am waiting. Will wire again soon as have news. Perhaps better not start till you hear." An hour and a half later, a second blue envelope was put into Nevill's hand. "He and an officer leave for Touggourt in private carriage. 3 horses, relays ordered. Have interviewed livery stable. They start at 5, will travel all night. I follow." Probably some officer was going on military business, and Maïeddine asked for a lift, Nevill said to Lady MacGregor. "Well, it's too late for us to get away now, but we'll be off as early as you like tomorrow morning." "If I weren't going, would you start today?" his aunt inquired. "Yes, I suppose so, but—" "Then please give orders for the car. I'm ready to leave at 5 minutes' notice, and I can go on as long as you can. I'm looking forward to the trip." "But I've often offered to take you to Biskra." "That's different. Now I've got an incentive." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Golden Silence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson. Chapter 42. Just as he came in sight of the great shot between Biskra and Touggourt, Stephen heard a sound which struck him strangely in the silence of the desert. It was the distant toof-toof of a powerful motor car labouring heavily through deep sand. Stephen was travelling in a carriage which he had hired in Biskra, and was keeping as close as he dared to the vehicle in front, shared by Maïeddine and a French officer. But he never let himself come within sight or sound of it. Now, as he began to hear the far-off panting of a motor, he saw nothing ahead but the vast saltpetre lake, which, viewed from the hill his 3 horses had just climbed, shimmered blue and silver like a magic sea, reaching to the end of the world. There were white lines like long ruffles of foam on the edges of azure waves, struck still by enchantment while breaking on an unseen shore, and far off, along a mystic horizon, little islands floated on the gleaming flood. Stephen could hardly believe that there was no water, and that his horses could travel the blue depths without wetting their feet. It was just as he was thinking thus, and wondering if Victoria had passed this way, when the strange sound came to his ears, out of the distance. "Stop," he said in French to his Arab driver. "I think friends of mine will be in that car." He was right. A few minutes later, Nevill and Lady MacGregor waved to him as he stood on the top of a low sand dune. Lady MacGregor was more fairy-like than ever in a little motoring bonnet made for a young girl, but singularly becoming to her. They had had a glorious journey, she said. She supposed some people would consider that she had endured hardships, but they were not worth speaking of. She had been rather bumped about on a ghastly desert track since Biskra, but though she was not quite sure if all her bones were whole, she did not feel in the least tired, and even if she did, the memory of the gorge of El Kantara would alone be enough to make up for it. "Anything new?" asked Nevill. "Nothing," Stephen answered, "except that the driver of the carriage ahead let drop at the last gorge that he'd been hired by the French officer, who was taking Maïeddine with him." "Just what we thought," Lady MacGregor broke in. "And the carriage will bring the Frenchman back later. Maïeddine's going on, but I haven't found out where." "I was in hopes we were close to our journey's end at Touggourt," said Nevill. "The car can't get farther, I'm afraid. The big dunes begin there." "Whatever Maïeddine does, we can follow his example." I can," Stephen amended. "So can Nevill. I'm no spoil sport," snapped the old lady in her childlike voice. "I know what I can do and what I can't. I draw the line at camels. Angus and Hamish will take care of me, and I'll wait for you at Touggourt. I can amuse myself in the marketplace, and looking at the Oed Naïls till you find Miss Ray, or—" "There won't be an or, Lady MacGregor. We must find her, and we must bring her to you," said Stephen. He had slept in the carriage the night before, a little on the Biskra side of Chegga, because Maïeddine and the French officer had rested at Chegga. Nevill and Lady MacGregor had started from Biskra at 5 o'clock that morning, having arrived there the evening before. It was now 10, and they could make Touggourt that night. But they wished Maïeddine to reach there first, so they stopped by the shot and lunched from a smartly fitted picnic basket Lady MacGregor had brought. Stephen paid his Arab coachman, told him he might go back, and transferred a small suitcase, his only luggage, from the carriage to the car. They gave Maïeddine 2 hours' grace, and having started on, always slowed up whenever Nevill's field glasses showed a slowly trotting vehicle on the far horizon. The road, which was hardly a road, far exceeded in roughness the desert track Stephen had wondered at on the way from Misla to Bou Saada. But Lady MacGregor had the courage, he told her, of a Joan of Arc. They bumped steadily along, through the heat of the day, protected from the blazing sun by the raised roof. But they were thankful when, after the dinner halt, darkness began to fall. Talking over ways and means, they decided not to drive into Touggourt, where an automobile would be a conspicuous object, since few motors risk springs and tires by coming so far into the desert. The chauffeur should be sent into the town while the passengers sat in the car a mile away. Eventually, Paul was instructed to demand oil for his small lamps, by way of an excuse for having tramped into town. He was to find out what had become of the 2 men who must have arrived about an hour before, in a carriage. While the chauffeur was gone, Lady MacGregor played patience and insisted on teaching Stephen and Nevill 2 new games. She said that it would be good discipline for their souls, and so perhaps it was. But Stephen never ceased calculating how long Paul ought to be away. 20 minutes to walk a mile, or 30 minutes in the desert sand, 40 minutes to make inquiries. Surely it needn't take longer. And 30 minutes back. But an hour and a half dragged on before there was any sign of the absentee. Then at last, Stephen's eye roved wistfully from the cards, saw a moving spark at about the right height above the ground to be a cigarette. A few yards away from the car, the spark vanished decorously, and Paul was recognizable in the light of the inside electric lamp, the only illumination they allowed themselves, lest the stranded car proved attractive to neighboring nomads. The French officer was at the hotel for the night. The Arab was dining with him, but instead of resting, would go on with his horse and a Negro servant who, it seemed, had been waiting for several days since their master had passed through Touggourt on the way to Algiers. "Then he didn't come from El Aghouat," said Nevill. "Where is he going? Did you find out that?" "Not for certain, but an Arab servant who talks French says he believes they're bound for a place called Oued Tolga," Paul replied, delighted with the confidence reposed in him, and with the whole adventure. "That means 3 days in the dunes for us," said Nevill. "And Charlotte, you can practice patience in Touggourt." "I shall invent a new game and call it Hope," returned Lady MacGregor. "Or if it's a good one, I'll name it Victoria Ray, which is better than Miss Milliken's. It will just be done in time to teach that poor child when you bring her back to me." "Hope wouldn't be a bad name for the game we've all been playing, and have got to go on playing," mumbled Nevill. "We'll give Maïeddine just time to turn his back on Touggourt before we show our noses there. Then you and I, Legs, will engage horses and a guide." "You deserve your name, Wings," said Stephen, and he wondered how Josette Soubise could hold out against Caird. He wondered also what she thought of this quest, for her sister Jeanine was in the secret. No doubt she had written Josette more fully than Nevill had, even if he had dared to write at all, and if, as long ago as the visit to Tlemcen, she had been slightly depressed by her friend's interest in another girl, she must by this time see the affair in a more serious light. Stephen was cruel enough to hope that she was unhappy. He had heard women say that no cure for a woman's obstinacy was as sure as jealousy. When they arrived at the hotel, and ordered all in the same breath, a room for a lady, 2 horses and a guide, only the first demand could be granted. It would be impossible, said the landlady and her son, to produce horses on the instant. There was some to be had, it was true, but they had come in after a hard day's work and must have several hours' rest. The gentlemen might get off at dawn if they wished, but not before. "After all, it doesn't much matter," Nevill said to Stephen. "Even an Arab must have some sleep. We'll have ours now, and catch up with Maïeddine while he's taking his. Don't worry. Suppose the worst, that he isn't really going to Oued Tolga. We shall get on his track, with an Arab guide to pilot us. There are several stopping places where we can inquire. He'll be seen passing them, even if he goes by. But you say Arabs never betray each other to white men. This won't be a question of betrayal. Watch and see how ingenuous, as well as ingenious, I'll be in all my inquiries." "I never heard of Oued Tolga," Stephen said, half to himself. "Don't confess that to an Arab. It would be like telling a Frenchman you never heard of Bordeaux. It's a desert city, bigger than Touggourt, I believe, and, by Jove, yes, there's a tremendously important Zoya of the same name. Great marabout hangs out there, kind of a Mussulman pope of the desert. I hope to goodness—" "What?" Stephen asked, as Nevill broke off suddenly. "Oh, nothing to fash yourself about, as the twins would say. Only it would be awkward if she's there. Harder to get her out. However, time to cross the stile when we come to it." But Stephen crossed a great many stiles with his mind before that darkest hour before the dawn, when he was called to get ready for the last stage of the journey. Lady MacGregor was up to see them off, and never had her cap been more elaborate, or her hair been dressed more daintily. "You'll wire me from the end of the world, won't you?" she asked briskly. "Paul and I, and Hamish and Angus if necessary, will be ready to rush you all three back to civilization the instant you arrive with Miss Ray. Give her my love. Tell her I brought clothes for her. They mayn't be what she'd choose, but I dare say she won't be sorry to see them. And by the way, if there are telegrams, you know I told the servants to send them on from home. Shall I wire them on to Oued Tolga?" "No, we're tramps with no address," laughed Nevill. "Anything that comes can wait till we get back." Stephen could not have told why, for he was not thinking of Margot, but suddenly he was convinced that a telegram from her was on the way, fixing the exact date when she might be expected in England. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Golden Silence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson. Chapter 43. Since the day when Victoria had called Stephen to her help, always she had expected him. She had great faith, for in her favourite way she had made a picture of him, riding up and down among the dunes, with the knightly look on his face which had first drawn her thoughts to him. Always her pictures had materialized sooner or later, since she was a little girl, and had first begun painting them with her mind, on a golden background. She spent hours on the roof, with Saidee or alone, looking out over the desert through the field glasses which Maïeddine had sent to her. Very often Saidee would remain below, for Victoria's prayers were not her prayers, nor were Victoria's wishes her wishes. But invariably the older woman would come up to the roof just before sunset, to feed the doves that lived in the minaret. At first Victoria had not known that her sister had any special reason for liking to feed the doves, but she was an observant, though not a sophisticated girl. And when she had lived with Saidee for a few days, she saw birds of a different colour among the doves. It was to those birds she could not help noticing that Saidee devoted herself. The first that appeared arrived suddenly, while Victoria looked in another direction. But when the girl saw one alight, she guessed it had come from a distance. It fluttered down heavily on the roof, as if tired, and Saidee hid it from Victoria by spreading out her skirt as she scattered its food. Then it was easy to understand how Saidee and Captain Sabine had managed to exchange letters. But she could not bear to let her sister know by word or even look that she suspected the secret. If Saidee wished to hide something from her, she had a right to hide it. Only it was very sad. For days neither of the sisters spoke of the pigeons, though they came often, and the girl could not tell what plans might be in the making, unknown to her. She feared that, if she had not come to Oued Tolga by this time, Saidee would have gone away, or tried to go away, with Captain Sabine. And though, since the night of her arrival, when Sadie had opened her heart, they had been on terms of closest affection. There was a dreadful doubt in Victoria's mind that the confidences were half repented. But when the girl had been rather more than a week in the Zoea, Sadie spoke out. "I suppose you've guessed why I've come up on the roof at sunset," she said. "Yes," Victoria answered. "I thought so, by your face. Babe, if you'd accused me of anything, or reproached me, I'd have brazened it out with you. But you've never said a word, and your eyes, I don't know what they've been like, unless violets after rain. They made me feel a beast, 1,000 times worse than I would if you'd put on an injured air. Last night I dreamed that you died of grief, and I buried you under the sand. But I was sorry, and tore all the sand away with my fingers till I found you again. And you were alive after all. It seemed like an allegory. I'm going to dig you up again, you little loving thing." "That means you'll give me back your confidence, doesn't it?" Victoria asked, smiling in a way that would have bewitched a man who loved her. "Yes, and something else. I'm going to tell you a thing you'd like to hear. I've written to him about you. Our cipher's ready now, and said that you'd had the most curious effect on me. I tried to resist you, but I couldn't, not even to please him or myself. I told him I'd promised to wait for you to help me, and though I didn't see what you could possibly do, still, your faith was contagious. I said that in spite of myself I felt some vague stirrings of hope now and then. There, does that please you?" "Oh, Sadie, I'm so happy," cried the girl, flinging both arms around her sister. "Then I did come at the right time, after all. The right time to keep me from happiness in this world, perhaps. That's the way I feel about it sometimes. But I can't be sorry you're here, babe, as I was at first. You're too sweet, too like the child who used to be my one comfort." "I could almost die of happiness when you say that," Victoria answered, with tears in her voice. "What a baby you are! I'm sure you haven't much more than I have to be happy about. Cassim has promised Maïeddine that you shall marry him, whether you say yes or no. And it's horrible when an Arab girl won't consent to marry the man to whom her people have promised her. I know what they do. Don't tell me about it. I hate to hear." Victoria broke in, and covered her ears with her hands. So Sadie said no more. But in black hours of the night, when the girl could not sleep, dreadful imaginings crept into her mind, and it was almost more than she could do to chase them away by making her good pictures. "I won't be afraid. I won't," she would repeat to herself. "I've called him, and my thoughts are stronger than the carrier pigeons. They fly faster and farther. They travel like the light, so they must have got to him long ago. And he said he would come, no matter when or where. By this time he is on the way." So she looked for Stephen, searching the desert. And at last, one long afternoon, long before sunset, she saw a man riding towards the Zoea from the direction of the city, far away. She could not see his face, but he seemed to be tall and slim, and his clothes were European. "Thank God," she said to herself, for she did not doubt that it was Stephen Knight. Soon she would call Sadie, but she must have a little time to herself for silent rejoicing before she tried to explain. There was no great hurry. He was far off still. She kept her eyes to Maïeddine's glasses, and felt it a strange thing that they should have come to her from him. It was almost as if he had gave her to Stephen against his will. She was so happy that she seemed to hear the world singing, I knew, through it all. She told herself with a sob of joy in her throat, it had to come right. And she thought that she could hear a voice saying, It is love that has brought him. He loves you as much as you love him." To her mind, especially in this mood, it was not extraordinary that each should love the other after so short an acquaintance. She was even ready to believe of herself that, unconsciously, she had fallen in love with Stephen the first time she met him on the Channel boat. He had interested her. She had remembered his face and had been sorry to think that she would never see it again. On the ship, going out from Marseilles, she had been so glad when he came on deck that her heart had begun to beat quickly. She had scolded herself at the time for being silly and schoolgirlishly romantic, but now she realized that her soul had known its mate. It could scarcely be real love, she fancied, that was not born in the first moment when the spirit spoke to spirit, and her love could not have drawn a man hundreds of miles across the desert if it had not met and clasped hands with his love for her. "Oh, how happy I am," she thought, "and the glory of it is that it's not strange, only wonderful. The most wonderful thing that ever happened or could happen." Then she remembered the sand divining, and how M'Barka had said that her wish was far from her, but that Allah would send a strong man, young and dark, of another country than her own, a man whose brain and heart and arm would be at her service, and in whom she might trust. Victoria recalled these words, and did not try to bring back to her mind what remained of the prophecy. Almost she had been foolish enough to be superstitious, and afraid of Maïeddine's influence upon her life, since that night. And of course she had known that it was of Maïeddine M'Barka had thought, whether she sincerely believed in her own predictions or no. Now it pleased Victoria to feel that not only had she been foolish, but stupid. She might have been happy in her childish superstition, instead of unhappy, because the description of the man applied to Stephen as well as to Maïeddine. For the moment she did not ask herself how Stephen Knight was going to take her and Saidee away from Maïeddine and Cassim, for she was so sure he had not come across miles of desert in vain, that she took the rest for granted in her first joy. She was certain that Saidee's troubles and hers were over, and that by and by, like the prince and princess in fairy stories, she and Stephen would be married and live happily ever after. In these magic moments of rapture, while his face and figure grew more clear to her eyes, it seemed to the girl that love and happiness were one, and that all obstacles had fallen down in the path of her lover, like the walls of Jericho that crumbled at the blast of the trumpet. When she had looked through the glass until she could distinctly see Stephen, and an Arab who rode at a short distance behind him, she called her sister. Saidee came up to the roof almost at once, for there was a thrill of excitement in Victoria's voice that roused her curiosity. She thought of Captain Sabine, and wondered if he were riding toward the Zaouïa. He had come, before his first encounter with her, to pay his respects to the marabout. That was long ago now, yet there might be a reason, connected with her, for a second visit. But the moment she saw Victoria's face, even before she took the glasses the girl held out, she guessed that, though there was news, it was not of Captain Sabine. "You might have been to heaven and back since I saw you. You're so radiant," she said. "I have been to heaven, but I haven't come back. I'm there now," Victoria answered. "Look, and tell me what you see." Saidee put the glasses to her eyes. "I see a man in European clothes," she said. "I can see that he's young. I should think he's a gentleman, and good looking." "Oh, he is," broke in Victoria childishly. "Do you know him? I've been praying and longing for him to find me and save us. He's an Englishman. His name is Stephen Knight. He promised to come if I called, and I have. Oh, how I've called! day and night, night and day. You never told me. I waited. Somehow I couldn't speak of him even to you. I told you everything, but I had nothing to tell, really, nothing I could have put into words. And you might only have laughed if I said, there's a man I know in Algiers who hasn't any idea where I am, but I think he'll come here and take us both away. Are you engaged to each other? Sadie asked, curiously, even enviously. Oh, no. But what? Do you mean you will be, if you ever get away from this place? I hope so, the girl answered bravely, with a deep blush. He has never asked me. We haven't even known each other long. A very little while, only since the night I left London for Paris. Yet he's the first man I ever cared about, and I think of him all the time. Perhaps he thinks of me in the same way. Of course he must, babe, if he's really come to search for you, Sadie said, looking at her young sister affectionately. Thank you 100 times for saying that, dearest. I do hope so, Victoria exclaimed, hugging the elder woman impulsively, as she used to when she was a little child. But Sadie's joy, caught from her sister's, died down suddenly, like a flame quenched with salt. What good will it do you, or us, that he is coming? She asked bitterly. He can ask for the marabout, and perhaps see him. Any traveller can do that. But he will be no nearer to us than if we were dead and in our graves. Does Maïeddine know about him? They saw each other on the ship coming to Algiers, and again just as we landed. But has Maïeddine any idea that you care about each other? I had to tell him one day in the desert, the day Si Maïeddine said he loved me, and I promised to consent if you put my hand in his. That there was a man I loved, but I didn't say who. Perhaps he suspects, though I don't see why he should. I might have meant someone in America. You may be pretty sure he suspects. People of the old races, like the Arabs, have the most wonderful intuitions. They seem to know things without being told. I suppose they've kept nearer nature than most civilized peoples. If he does suspect, I can't help it. No, only it's still more sure that your Englishman won't be able to do us any good. Not that he could anyhow. But Si Maïeddine's been very ill since he came back, Mabarka says. Mr. Knight will ask for the marabout. Maïeddine will hear of him. Not 5 Europeans in 5 years come to Oued Tolga. If only Maïeddine hadn't got back, this man may have been following him from Algiers. It looks like it, as Maïeddine arrived only yesterday. Now, here's this Englishman. Could he have found out in any way that you were acquainted with Maïeddine? I don't know, but he may have guessed, said Victoria. I wonder. What? Have you thought of something? It's just an idea, you know. I told you that on the journey, when Si Maïeddine was being very kind to me. Before I knew he cared, I made him a present of the African brooch you gave me in Paris. I hated to take so many favors of him, and giving nothing in return. So I thought, as I was on my way to you, and would see you soon, I might part with that brooch which he admired. If Si Maïeddine wore it in Algiers, and Mr. Knight saw, would he be likely to recognize it, do you think? He noticed it on the boat, and I told him you gave it to me. If he would come all the way from Algiers on the strength of a brooch which might have been yours, and you might have given to Maïeddine, then he's a man who knows what he wants, and deserves to get it, Sadie said. If he could help us, I should feel rewarded for telling Honoré I wouldn't go with him, because some day I may be free, and then perhaps I shall be glad I waited. You will be glad. Whatever happens, you'll be glad, Victoria insisted. Maybe, but now, what are we to do? We can see him, and you can recognize him with the field glass, but unless he has a glass too, he can't see who you are. He can't see at all, because by the time he rides near enough, the ground dips down so that even our heads will be hidden from him by the wall round the roof. And he'll be hidden from us too. If he asks for you, he'll be answered only by stares of surprise. Cassim will pretend not to know what he's talking about, and presently he'll have to go away without finding out anything. He'll come back, said Victoria firmly, but her eyes were not as bright with the certainty of happiness as they had been. What if he does? Or it may be that he'll try to come back, and an accident will happen to him. I hate to frighten you, but Arabs are jealous, and Maïeddine's a true Arab. He looks upon you almost as his wife now. In a week or two you will be, unless— Yes, unless— Unless, echoed Victoria. Don't lose hope, Sadie, for I shan't. Let's think of something to do. He's near enough now, maybe, to notice if we wave our handkerchiefs. Many women on roofs in Africa wave to men who will never see their faces. He won't know who waves. He will feel. Besides, he's searching for me at this very minute. Perhaps he's thinking of the golden silence I talked about and looking up to the white roofs. Instantly they began to wave their handkerchiefs of embroidered silk, such as Arab ladies use. But there came no answering signal. Evidently, if the rider were looking at the white roof, he had chosen one which was not theirs, and soon he would be descending the slope of the Zaouïa hill. After that they would lose sight of each other, more and more surely, the closer he came to the gates. If only you had something to throw him, Sadie sighed. What a pity you gave the brooch to Maïeddine. He might have recognized that. It isn't a pity if he traced me by it, said Victoria. But wait, I'll think of something. He's riding down the dip. In a minute it will be too late, Sadie warned her. The girl lifted over her head the long string of amber beads she had bought in the curiosity shop of Jeanine Sobeys. Wrapping it in her handkerchief, she began to tie the silken ends together. Stephen was so close to the Zaouïa now that they could no longer see him. Throw! He'll be at the gates. Victoria threw the small but heavy parcel over the wall which hid the dwellers on the roof. Where it fell they could not see, and no sound came up from the sand dune far below. Some beggar or servant of the Zaouïa might have found and snatched the packet, for all that they could tell. For a time which seemed long they waited, hoping that something would happen. They did not speak at all. Each heard her own heart beating and imagined that she could hear the heart of the other. At last there were steps on the stairs which led from Sadie's room to the roof. Nora came up. "O twin stars, forgive me for darkening the brightness of thy sky," she said. "But I have here a letter, given to me to put into the hands of Lella Saïda." She held out a folded bit of paper that had no envelope. Sadie, pale and large-eyed, took it in silence. She read, and then handed the paper to Victoria. A few lines were scrawled on it in English, in a very foreign handwriting. The language, known to none in this house, except the marabout, Maïeddine, Sadie, and Victoria, was as safe as a cipher. Therefore no envelope had been needed. "Descend into thy garden immediately, and bring with thee thy sister," the letter said, and it was signed, "Thy husband, Mohammed." "What can it mean?" asked Victoria, giving back the paper to Sadie. "I don't know, but we shall soon see, for we must obey. If we didn't go down of our own accord, we'd soon be forced to go." "Perhaps Cassim will let me talk to Mr. Knight," said the girl. "He is more likely to throw you to his line in the court," Sadie answered, with a laugh. They went down into the garden and remained there alone. Nothing happened except that, after a while, they heard a noise of pounding. It seemed to come from above in Sadie's rooms. Listening intently, her eyes flashed, and a bright color rushed to her cheeks. "Now I know why we were told to come into the garden," she exclaimed, her voice quivering with anger. "They're nailing up the door of my room that leads to the roof." "Sadie!" To Victoria the thing seemed too monstrous to believe. Cassim threatened to do it once before, a long time ago. But he didn't. Now he has. That's his answer to your Mr. Knight. Perhaps you're wrong. How could anyone have got into your rooms without our seeing them pass through the garden? I always thought there was a sliding door at the back of one of the wall cupboards. There generally is one leading into the harem rooms in old houses like this. Thank goodness I've hidden my diaries in a new place lately." "Let's go up and make sure," whispered Victoria. Still the pounding went on. "They'll have locked us out. We can try." Victoria went ahead, running quickly up the steep, narrow flight of steps that led to the upper rooms which she and Sadie shared. Sadie had been right. The door of the outer room was locked. Standing at the top of the stairs, the pounding sounded much louder than before. Sadie laughed, faintly and bitterly. "They're determined to make a good job of it," she said. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of the Golden Silence. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson. Chapter 44. Stephen rode back with his Arab companion to the desert city where Nevill waited. He had gone to the Zaouïa alone with the guide, because Nevill had thought it well, in case of emergencies, that he should be able to say, "I have a friend in Oued Tolga who knows where I am, and is expecting me." Now he was coming away, thwarted for the moment, but far from hopeless. It is a 4 hours' ride among the dunes between the Zaouïa and the town, for the sand is heavy and the distance is about 17 miles. The red wine of sunset was drained from the cups of the sand hollows, and the shadows were cool, when Stephen saw the minaret of the town mosque and the crown of the old watchtower, pointing up like a thumb and finger of a buried hand. Soon after, he passed through the belt of black tents which at all seasons encircled Oued Tolga as a girdle encircles the waist of a Ouled Niel, and so he rode into the strange city. The houses were crowded together, two with one wall between, like Siamese twins, and they had the pale yellow-brown colour of honeycomb in the evening light. The roughness of the old bricks made of baked sand gave an effect of many little cells, so that the honeycomb effect was intensified, and the sand which flowed in small rippling waves round the city, and through streets narrow and broad, was of the same honey yellow as the houses, except that it glittered with gypsum under the kindling stars. Among the bubbly domes and low square towers, vague in the dimming light, bunches of palms in hidden gardens nodded over crumbling walls, like dark plumes on the crowns of the dancing women. In the marketplace was a little hotel, newly built, the only French thing in Oued Tolga, except the military barracks, the Bureau Arabe, and a gurgling artesian well which a French officer had lately completed. But before Stephen could reach the marketplace and the hotel, he had to pass through the quarter of the dancing girls. It was a narrow street, which had low houses on either side, with a balcony for every mean window. Dark women leaned their elbows on the palm-wood railings and looked down, smoking cigarettes and calling across to each other. Other girls sat in lighted doorways below, each with a candle guttering on a steep step of her bare staircase. And in the street walked silent men with black or brown faces, whose white burnouses flowed round their tall figures like blowing clouds. Among them were a few soldiers, whose uniforms glowed red in the twilight like the cigarette ends pulsing between the painted lips of the Oed Nails. All that quarter reeked with the sweet, wicked smell of the East, and in the Moorish cafe at the far end, the dancing music had begun to throb and whine, mingling cries of love and death with the passion of both. But there was no dancing yet, for the audience was not large enough. The brilliant spiders crouched in their webs, awaiting more flies, for caravans were coming in across that desert sea which poured its yellow billows into the narrow street. And in the marketplace, camel drivers, only just arrived, were cooking their suppers. They would all come a little later into this quarter to drink many cups of coffee and to spend their money on the dancers. As Stephen went by on horseback, the girls on the balconies and in the doorways looked at him steadily without smiling, but their eyes sparkled under their golden crowns, or scarlet headkerchiefs and glittering veils. Behind him and his guide followed a procession of boys and old men, with donkeys loaded with dead palm branches from the neighbouring oases, and the dry fronds made a loud swishing sound. But the dancers paid no attention, and appeared to look through the old men and children as if they did not exist. In the marketplace were the tired camels, kneeling down, looking gloomily at their masters, busy cooking supper on the sand. Negro sellers of fruit and fly-embroidered lumps of meat, or brilliant coloured pottery, and cheap, bright stuffs, were rolling up their wares for the night, in red and purple rags or tattered matting. Beggars lingered, hoping for a stray dry date, or a coin before crawling off to secret dens. And two deformed dwarfs in enormous turbans and blue coats claimed power as marabouts, chanting their own praises and the praises of Allah in high, cracked voices. As Stephen rode to the hotel and stopped in front of the arcade which shaded the ground floor, Nevill and another man sprang up from the chairs pushed back against the White House wall. "By Jove, Legs, I'm glad to see you," Nevill exclaimed heartily. "What news?" "Nothing very great so far, I'm sorry to say. Much as we expected," Stephen answered. And as he spoke, he glanced at the stranger, as if surprised that Nevill should speak out before him. The man wore the smart uniform of a chasseur d'Afrique. He was quite young, not over 34, and had a keen, brave face, as Stephen could see by the crude light of a lamp that was fixed in the wall. But the large grey eyes, somewhat pale in contrast with deep sunburn, were the eyes of a poet rather than those of a born soldier. "I must introduce you and Captain Sabine to each other," Nevill went on, in French, as Stephen got off his horse and it was led away by the Arab. "He's staying at the hotel. He and I have been talking about the Zaouïa and the marabout. The upshot of our conversation will astonish you, I feel sure, when you hear it. You will think we can talk freely about our business to Captain Sabine." Stephen said something polite and vague. He was interested, of course, but would have preferred to tell his adventures to Nevill alone. "Monsieur Caillard and I made acquaintance, and have been chatting all the afternoon," volunteered Sabine. "To begin with, we find we have many friends in common in Algiers. Also, he knows relations of mine who have spoken of me to him, so it is almost as if we had known each other longer. He tells me that you and he are searching for a young lady who has disappeared, that you have followed here a man who must know where she is, that in the city you lost track of the man but heard he had gone on to the Zoea, that this made you hope the young lady was there with her sister, whose husband might perhaps have some position under the marabout. I told him these things because I thought, as Captain Sabine's been sinking an artesian well near the Zoea, he might have seen Miss Ray if she were there. No such luck. He hasn't seen her. However, he's given me a piece of information which makes it just about as sure she is there as if he had. You shall have it from him. But first let me ask you one question. Did you get any news of her? No, I heard nothing. Does that mean you saw? No, I'll tell you later. But anyhow, I went into the Zoea, almost certain she was there, and that she had seen me coming. That was a good start, because of course I had very little to go on. There was only a vague hope. I asked for the marabout, and they made me send a visiting card. Quaint in the desert. Then they kept me moving about a while, and insisted on showing me the mosque. At last they took me to a hideous reception room with a lot of good and vile things in it, mixed up together. The marabout came in, wearing the black mask we'd heard about, a fellow with a splendid bearing and fine eyes that looked at me very hard over the mask. They were never off my face. We complimented each other in French. Then I said I was looking for Miss Ray, an American girl who had disappeared from Algiers and had been traced to the Zoea, where I had reason to believe she was staying with a relative from her own country, a lady married to some member of his staff. I couldn't give him the best reason I had for being sure she was there, as you'll see when I tell you what it was. But he said gravely that no European lady was married to anyone in the Zoea, that no American or any other foreign person, male or female, was there. In the guest house were one or two Arab ladies, he admitted, who had come to be cured of maladies by virtue of his power, but no one else. His denial showed me that he was in the plot to hide Miss Ray. That was the one thing I wanted to know. So I saw that the best thing for her would be for me to pretend to be satisfied. If it hadn't been for what happened before I got to the Zoea gates, I should almost have been taken in by him, perhaps. He had such an air of noble, impeccable sincerity. But just as I dipped down into a kind of hollow on the Zoea side of the river, something was thrown from somewhere. Unluckily, I couldn't be sure where. I'd been looking up at the roofs behind the walls, but I must have had my eyes on the wrong one. If this thing fell from a roof, as I believe it did, it was a little bundle done up in a handkerchief, and I saw it only as it touched the ground, about a dozen yards in front. Then I hurried on, as you may be sure, hoping it was meant for me, to grab the thing before anyone else could appear and lay hands on it. Well, luckily I'd outridden the guide. I made him think afterward that I'd jumped off my horse to pick up the whip, which I'd dropped for a blind, in case of spying eyes. Tied up in the silk handkerchief, an Arab-looking handkerchief, was a string of amber beads. Do you remember the beads Miss Ray bought of Miss Soubise and wore to her house? I remember she had a handsome string of old prayer beads. Is this the one? Stephen took the handkerchief and its contents from his pocket, and Nevill examined the large, round lumps of gleaming amber, which were somewhat irregular in shape. Captain Sabine looked on with interest. I can't be sure, Nevill said reluctantly. Well, I can, Stephen answered with confidence. She showed it to me in your garden. I remember a fly in the biggest bead, which was clear, with a brown spot and a clouded bead on either side of it. I had the necklace in my hand. Besides, even if I weren't as certain as I am, who would throw a string of amber beads at my feet if it weren't someone trying to attract my attention in the only way possible? It was as much as to say, I know you've come looking for me. If you're told I'm not here, it's false. I was a good long way from the gates, but much nearer to a lot of white roofs grouped behind the high walls of the Zoea than I would have been in riding on, closer to the gates. Unfortunately, there are high parapets to screen anyone standing on the roofs. And anyhow, by the time the beads were thrown, I was too low down in the hollow to see even a waved hand or handkerchief. Still, with that necklace in my pocket, I knew pretty well what I was about in talking with the marabout. You thought you did, said Nevill, but you'd have known a lot more if only you could have made Captain Sabine's acquaintance before you started. Stephen looked questioningly at the Frenchman. Perhaps it would be better to speak in English, suggested Sabine. I have not much, but I get on. And the kitchen windows are not far away. Our good landlord and his wife do not cook with their ears. I was telling your friend that the marabout himself has a European wife, who is said to be a great beauty. These things get out. I have heard that she has red hair and skin as white as cream. That is also the description which Mr. Caird gave me of the young lady seeking a sister. It makes one put two and two together, does it not? By Jove, exclaimed Stephen. He and Nevill looked at each other, but Nevill raised his eyebrows slightly. He had not thought it best, at present, to give the mystery of Cassim ben Halim, as he now deciphered it, into a French officer's keeping. It was a secret in which France would be deeply, perhaps inconveniently, interested. A little later, the interference of the French might be welcome, but it would be just as well not to bring it in prematurely or separately from their own personal interests. I wish to heaven, Stephen went on, I'd known this when I was talking to the fellow. And yet, I'm not sure it would have made much difference. We were deadly polite to each other, but I hinted in a veiled way that, if he were concealing any secret from me, the French authorities might have something to say to him. I was obsequious about the great power of Islam in general, and his in particular, but I suggested that France was the upper dog just now. Maybe his guilty conscience made him think I knew more than I did. I hope he expects to have the whole power of France down on him, as well as the United States, which I waved over his head, Miss Ray being an American. Of course, I remembered your advice, Nevill, and was tactful, for her sake, for fear anything should be visited on her. I didn't say I thought he was hiding her in the Zoea. I put it as if I wanted his help in finding her. But naturally he expects me back again, and we must make our plans to storm the fortress and reduce it to subjection. There isn't an hour to waste, either, since this necklace and Captain Sabine's knowledge have proved to us that she's there. Too bad we didn't know it earlier, as we might have done something decisive in the beginning. But now we do know. With Captain Sabine's goodwill and introduction, we may get the military element here to lend a hand in the negotiations. A European girl can't be shut up with impunity, I should think, even in this part of the world. And the marabout has every reason not to get in the bad books of the French. He is in their very best books at present, said Sabine. He is thought much of. The peace of the southern desert is largely in his hands. My country would not be easily persuaded to offend him. It might be said in his defense that he is not compelled to tell strangers if he has a European wife, and her sister arrives to pay her a visit. Arab ideas are peculiar, and we have to respect them. I think my friend and I must talk the whole matter over, said Stephen, and then, perhaps, we can make up our minds to a plan of action we couldn't have taken if it weren't for what you've told us about the marabout and his European wife. I am glad if I have helped, Sabine answered, and, rather wistfully, I should like to help further. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Golden Silence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson. Chapter 45. Oh, Leda Seda, there is a message of which I hardly dare to speak, whispered Nora to her mistress when she brought supper for the two sisters, the night when the way to the roof had been closed up. Tell me what it is, and do not be foolish, Sadie said sharply. Her nerves were keyed to the breaking point, and she had no patience left. It was almost a pleasure to visit her misery upon someone else. She hated everybody and everything, because all hope was gone now. The door to the roof was nailed shut, and she and Victoria were buried alive. But one sends the message who must not be named, and it is not even for thee, lady. It is for the little Rose, thy sister. If thou dost not speak out instantly, I will strike thee, Sadie exclaimed, on the verge of hysterical tears. And if I speak, still thou wilt strike? Be this upon thine own head, my mistress. The Olead Nail has dared send her woman, saying that if the little Rose will visit her house after supper, it will be for the good of all concerned, since she is having a thing to tell of great importance. At first I would have refused even to take the message, but her woman Hadda is my cousin, and she feared to go back without some answer. The Olead Nail is a demon when in a temper, and she would thrust pins into Hadda's arms and thighs. Sadie blushed with anger, disgustful words tingling on her tongue, but she remained silent, her lips parted. Of course I won't go, said Victoria, shocked. The very existence of Miluda was to her a dreadful mystery upon which she could not bear to let her mind dwell. I'm not sure, Sadie murmured. Let me think. This means something very curious. I can't think what, but I should like to know. It can't make things worse for us if you accept her invitation. It may make them better. Will you go and see what the creature wants? Oh, Sadie, how can I? Because I ask it, Sadie answered, the girl's opposition deciding her doubts. She can't eat you. It isn't that I'm afraid. I know. It's because of your loyalty to me. But if I send you, babe, you needn't mind. It will be for my sake. Hadda is waiting for an answer, Nora hinted. My sister will go. Is the woman ready to take her? I will find out, lady. In a moment the negress came back. Hadda will lead the little Rose to her mistress. She is glad that it is to be now, and not later. Be very careful what you say, and forget nothing that she says, was Sadie's last advice. And it sounded very Eastern to Victoria. She hated her errand, but undertook it without further protest, since it was for Sadie's sake. Hadda was old and ugly. She and Nora had been born in the quarter of the freed Negroes in the village across the river, and knew nothing of any world beyond. Yet all the wiliness and the wisdom of female things, since Eve, woman, cat, and snake, glittered under their slanting eyelids. Victoria had not been out of her sister's rooms and garden, except to visit Mabarka in the woman's guest house, since the night when Maïeddine brought her to the Zoea, and when she had time to think of her bodily needs, she realized that she longed desperately for exercise. Physically, it was a relief to walk even the short distance between Sadie's house and Miluda's, but her cheeks tingled with some emotion she could hardly understand when she saw that the Ouled Nail's garden court was larger and more beautiful than Sadie's. Miluda, however, was not waiting for her in the garden. The girl was escorted upstairs, perhaps to show her how much more important was the favourite wife of the marabout than Amir Rumia, an unmarried maiden. A meal had been cleared away, in a room larger and better furnished than Sadie's, and on the floor stood a large copper incense burner, a thin blue smoke filtering through the perforations, clouding the atmosphere and loading it with heavy perfume. Behind the mist, Victoria saw a divan spread with trailing folds of purple velvet stamped with gold, and something lay curled up on a huge tiger skin, flung over pillows. As the blue incense wreaths floated aside, the curled thing on the tiger skin moved, and the light from the copper lamp, like Sadie's, streamed through huge coloured lumps of glass into a pair of brilliant eyes. A delicate brown hand, ringed on each finger, waved away the smoke of a cigarette it held, and Victoria saw a small face, which was like the face of a perfectly beautiful doll. Never had she imagined anything so utterly pagan. Yet the creature was childlike, even innocent in its expression, as a baby tigress might be innocent. Having sat up, the little heathen goddess squatted in her shrine, only bestirring herself to show the Roumia how beautiful she was, and what wonderful jewellery she had. She thought that, without doubt, the girl would run back jealously to the sister, whom Miluda despised, to pour out floods of description. She herself had heard much of Lella Saïda, and supposed that the unfortunate woman had as eagerly collected information about her. But it was especially piquant that further details of enviable magnificence should be carried back by the forlorn wife's sister. The Ouled Nail tinkled at the slightest movement, even with the heaving of her bosom, as she breathed, making music with many necklaces and long earrings that clinked against them. Dozens of old silver cases, tubes, and little jewelled boxes containing holy relics. Hairs of Mohammed's beard, a bit of web spun by the sacred spider which saved his life, mole's feet blessed by marabouts, and text from the Koran. All these hung over Miluda's breast on chains of turquoise and amber beads. They rattled metallically, and her bracelets and anklets tinkled. Some luscious perfume hung about her, intoxicatingly sweet. A thick braided clump of hair was looped on each side of the small face, painted white as ivory, and her eyes, under lashes half an inch long, were bright and unhuman as those of an untamed gazelle. "Wilt thou sit down?" she asked, waving the hand with the cigarette towards a French chair, upholstered in red brocade. "The Sidi gave me that seat because I asked for it. He gives me all I ask for." "I will stand," answered Victoria. "Oh, it's true, then, thou speakest Arab. I heard so. I have heard much of thee and of thy youth and beauty. I see that my women did not lie. But perhaps thou art not as young as I am, though I have been a wife for a year, and have borne a beautiful babe. I am not yet 16. Victoria did not answer, and the Ouled Nail gazed at her unwinkingly, as a child gazes. "Thou hast travelled much, even more than the marabout himself, hast thou not?" she inquired graciously. "I have heard that thou hast been to England, and there are many Arab villages there. And is it true that the king was deposed, when the Sultan, the head of our faith, lost his throne? There are no Arab villages, and the king still reigns, said Victoria. But I think thou didst not send for me to ask these questions. Thou art right, yet there is no harm in asking them. I sent for thee for 3 reasons. One is, that I wish to see thee, to know if indeed thou wert as beautiful as I. Another is, that I had a thing to give thee. And before I tell thee my 3rd reason, thou shalt have the gift. She fumbled in the tawny folds of the tiger skin on which she lay, and presently held out a bracelet made of flexible squares of gold like scales, jewelled with different stones. It is thy wedding present from me, she said. I wish to give it because it is not long since I myself was married, and because we are both young. Besides, Si Maïeddine is a good friend of the marabout. I have heard that he is brave and handsome, all that a young girl can most desire in a husband. I am not going to marry Si Maïeddine, said Victoria. I thank thee, but thou must keep thy gift for his bride when he finds one. He has found her in thee. The marriage will be a week from tomorrow, if Allah wills, and he will take thee away to his home. The marabout himself has told me this, though he does not know that I have sent for thee, and that thou art with me now. Allah does not will, said the girl. Perhaps not, since thy bridegroom-to-be lies ill with marsh fever. So Hadda has told me. He came back from Algiers with the sickness heavy upon him, caught in the saltpetre marshes that stretch between Biskra and Touggourt. I know those marshes, for I was in Biskra with my mother when she danced there. But she was careful, and we did not lie at night in the dangerous regions where the great mosquitoes are. Men are never careful, though they do not like to be ill. And thy bridegroom is fretting. But he will be better in a few days if he takes the draughts which the marabout has blessed for him. And if the wedding is not in a week, it will be a few days later. It is in Allah's hands. I tell thee, it will be never, Victoria persisted, and I believe thou but sayest these things to torture me. Dost thou not love Si Maïeddine? Miluda asked innocently. Not at all. Then it must be that thou lovest some other man. Dost thou, Roumia? Thou hast no right to ask such questions. Be not angry, Roumia, for we are coming now to the great reason why I sent for thee. It is to help thee. I wish to know whether there is a man of thine own people thou preferest to Si Maïeddine. Why shouldst thou wish to help me? Thou hast never seen me till now. I will speak the truth with thee, said Miluda, because thy face pleases me, though I prefer my own. Thine is pure and good, like the face of the white angel that is ever at our right hand. And even if I should speak falsely, I think thou wouldst not be deceived. Before I saw thee, I did not care whether thou wert happy or sad. It was nothing to me, but I saw a way of getting thee and thy sister out of my husband's house, and for a long time I have wished thy sister gone. Not that I am jealous of her, I have not seen her face, but I know she is already old, and if she were not friendless in our land, the Sidi would have put her away at the time of my marriage to him, since long ago he has ceased to care whether she lives or dies. But his heart is great, and he has kept her under his roof for kindness' sake, though she has given him no child and is no longer a wife to him. I alone fill his life. She paused, hoping perhaps that Victoria would answer, but the girl was silent, biting her lip, her eyes cast down. So Miluda talked on more quietly. There is a wise woman in the city who brings me perfumes and silks, which have come to Oued Tolga by caravan from Tunis. She has told me that thy sister has ill-wished me, and that I shall never have a boy, a real child, while Lila Saida breathes the same air with me. That is the reason I want her to be gone. I will not help thee go, unless thou takest her with thee. I will never, never leave this place unless we go together, Victoria answered, deeply interested and excited now. That is well, and if she loves thee also, she will not go alone. So my wish is to do what I can for both. What canst thou do? The girl asked. I will tell thee, but first there is something to make clear. I was on my roof today when the young Romi rode up to the Zoe on the road from Oued Tolga. He looked towards the roofs, and I wondered. From mine I cannot see much of thy sister's roof, but I watched, and I saw an arm outstretched to throw a packet. Then I said to myself that he had come for thee. And later I was sure, because my women told me that while he talked about the marabout, the door which leads to thy sister's roof was nailed up hastily. By command of the master, some order must have gone from him, unknown to the Romi, while the two men were together. I could coax nothing of the story from the Sidi when he came to me, but he was vexed, and his brows drew together over eyes which for the first time did not seem to look at me with pleasure. Thou hast guessed aright, Victoria admitted, thankful for Miluda's suspicions concerned her affairs only, and not Saidee's. The man who came here was my friend. I care for him more than for any one in the world, except my sister, and if I cannot marry him, I will die rather than marry Si Maïeddine or any other. Then, unless I help thee, thou wilt have to die, for nothing which thou alone or thy sister can do will open the gates for thee to go out, except as Si Maïeddine's wife. Then help me, said Victoria boldly, and thou wilt be rid of us both forever. It is with our wits we must work, not with our hands, replied the Oued Naïl. The power of the marabout is great. He has many men to serve him, and the gates are strong, while the women are very, very weak. Yet I have seen into the master's heart, and I can give thee a key which will unlock the gates. Only it had better be done soon. For when Si Maïeddine is well, he will fight for thee, and if thou goest forth free, he will follow and take thee in the dunes. Victoria shivered, for the picture was vivid before her eyes as Miluda painted it. Give me the key, she said in a low voice. The key of the master's heart is his son, the other answered, and in a tone that kept down anger and humiliation. Even me he would sacrifice to his boy. I know it well, and I hate the child. I pray for one of my own, for because the Sidi loves me and did not love the boy's mother, he would care 10,000 times more for a child of mine. The wise woman says so, and I believe it. When thy sister is gone, I shall have a boy and nothing left to wish for on earth. Send a message to thy lover saying that the marabout's only son is at the school in Oued Tolga, the city. Tell him to steal the child and hide it, making a bargain with the marabout that he shall have it safely back if he will let thee and thy sister go. Otherwise he shall never see it again. That would be a cruel thing to do, and my sister could not consent, said Victoria, even if we were able to send a message. Hadda would send the message. A friend from the village is coming to see her, and the master has no suspicion of me at present, as he has of thee. We could send a letter, and Hadda would manage everything. But there is not much time, for now while my husband is with Si Maïeddine, treating him for his fever, is our only chance, tonight. We have perhaps an hour in which to decide and arrange everything. After that, his coming may be announced to me, and no harm would happen to the child. The master would suffer in his mind for a short time, till he decided to make terms. That is all. As for me, have no fear of my betraying thee. Thou needst but revenge thyself by letting the master know how I plotted for the stealing of his boy, for him to put me out of his heart and house forever. Then I should have to kill myself with a knife or with poison, and I am young and happy, and do not desire to die yet. Go now, and tell thy sister what I have said. Let her answer for thee, for she knows this land and the people of it, and she is wiser than thou." Without another word or look at the beautiful pagan face, Victoria went out of the room and found Hadda waiting to hurry her away. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Golden Silence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson. Chapter 46. It was after 1 o'clock when Stephen and Nevill bade each other good night, after a stroll out of the town into the desert. They had built up plans and torn them down again, and no satisfactory decision had been reached, for both feared that, if they attempted to threaten the marabout with their knowledge of his past, he would defy them to do their worst. Without Saidee and Victoria, they could bring forward no definite and visible proof that the great marabout, Sidi El Hajj Mohammed Abdel Kadir, and the disgraced Captain Cassim Ben Halim were one. And the supreme difficulty was to produce Saidee and Victoria as witnesses. It was not even certain, if the marabout were threatened and thought himself in danger, that he might not cause the sisters to disappear. That thought prevented the two men from coming easily to any decision. Sabine had not told them that he knew Saidee, or that he had actually heard of the girl's arrival in the Zaouïa. He longed to tell and join with them in their quest, but it would have seemed a disloyalty to the woman he loved. It needed a still greater incentive to make him speak out, while as for the Englishmen, though they would gladly have taken his advice, they hesitated to give away the secret of Saidee Ray's husband to a representative Ben Halim's stern judge, France. Various plans for action had been discussed, yet Stephen and Nevill both felt that all were subject to modification. Each had the hope that the silent hours would bring inspiration, and so they parted at last. But Stephen had not been in his room 10 minutes when there came a gentle tap at his door. He thought it must be Nevill, returning to announce the birth of a new idea. But in the dark corridor stood a shadowy Arab, he who did most of the work in the hotel outside the kitchen. "A person has come with a letter for monsieur," the man mumbled in bad French, his voice so sleepy as to be almost inarticulate. "He would not give it to me, the foolish one. He insists on putting it into the hand of monsieur. No doubt it is a pourboire he wants. He has followed me to the head of the stairs, and he has no French." "Where does he come from?" asked Stephen. "He will not say, but he is a Negro whom I have never seen in the city." "Call him," Stephen said, and in a moment a thin young Negro, dusted all over with sand, came into the square of light made by the open door. His legs were bare, and over his body he appeared to have no other garment but a ragged striped gandura. In a purple-black hand he held a folded piece of paper, and Stephen's heart jumped at the sight of his own name written in a clear handwriting. It was not unlike Victoria's, but it was not hers. "The man says he cannot take a letter back," explained the Arab servant. "But if monsieur will choose a word to answer, he will repeat it over and over until he has it by heart. Then he will pass it on in the same way." Stephen was reading his letter and scarcely heard. It was Victoria's sister who wrote. She signed herself at the bottom of the bit of paper, a leaf torn from a copybook, Saidee Ray, as though she had never been married. She had evidently written in great haste, but the thing she proposed was clearly set forth, as if in desperation. Victoria did not approve, she said, and hoped some other plan might be found. But in Sadie's opinion, there was no other plan which offered any real chance of success. In their situation, they could not afford to stick at trifles, and neither could Mr. Knight, if he wished to save Victoria from being married against her will to an Arab. There was no time to lose if anything were to be done, and if Mr. Knight were willing to take the way suggested, would he say the word "yes" very distinctly to the messenger, as it would not be safe to try and smuggle a letter into the Zoaya. It was a strange, even a detestable plot which Saidie suggested, yet when Stephen had turned it over in his mind for a moment, he said the word "yes" with the utmost distinctness. The sand-covered Negro imitated him several times, and having achieved success, was given more money than he had ever seen in his life. He would not tell the Arab, who escorted him downstairs again, whence he had come, but it was a long distance and he had walked. He must return on foot, and if he were to be back by early morning, he ought to get off at once. Stephen made no effort to keep him, though he would have liked Saidie's messenger to be seen by Caird. Nevill had not begun to undress when Stephen knocked at his door. He was about to begin one of his occasional letters to Josette, with his writing material arranged abjectly round one tallow candle, on a wash-hand stand. That beast of a Cassim! He's going to try and marry the poor child off to his friend Maïeddine. Nevill growled, reading the letter. Stick at trifles indeed. I should think not. This is providential, just when we couldn't quite make up our minds what to do next. You're not complimentary to Providence, said Stephen. Seems to me a horrid sort of thing to do, though I'm not prepared to say I won't do it. She doesn't approve, her sister says. You see? Who knows the man better, his wife or the girl? That goes without saying. Well, I'm swallowing my scruples as fast as I can get them down, though there's a lump in my throat. However, we wouldn't hurt the little chap, and if the father adores him, as she says, we'd have Ben Halim pretty well under our thumbs, to squeeze him as we chose. Knowing his secret as we do, he wouldn't dare apply to the French for help, for fear we'd give him away. We must make it clear that we well know who he is, and that if he squeals, the fat's in the fire. That's the right spirit. We'll make him shake in his boots for fear we give not only the secret, but the boy over to the tender mercies of the authorities. For it is perfectly true that if the government knew what a trick had been played on them, they'd oust the false marabout in favour of the rightful man, whoever he may be, clap the usurper into prison, and make the child a kind of ward in chancery, or whatever the equivalent is in France. Oh, I can tell you, my boy, this idea is an inspiration of a genius. The man will see we're making no idle threat that we can't carry out. He'll have to hand over the ladies, or he'll spend some of his best years in prison, and never see his beloved boy again. First, we've got to catch our hare. But there, Sabine could help us, if we called him in. Yes, and we couldn't do better than have him with us, I think, Legs. Now we've come to this turn in the road. I agree so far. Still, let's keep Ben Halim's secret to ourselves. We must have it to play with. I believe Sabine's a man to trust, but he's a French officer, and a plot of that sort he might feel it is his duty to make known. All right, we'll keep back that part of the business. It isn't necessary to give it away. But otherwise, Sabine's a man for us. He's a romantic sort of chap, not unlike me in that. It's what appealed to me in him the minute we began to draw each other out. He'll snap at the adventure to help a pretty girl, even though he's never seen her, and he knows the Marabouts boy and the guardian uncle. He was talking to me about them this afternoon. Let's go and rout him out. I bet he'll have a plan to propose. Rather cheek to rouse him up in the middle of the night. We might wait till morning, since I don't see that we can do anything useful before. He only got in from seeing some friend in barracks about 1. He doesn't look like a sleepyhead. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, I smell his cigarettes. He's probably lying on his bed, reading a novel. But Sabine was reading something to him far more interesting than any novel written by the greatest genius of all ages, a collection of Sadie's letters, which he invariably read through, from first to last, every night before even trying to sleep. The chance to be in the game of rescue was a new life to him. He grudged Sadie's handwriting to another man, even though he felt that, somehow, she had hoped that he would see it, and that he would work with the others. He laughed at the idea that the adventure would be more dangerous for him as a French officer, if anything leaked out, than for the 2 travelling Englishmen. "I would give my soul to be in this," he exclaimed, before he knew what he was saying, or what meaning might be read into his words. But both faces spoke surprise. He was abashed, yet eager. The impulse of his excitement led him on, and he began stammering out the story he had not meant to tell. "I can't say the things you ought to know, without the things that no one ought to know," he explained in his halting English, plunging back now and then inadvertently into fluent French. "It is wrong not to confess that all the time I know that young lady is there, in the Zaouïa. But there is a reason I feel it not right to confess. Now it will be different because of this letter that has come. You must hear all, and you can judge me." So the story was poured out. The romance of that wonderful day when, while he worked at the desert well in the hot sun, a lady went by, with her servants, to the Moorish bath. How her veil had fallen aside, and he had seen her face. Oh, but the face of an houri, an angel, yet so sad, tragedy in the beautiful eyes. In all his life he had not seen such beauty, or felt his heart so stirred. Through an attendant at the baths he had found out that the lovely lady was the wife of the marabout, Aromia, said not to be happy. From that moment he would have sacrificed his hopes of heaven to set her free. He had written. He had laid his life at her feet. She had answered. He had written again. Then the sister had arrived. He had been told in a letter of her coming. At first he had thought it impossible to confide a secret concerning another, that other woman, even to her sister's friends. But now there was no other way. They must all work together. Some day he hoped that the dear prisoner would be free to give herself to him as his wife. Till then, she was sacred, even in his thoughts. Even her sister could find no fault with his love. And would the new friends shake his hand, wishing him joy in the future? So all 3 shook hands with great heartiness, and perhaps Sabine would have become still more expansive, had he not been brought up to credit Englishmen stolid fellows at best with a favourite motto: deeds, not words. As Sabine told his story, Stephen's brain had been busily weaving. He did not like the thing they had to do, but if it must be done, the only hope lay in doing it well and thoroughly. Sabine's acquaintance with the boy and his guardian would be a great help. "I've been thinking how we can best carry out this business," he said, when the pact of friendship had been sealed by clasp of hands. "We can't afford to have any row or scandal. It must somehow be managed without noise, for the sake of the ladies most of all, and next, for the sake of Captain Sabine. As a Frenchman and an officer, it would certainly be a lot worse for him than for us." if we landed him in any mess with the authorities. I care nothing for myself, Sabine broke in hotly. All the more reason for us to keep our heads cool if we can, and look after you. We must get the boy to go away of his own accord. That is more easy to propose than to do, said Sabine, with a shrug of the shoulders. Well, an idea has come into my head. There may be something in it, if you can help us work it. We couldn't do it without you. Do you know the child and his uncle so well that it wouldn't seem queer to invite him to the hotel for a meal? Say luncheon tomorrow, or rather today, for it's morning now. Yes, I could do that. And they would come. It would be an amusement for them. Life is dull here, Sabine eagerly replied. Good. Does the child speak French? A little. He is learning in the school. That's lucky, for I don't know a dozen words of Arab, and even my friend Caird can't be eloquent in it. Wings, do you think you could work up the boy to a wild desire for a tour in a motor car? I would bet on myself to do that. I could make him a motor fiend, between the hors d'oeuvres and fruit. Our great stumbling block, then, is the uncle. I suppose he's sort of a watchdog, who couldn't be persuaded to leave the boy alone a minute. I'm not sure of that, said Sabine. It is true he is a watchdog, but I could throw him a bone I think would tempt him to desert his post, if he had no suspicion of a trap. What you want, I begin to see, is to get him out of the way, so that Monsieur Caird could induce the little Mohammed to go away willingly. Yes, ah bien. It is as good as done. I see the way. Hassan ben Saad, the respectable uncle, has a secret weakness which I have found out. He has lost his head for the prettiest and youngest dancer in the quarter of the Olead Nails. She is a great favourite, Nejma, and she will not look at him. He is too old and dry. Besides, he has no money except what the marabout gives him as guardian to the boy at school. Hassan sends Nejma such presents as he can afford, and she laughs at them with other girls, though she keeps them, of course. To please me, she will write a letter to Ben Saad, telling him that if he comes to her at once, without waiting a moment, he may find her heart soft for him. This letter should be brought to our table at the hotel, while Hassan finishes his déjeuner with us. He will make 1,000 apologies and tell 1,000 lies, saying it is a call of business. Probably he will pretend that it concerns the marabout, of whom he boasts always as his relative. Then he will go, in a great hurry, leaving the child, because we will kindly invite him to do so, and he will promise to return soon for his nephew. But Nejma will be so sweet that he will not return soon. He will be a long time away, hours. He will forget the boy and everything but his hopes that at last Nejma will love him. Does that plan of mine fit in with yours, monsieur? Perfectly, said Knight. What do you think, Wings? As you do. You're both geniuses. And I'll try to keep my end up by fascinating the child. He shall be mine, body and soul, by the end of lunch. When he finds that we're leaving Oued Tolga instantly, and that he must be sent ignominiously home, he shall be ready to howl with grief. Then I'll ask him suddenly how he'd like to go on a little trip, just far enough to meet my motor car, and have a ride in it. He'll say yes, like a shot, if he's a normal boy, and if the uncle's away, it will be nobody's business, even if they see the marabout's son having a ride behind me on my horse, as he might with his own father. Trust me to lure the imp on with us afterwards, step by step, in a dream of happiness. I was always a born lurer, except when I wanted a thing or person for myself. You say, lure him on with us, Stephen cut in. But it will have to be you alone. I must stay at this end of the line, and when the time comes, give the marabout our ultimatum. The delay will be almost intolerable. But of course, the only thing is to lie low until you're so far on the way to Touggourt with the child that a rescue scheme would be no good. Touggourt's a bit on the outskirts of the marabout's zone of influence, let's hope. Besides, he wouldn't dare attack you there, in the shadow of the French barracks. It's his business to help keep peace in the desert, and knowing what we know of his past, I think with the child out of his reach, he'll be pretty well at our mercy. When Hassan ben Saad finds the boy gone, he will be very sick, said Sabine. But I shall be polite and sympathetic, and will give him good advice. He is in deadly awe of the marabout, and I will say that, if the child's father hears what has happened, there will be no forgiveness, nothing but ruin. Waiting is the game to play. I will counsel Hassan. I shall remind him that, being Friday, no questions will be asked at school till Monday, and I shall raise his hopes that little Mohammed will be back soon after that, if not before. At worst, I will say he can pretend the child is shut up in the house with a cough. I shall assure him that Monsieur Caillard is a man of honour and great riches, that no harm can come to little Mohammed in his care. I will explain how the boy pleaded to go, and make Hassan happy with the expectation that in a few days Monsieur Caillard is coming back to fetch his friend. That certainly Mohammed will be with him, safe and sound, and that, if he would not lose his position, he must say nothing of what has happened to anyone who might tell the marabout. You think you can persuade him to keep a still tongue in his head till it suits us to have him speak, or write a letter for me to take? Asked Stephen. I am sure of it. Hassan is a coward, and you have but to look him in the face to see he has no self-reliance. He must lean on someone else. He shall lean on me, and Nejma shall console him, so that time will pass, and he shall hardly know how it is going. He will speak when we want him to speak, or write, not before. The three men talked on in Stephen's room till dawn, deciding details which cropped up for instant settlement. At last it was arranged, taking the success of their plan for granted, that Stephen should wait a day and a half after the departure of Nevill's little caravan. By that time it should have got halfway to Touggourt. But there was one gorge where it would come in touch with the telegraph. Stephen would then start for the Zaouïa for an interview with the marabout, who, no doubt, was already wondering why he did not follow up his first attempt by a second. He would hire or buy in the city a racing camel fitted with a bassour large enough for two, and this he would take with him to the Zaouïa, ready to bring away both sisters. No allusion to Saidee would be made in words. The ultimatum would concern Victoria only, as the elder sister was wife to the marabout, and no outsider could assume to have jurisdiction over her. But as it was certain that Victoria would not stir without Saidee, a demand for one was equivalent to a demand for the other. This part of the plan was to be subject to modification, in case Stephen saw Victoria and she proposed any course of action concerning her sister. As for Sabine, having helped to make the plot, he was to hold himself ready at Oued Tolga, the city, for Stephen's return from the Zaouïa, and the rest was on the knees of the gods. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Golden Silence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson. Chapter 47. For the second time, Stephen entered by the great gates of the Zoea. The lounging Negro who had let him in before stared at the grey Mahari with the red curtained bassour, whose imposing height dwarfed the Roumi's horse, and his eyes dwelt with interest on the two Arabs from the town of Oued Tolga. Perhaps he thought that they would satisfy his curiosity when the visitor had gone inside. But Stephen thought differently. The Arabs would tell nothing, because they knew nothing which could explain the mystery. The Negro had no French, and either did not understand or pretend not to understand the Roumi's request to see the marabout. This looked ominous, because Stephen had been let in without difficulty the first time, and the Negro seemed intelligent enough to be stupid in accordance with instructions. Great insistence, however, and the production of documents, ordinary letters but effective to impress the uneducated intelligence, persuaded the big gatekeeper to send for an interpreter. Stephen waited with outward patience, though a loud voice seemed crying in his ears, "What will happen next? What will the end be? Success, or a sudden fluke that will mean failure?" He barred his mind against misgivings, but he had hoped for some sign of life when he rode in sight of the white roofs, and there had been no sign. For many minutes he waited, and then came an old man who had showed him to the marabout's reception room on his first visit. Stephen was glad to see this person, because he could speak a little French, and because he had a mild air, as if he might easily be browbeaten. "I must see Sidi Mohammed on important business," Stephen said. The old man was greatly grieved, but Sidi Mohammed was indisposed and not able to speak with anyone. Would monsieur care to visit the mosque again, and would he drink coffee? So this was the game. Stephen was not surprised. His face flushed and his jaws squared. He would not drink coffee, and he would not give himself the pleasure of seeing the mosque, but would trouble the interpreter with a message to the marabout, and would await an answer. Then Stephen wrote on one of his visiting cards in English, "I have important news of your son, which you would regret not hearing, and it can be told to no one but yourself." In less than 10 minutes the messenger came back. The marabout, though not well, would receive monsieur. Stephen was led through the remembered labyrinth of covered passages, dim and cool, though outside the desert sand flamed under the afternoon sun. And as he walked he was aware of softly padding footsteps behind him. Once he turned his head quickly, and saw that he was followed by a group of 3 tall Negroes. They looked away when they met his eyes, as if they were on his heels by accident. But he guessed that he had been told to watch him, and took the caution as a compliment. Yet he realized that he ran some risk in coming to this place on such an errand as his. Already the marabout looked upon him as an enemy, no doubt, and it was not impossible that news of the boy's disappearance had by this time reached the Zoea, in spite of his guardian's selfish cowardice. If so, and if the father connected the kidnapping of his son with today's visitor, he might let his desire for revenge overcome prudence. To prove his power by murdering an Englishman, his guest, would do the desert potentate more harm than good in the end. Yet men of mighty passions do not always stop to think of consequences, and Stephen was not blind to his own danger. If the marabout lost his temper, not a man in the Zoea but would be ready to obey a word or gesture, and short work might be made of Victoria Ray's only champion. However, Stephen counted a good deal on Ben Halim's caution, and on the fact that his presence in the Zoea was known outside. He meant to acquaint his host with that fact as a preface to their conversation. "The marabout will come presently," the mild interpreter announced, when he had brought Stephen once more to the reception room adjoining the mosque. So saying, he bowed himself away and shut the door, but Stephen opened it almost instantly to look out. It was as he expected. The tall Negroes stood lazily on guard. They scarcely showed surprise at being caught, yet their fixed stare was somewhat strained. "I wonder if there's to be a signal," thought Stephen. It was very still in the reception room of Sidi Mohammed. The young man sat down opposite the door of that inner room from which the marabout had come to greet him the other day, but he did not turn his back fully upon the door behind which were the watchers. Minutes passed on. Nothing happened, and there was no sound. Stephen grew impatient. He knew, from what he had heard of the great Zaouïa, that manifold and strenuous lives were being lived all around him in this enormous hive, which was university, hospice, mosque, and walled village in one. Yet there was no hum of men talking, of women chatting over their work, or children laughing at play. The silence was so profound that it was emphasized to his ears by the droning of a fly in one of the high, iron-barred windows. And in spite of himself, he started when it was suddenly and ferociously broken by a melancholy roar like the thunderous yawn of a bored lion. But still the marabout did not appear. Evidently he intended to show the persistent Roumi that he was not to be intimidated or browbeaten, or else he did not really mean to come at all. The thought that perhaps, while he waited, he had been quietly made a prisoner brought Stephen to his feet. He was on the point of trying the inner door when it opened, and the masked marabout stood looking at him with keen eyes which the black veil seemed to darken and make sinister. Without speaking, the Arab closed, but did not latch, the door behind him, and standing still he spoke in a deep voice that was slightly muffled by the thin band of woolen stuff over the lower part of his face. "Thou hast sent me an urgent summons to hear tidings of my son," he said in his correct, measured French. "What canst thou know which I do not know already?" "I began to think you were not very desirous to hear my news," replied Stephen, "as I have been compelled to wait so long that my friends in Oued Tolga will be wondering what detains me in the Zaouïa, or whether any accident has befallen me. As thou wert doubtless informed, I am not well, and was not prepared to receive guests. I have made an exception in thy favour because of the message thou sent. Pray, do not keep me in suspense. If harm has come to my son—" Sidi Mohammed did not invite his guest to sit down. "No harm has come to the boy," Stephen reassured him. "He is in good hands. In charge of his uncle, whom I have appointed his guardian," the marabout broke in. "He doesn't know anything yet," Stephen said to himself quickly. Then, aloud, "At present, he is not in charge of his uncle, but is with a friend of mine. He will be sent back, safe and well, to Oued Tolga, when you have discovered the whereabouts of Miss Ray, the young lady of whom you knew nothing the other day. And when you have produced her, I know now, with absolute certainty, that she is here in the Zaouïa. When she leaves it, with me and the escort I have brought, to join her friends, you will see your son again, but not before, and never unless Miss Ray is given up." The marabout's dark hands clenched themselves, and he took a step forward, but stopped and stood still, tall and rigid, within arm's length of the Englishman. "Thou darest to come here and threaten me," he said. "Thou art a fool. If thou and thy friends have stolen my child, all will be punished, not by me, but by the power which is set above me to rule this land, France." "We have no fear of such punishment, or any other," Stephen answered. We have dared to take the boy, and I have dared, as you say, to come here and threaten, but not idly. We have not only your son, but your secret, in our possession. And if Miss Ray is not allowed to go, or if anything happens to me, you will never see your boy again, because France herself will come between you and him. You will be sent to prison as a fraudulent pretender, and the boy will become a ward of the nation. He will no longer have a father." The dark eyes blazed above the mask, though still the marabout did not move. "Thou art a liar and a madman," he said. "I do not understand thy ravings, for they have no meaning. They will have a fatal meaning for Cassim ben Halim if they reach the ears of the French authorities, who believe him dead," said Stephen quietly. "Ben Halim was only a disgraced officer, not a criminal, until he conspired against the government, and stole a great position which belonged to another man. Since then, prison doors are open for him if his plottings are found out." Unwittingly, Stephen chose words which were as daggers in the breast of the Arab. Although made without knowledge of the secret work to which the marabout had vowed himself and all that was his, the young man's threat sounded like a hint so terrible in its meaning that Ben Halim's heart turned suddenly to water. He saw himself exposed, defeated, hand and foot in the enemy's power. How this Roumi had wormed out the hidden truth he could not conceive, but he realized on the instant that the situation was desperate, and his brain seemed to him to become a delicate and intricate piece of mechanism, moving with oiled wheels. All the genius of a great soldier and a great diplomat were needed at one and the same time, and if he could not call such inspiration to his aid, he was lost. He had been tempted for one volcanic second to stab Stephen with the dagger which he always carried under his burnous and embroidered vest, but a lightning flash of reason bade him to hold his hand. There were other ways. There must be other ways. Fortunately, Maïeddine had not been told of the Roumi's presence in the Zaouïa, and need not learn anything concerning him or his proposals until the time came when a friend could be of use and not a hindrance. Even in this moment, when he saw before his eyes a fiery picture of ruin, Ben Halim realized that Maïeddine's passion for Victoria Ray might be utilized by and by for the second time. Not once did the dark eyes falter or turn from the enemies, and Stephen could not help admiring the Arab's splendid self-control. It was impossible to feel contempt for Ben Halim, even for Ben Halim trapped. Stephen had talked with an air of cool indifference, his hands in his pockets. But in one pocket was a revolver, and he kept his fingers on it as the marabout stood facing him silently after the ultimatum. "I have listened to the end," the Arab said at last, "because I wish to hear what strange folly thou hast got in thy brain. But now, when thou hast finished apparently, I cannot make head or tail of thy accusations. Of a man named Cassim ben Halim I may have heard, but he is dead. Thou canst hardly believe in truth that he and I are one. But even if thou dost believe it, I care little, for if thou wert unwise enough to go with such a story to my masters and friends the French, they could bring 100 proofs that thy tale was false, and they would laugh thee to scorn. I have no fear of anything thou canst do against me, but if it's true that thou and thy friend have stolen my son, rather than harm should come to him who is my all on earth, I may be weak enough to treat with thee." "I have brought proof that the boy is gone," returned Stephen. For the moment, he tacitly accepted the attitude which the marabout chose to take up. Let the fellow save his face by pretending to yield entirely for the boy's sake, he said to himself. What can it matter so long as he does yield? In the pocket with the revolver was a letter which Sabine had induced Hassan ben Saad to write, and now Stephen produced it. The writing was in Arabic, of course, but Sabine, who knew the language well, had translated every word for him before he started from Oued Tolga. Stephen knew, therefore, that the boy's uncle, without confessing how he had strayed from duty, admitted that, by an incredible misfortune, the young Mohammed had been enticed away from him. He feared, Hassan ben Saad added, to make a disturbance. As an influential friend, Captain Sabine advised him to inform the marabout of what had happened before taking public action which the child's father might disapprove. The Arab frowned as he read on, not only because of his anger with the boy's guardian, though that burned in his heart, hot as a new kindled fire, and could be extinguished only by revenge. "This Captain Sabine," he said slowly, "I know slightly. He called upon me at the time when he made a well in the neighbourhood. Was it he who put into thine head these ridiculous notions concerning a dead man? I warn thee to answer truly if thou wouldst gain anything from me. My countrymen don't, as a rule, transact business by telling diplomatic lies," said Stephen, smiling, as he felt he could now afford to smile. "Captain Sabine did not put the notion into my head. Hast thou spoken of it to him?" Stephen shrugged his shoulders slightly. "I do not see that I am called upon to answer that question. All I will say is, you need have no fear of Captain Sabine or any one else, once Miss Ray is safely out of this place." The marabout turned this answer over quickly in his mind. He knew that, if Sabine or any Frenchman suspected his identity and his plans for the future, he was irretrievably lost. No private consideration would induce a French officer to spare him, if aware that he hoped eventually to overthrow the rule of France in North Africa. This being the case, and believing that Knight had learned of the plot, he reflected that Sabine could not have been taken into the secret, otherwise the Englishman dared not make promises. He saw, too, that it would have been impolitic for Knight to take Sabine into his confidence. A Frenchman in the secret would have ruined this coup d'etat, and, beginning to respect Stephen as an enemy, he decided that he was too clever to be in real partnership with the officer. Ben Halim's growing conviction was that his wife, Saidee, had told Victoria all she knew and all she suspected, and that the girl had somehow contrived to smuggle a letter out of the Zaouïa to her English lover. The distrust and dislike he had long felt for Saidee suddenly burst into a flame of hatred. He longed to crush under his foot the face he had once loved, to grind out its beauty with a spurred heel. And he hated the girl too, though he could not punish her as he could punish Saidee, for he must have Maïeddine's help presently, and Maïeddine would insist that she should be protected, whatever might happen to others. But he was beginning to see light ahead, if he might take it for granted that his secret was suspected by no more than 4 persons: Saidee, Victoria, and the 2 Englishmen who were acting for the girl. "I see by this letter from my brother-in-law that it is even as thou sayest. Thou and thy friend together have committed the cruel wrong of which thou boastest," Ben Halim said at last. "A father robbed of his one son is as a stag pinned to earth with a spear through his heart. He is in the hands of the hunter, his courage ebbing with his life blood. Had this thing been done when thou wert here before, I should have been powerless to pay the tribute, for the lady over whom thou claimest a right was not within my gates. Now, I admit, she has come. If she wished to go with thee, she is free to do so, but I will send with her men of my own to travel by her side, and refuse to surrender her until my child is given into their hands." "That is easy to arrange," Stephen agreed. I will telegraph to my friend, who is by this time, as you can see by your letter, 2 days' journey away or more. He will return with your son and an escort, but only at a certain distance. I will meet him at some place appointed, and we will hand the boy over to your men." "It will be better that the exchange should be made here," said the marabout. "I can see why it might be so from your point of view, but that view is not ours. You have too much power here, and frankly, I don't trust you. You admit that I'd be a fool if I did. The meeting must be at some distance from your Zoea." The marabout raised his eyebrows superciliously. They said, "So thou art afraid?" But Stephen was not to be taunted into an imprudence where Victoria's safety was at stake. "Those are our terms," he repeated. "Very well, I accept," said the Arab. "Thou mayest send a message to the lady, inviting her to leave my house with thee, and I assure thee that in any case I would have no wish to keep her, other than the desire of hospitality. Thou canst take her at once, if she will go, and passing through the city with her and my men, thou canst send thy telegram. Appoint as a meeting place the Bordj of Toldja, 1 day's march from the town of Oued Tolga. When my men have the child in their keeping, thou wilt be free to go in peace, with the girl and thy friend. I should be glad if thou wouldst send for her and let me talk with her here," Stephen suggested. "No, that cannot be," the marabout answered decidedly. "When she is out of my house, I wash my hands of her. But while she is under my roof, it would be shameful that she should speak, even in my presence, with a strange man." Stephen was ready to concede a point if he could get his wish in another way. "Give me paper, then, and I will write to the lady," he said. "There will be an answer, and it must be brought to me quickly, for already I have stopped longer than I expected. And Captain Sabine, who knows I have come to call upon you and fetch a friend, may be anxious." He spoke his last words with a certain emphasis, knowing that Ben Halim would understand the scarcely veiled threat. The marabout went into the next room and got some French writing paper. Stephen wrote a hasty note, begging Victoria to leave the Zaouïa under his care. He would take her, he said, to Lady MacGregor, who had come to Touggourt on purpose to be at hand if wanted. He wrote in English, but because he was sure that Ben Halim knew the language, he said nothing to Victoria about her sister. Only he mentioned, as if carelessly, that he had brought a good camel with a comfortable bassour large enough for 2. When the letter was in an envelope addressed to Miss Ray, the marabout took it from Stephen and handed it to somebody outside the door. No doubt one of the 3 watchers. They were mumbled instructions in Arabic, and 10 minutes later an answer came back. Stephen could have shouted for joy at the sight of Victoria's handwriting. There were only a few lines in pencil, but he knew that he would keep them always, with her first letter. "Oh, how glad I am that you are here," she wrote. "By and by I hope to thank you. But of course I can't come without my sister. She is wretched and wants to leave the man who seems to her no longer a husband, but she thinks he will not let her go. Tell him that it must be both of us, or neither. Or, if you feel it would be better, give him this to read, and ask him to send an answer." Stephen guessed why the girl had written in French. She had fancied that the marabout would not choose to admit his knowledge of English, and he admired the quickness of her wit in a sudden emergency. As he handed the letter to the Arab, Stephen would have given a great deal to see the face under the black mask. He could read nothing of the man's mind through the downcast eyelids with their long black fringe of close-set lashes, and he knew that Ben Halim must have finished the short letter at least 60 seconds before he chose to look up from the paper. "It is best," the marabout said slowly, "that the 2 sisters go together. A man of Islam has the right to repudiate a woman who gives him no children, but I have been merciful. Now an opportunity has come to rid myself of a burden, without turning adrift one who is helpless and friendless. For my son's sake I have granted thy request. For my own sake I grant the girl's request, but both only on one condition, that thou swearest in the name of thy God and upon the head of thy father, never to breathe with thy lips, or put with thy hand upon paper, the malicious story about me, at which thou hast today hinted, that thou enforce upon the two sisters the same silence, which before going they must promise me to guard forever. Though there is no foundation for the wicked fabrication, and no persons of intelligence who know me would believe it, even if I had no proof, still for a man who holds a place of spiritual eminence, evil gossip is a disgrace. I promise for myself, for my friend, and for both the ladies, silence on that subject, so long as we may live. I swear before my God and on the head of my dead father, that I will keep my word if you keep yours to me, said Stephen, who knew only half the secret. Yet he was astonished at gaining his point so easily. He had expected more trouble. Nevertheless, he did not see how the marabout could manage to play him false if he wanted to get his boy and hide the truth about himself. I am content, said the Arab, and thou shouldst be content, since thou hast driven a successful bargain, and it is as if the contract between us were signed in my heart's blood. Now I will leave thee. When the ladies are ready, thou shalt be called by one of the men who will be of their escort. It is not necessary that thou and I meet again, since we have, I hope, finished our business together, once and forever. Why is it that he lets me go, without even trying to make me swear never to tell what I know? Saidie asked Victoria, while all in haste and in confusion they put together a few things for the long journey. Saidie packed the little volumes of her diary with trembling fingers, and looked a frightened question at her sister. I'm thankful that he doesn't ask us, Victoria answered, for we couldn't promise not to tell, unless he would vow never to do the dreadful things you say he plans, lead a great rising, and massacre the French. Even to escape, one couldn't make a promise which might cost thousands of lives. We could perhaps evade a promise, yet seem to do what he asks, said Saidie, who had learned subtle ways in a school of subtlety. I'm terrified that he doesn't ask. Why isn't he afraid to let us go without any assurances? He knows that because you've been his wife, we wouldn't betray him unless we were forced to, in order to prevent massacres. Victoria tried to reassure her sister. And perhaps for the sake of getting his boy back, he's willing to renounce all his horrible plans. Perhaps, since he worships the child, Saidie half agreed. Yet, it doesn't seem like Cassim to be so easily cowed, and to give up the whole ambition of his life, with scarcely a struggle, even for his child. You said when you told me how you had written to Mr. Knight that Cassim could be forced to yield, if they took the boy, and so the end would justify the means. Yes, it was a great card to play, but I expect him to make me take a solemn oath never to tell what I know. Don't let's think of it, said Victoria. Let's just be thankful we're going, and get ready as quickly as we can, lest he should change his mind at the last moment. Or lest Maïeddine should find out, Saidie added. But if Cassim really means us to go, he won't let Maïeddine find out. He will thank Allah and the Prophet for sending the fever that keeps Maïeddine in his bedroom. Poor Maïeddine, Victoria half whispered. In her heart lurked kindness for the man who had so desperately loved her, even though love had driven him to the verge of treachery. I hope he'll forget all about me and be happy, she said. And then, because she was happy herself and the future seemed bright, she forgot Maïeddine and thought only of another. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of the Golden Silence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson. Chapter 48. That must be the Borg of Torja, at last, Victoria said, looking out between the curtains of her bassour. Aren't you thankful, Sadie? You'll feel happier and freer when Cassim's men have gone back to the Zoea and our ransom has been paid by the return of the little boy. That volume of your life will be closed forever and ever, and you can begin the next. Sadie was silent. She did not want to think that the volume was closed forever, because in it there was one chapter which, unless it could be added to the new volume, would leave the rest of the book without interest for her. Half involuntarily she touched the basket which Honoré Sabine had given her when they parted in the desert city of Oued Tolga early that morning. In the basket were 2 carrier pigeons. She had promised to send one from the Borg of Toja and another at the end of the next day's journey. After that she would be within reach of the telegraph. Her reason told her that it was well that Sabine was not with her now, yet she wished for him, and could not be glad of his absence. Perhaps she would never see him again. Who could tell? It would have been unwise for Sabine, as an officer and a man, to leave his duty to travel with her. She could see that, yet she was secretly angry with Victoria, because Victoria, happy herself, seemed to have little sympathy with her sister's hopes. The girl did not like to talk about Sabine, or discuss any connection he might possibly have with Sadie's future. And because Victoria was silent on that subject, Sadie revenged herself by being reticent on others. Victoria guessed the reason, and her heart yearned over Sadie, but this was something of which they could not talk. Some day, perhaps, Sadie would understand, and they would be drawn together again, more closely than before. "There's Toja," Stephen said, as the girl looked out again from the bassour. Whenever he saw her face, framed thus by the dark red curtains, his heart beat as if her beauty were new to him, seen that instant for the first time. This was a flood tide of his life. Now when they travelled through the desert together, he and she depended upon his help and protection. For today and a few more days until the desert journey should come to an end at Biskra. The tide would be at flood, then it would ebb, never to rise again, because at Algiers they must part, she to go her way, he to go his, and his way would lead him to Margot Lorenzi. After Algiers there would be no more happiness for him, and he did not hope for it, but, right or wrong, he was living passionately in every moment now. Victoria smiled down from the high bassour at the dark, sunburned face of the rider. How different it was from the dark face of another rider who had looked up at her, between her curtains, when she had passed that way before. There was only one point of resemblance between the two. The light of love in the eyes. Victoria could not help recognizing that likeness. She could not help being sure that Stephen loved her, and the thought made her feel safe as well as happy. There had been a sense of danger in the knowledge of Maïeddine's love. "The tower in the Borg is ruined," she said, looking across the waving sea of dunes to a tall black object like the crooked finger of a giant pointing up out of the gold into the blue. "It wasn't so when I passed before." "No," Stephen answered, welcoming any excuse to talk with her. but it was when we came from Touggourt. Sabine told me there'd been a tremendous storm in the south just before we left Algiers, and the heliograph tower at Toja was struck by lightning. They'll build it up again soon, for all these heliograph stations are supposed to be kept in order in case of any revolt. For the first thing a rebellious tribe does is to cut the telegraph wires. If that happened, the only way of communication would be by heliograph. And Sabine says that from Touggourt to Tombouctou, this chain of towers has been arranged always on elevations, so that signals can be seen across great stretches of desert, and inside the walls of the Bordj whenever possible, for defence. But the south is so contented and peaceful now, I don't suppose the government will get out of breath in its hurry to restore the damage here. At the sound of Sabine's name, Saidie had instantly roused to attention, and as Stephen spoke calmly of the peace and content in the south, she smiled. Then suddenly her face grew eager. Did the marabout appoint Toja as the place to make the exchange, or was it you? She asked, over Victoria's shoulder. The marabout, said Stephen. I fell in with the idea because I'd already made objections to several, and I could see none to Toja. It's a day's journey farther north than the Zaouïa, and I remembered the Bordj being kept by 2 Frenchmen who would be of use if... He checked himself, not wishing to hint that it might be necessary to guard against treason. If we had to stop for the night, he amended, no doubt the Bordj would be better kept than some others. And we shall have to stop, you know, because my friend Caird can't arrive from Touggourt with the boy till late at best. Did the marabout seem bent on making this Bordj the rendezvous? Saidie asked. Stephen's eyes met hers in a quick, involuntary glance, then turned to the ruined tower. He saw it against the northern sky as they came from the south, and, blackened by the lightning, it accentuated the desolation of the dunes. In itself, it looked sinister as a broken gibbet. If the marabout had a strong preference for the place, he didn't betray it, was the only answer he could make. Have you a special reason for asking? No, Saidie echoed, no special reason. But Stephen and Victoria both guessed what was in her mind. As they looked at the tower, all 3 thought of the Arabs who formed their caravan. There were 6 sent out from the Zaouïa to take back the little Mohammed. They belonged body and soul to the marabout. At the town of Oued Tolga, Stephen had added a 3rd to his escort of 2. But though they were good guides, brave, upstanding fellows, he knew they would turn from him if there were any question between the Roumis and the men of their own religion. If an accident had happened to the child on the way back from Touggourt, or if any other difficulty arose in which their interests clashed with his, he would have 9 Arabs against him. He and Caird, with the 2 Highlanders, if they came, would be alone, no matter how large might be Nevill's Arab escort. Stephen hardly knew why these thoughts pressed upon him suddenly, with new insistence, as he saw the tower rise dark against the sky, jagged as if it had been hacked with a huge, dull knife. He had known from the first what risks they ran. Nevill and he and Sabine had talked them all over, and decided that, on the whole, there was no great danger of treachery from the marabout, who stood to lose too much, to gain too little, by breaking faith. As for Maïeddine, he was ill with fever, so the sisters said, and Saidie and Victoria believed that he had been kept in ignorance of the marabout's bargain. Altogether, circumstances seemed to have combined in their favour. Ben Halim's wife was naturally suspicious and fearful after her long martyrdom, but there was no reason for uneasiness. Only, Stephen reminded himself, he must not neglect the slightest wavering of the weather vane. In every shadow he must look for a sign. They had not made a hurried march from the desert city, for Stephen and Sabine had calculated the hour at which Nevill might have received the summons, and the time he would take on the return journey. It was possible, Lady MacGregor being what she was, that she might have rewired the telegram to a certain Borge, the only telegraph station between Touggourt and Oued Tolga. If she had done this, and the message had caught Nevill, many hours would be saved. Instead of getting to the Borge about midnight, tired out with a long, quick march, he might be expected before dark. Even so, Stephen would be well ahead, for, as the caravan came to the gate of the Borge, it was only 6 o'clock, blazing afternoon still, and hot as midday with the fierce, golden heat of the desert towards the end of May. The big iron gates were wide open, and nothing stirred in the quadrangle inside. But as Stephen rode in, one of the Frenchmen he remembered slouched out of a room where the wooden shutters of the window were closed for coolness. His face was red, and he yawned as he came forward, rubbing his eyes as if he had been asleep. But he welcomed Stephen politely, and seeing that a good profit might be expected from so large a party, he roused himself to look pleased. "I must have a room for 2 ladies," said Stephen, "and I am expecting a friend with a small caravan to arrive from the north. However, 6 of my Arabs will go back when he comes. You must do the best you can for us, but nothing is of any importance compared to the ladies' comfort." "Certainly, I will do my best," the keeper of the Borge assured him. "But as you see, our accommodation is humble. It is strained when we had 4 or 5 officers for the night. And though I and my brother have been in this God-forsaken place, worse luck, for 9 years, we have never yet had to put up ladies. Unfortunately, too, my brother is away, gone to Touggourt to buy stores, and I have only one Arab to help me. Still, though I have forgotten many useful things in this banishment, I have not forgotten how to cook, as more than one French officer could tell you." "One has told me," said Stephen. "Captain Sabine of the Chasseurs d'Afrique. Ah, si, beau sabreur. He stopped with me on his way to Oued Tolga for the well making. If he has recommended me, I shall be on my mettle, monsieur." The heavy face brightened, but there were bags under the bloodshot eyes, and the man's breath reeked of alcohol. Stephen was sorry the brother was away. He had been the more alert and prepossessing of the two. As they talked, the quadrangle of the Borge, which was but an inferior caravanserai, had waked to animation. The landlord's one Arab servant had appeared, like a rat out of a hole, to help the new arrivals with their horses and camels. The caravans had filed in, and the marabout's men and Stephen's guides had dismounted. None of these had seen the place since the visitation of the storm, and 1 or 2 from the Zaouïa had perhaps never been so far north before. Yet they looked at the broken tower with grave interest rather than curiosity. Stephen wondered whether they had been primed with knowledge before starting, or if their lack of emotion were but Arab stoicism. As usual in the caravanserai, or large Borge, all round the square courtyard were a series of rooms, a few along one wall for the accommodation of French officers and rich Arabs, furnished with elementary European comforts, opposite a dining room and kitchen. To the left, the quarters of the 2 landlords and their servants. Along the 4th wall, on either side of the great iron gate, sheds for animals, untidily littered with straw and refuse, infested with flies. Further disorder was added by the debris from the broken heliograph tower, which had been only partially cleared away since the storm. Other towers there were, also 3 of them, all very low and squat, jutting out from each corner of the high flat top wall and loopholed as usual, so that men stationed inside could defend against an escalade. These small towers were intact, though the roof of one was covered with rubbish from the ruined shell rising above. And, looking up at this, Stephen saw that much had fallen away since he passed with Nevill, going to Oued Tolga. One entire wall had been sliced off, leaving the inside of the tower, with the upper chamber visible from below. It was like looking into a half-dissected body, and the effect was depressing. "If we should be raided by Arabs now," said the landlord, laughing as he saw Stephen glance at the tower, "we should have to pray for help. There would be no other means of getting it." "You don't seem to worry much," replied Stephen. "No, for the Arabs in these parts are sheep nowadays," said the Frenchman. "Like sheep, they might follow a leader, but where is the leader? It is different among the Tuaregs, where I spent some time before I came here. They are warriors by nature, but even they are quiet of late." "Do you ever see any here?" Stephen asked. "A few occasionally, going to Touggourt, but seldom. They are formidable looking fellows, in their indigo coloured masks, which stain their skin blue, but they are tractable enough if one does not offend them." There was only one room which could be made passably habitable for Saidee and Victoria, and they went into it, out of the hot sun, as soon as it could be prepared. The little luggage they had brought went with them, and the basket containing the 2 carrier pigeons. Saidee fed the birds, and scribbled a few words on a scrap of paper, to tell Sabine that they had arrived safely at Toudja. On second thoughts, she added a postscript, while Victoria unpacked what they needed for the night. "He chose the rendezvous," Saidee wrote. "I suppose I'm too superstitious, but I can't help wondering if his choice had anything to do with the ruined tower. Don't be anxious, though. You will probably receive another line tomorrow night, to say that we've reached the next stage, and all's well." "I suppose you think I'm doing wrong to write to him," she said to Victoria, as she took one of the pigeons out of its basket. "No," the girl answered. "Why shouldn't you write to say you're safe? He's your friend, and you're going far away." Saidee almost wished that Victoria had scolded her. Without speaking again, she began to fasten her letter under the bird's wing, but gave a little cry, for there was blood on her fingers. "Oh, he's hurt himself somehow!" she exclaimed. "He won't be able to fly, I'm afraid. What should I do? I must send the other one, and yet, if I do, there'll be nothing for tomorrow." "Won't you wait until Mr. Caird has come, and you can tell about the little boy?" Victoria suggested. "He mayn't arrive till very late, and I promised Captain Sabine that he should hear tonight. But think how quickly a pigeon flies. Surely it can go in less than half the time we would take, riding up and down among the dunes." "Oh, much less than half. Captain Sabine said that from the Bordj of Toudja the pigeon would come to him in an hour and a half, or 2 at most." "Then wait a little longer. Somehow I feel you'll be glad if you do." Saidee looked quickly at the girl. "You make me superstitious," she said. "Why?" "With your feelings about things. They're almost always right. I'm afraid of them. I shouldn't dare send the pigeon now, for fear." "For fear of what?" "I hardly know. I told you that you made me superstitious." Stephen stood between the open gates of the Bordj, looking north, whence Nevill should come. The desert was empty, a great waving stretch of gold, but a caravan might be engulfed among the dunes. Any moment horses or camels might come in sight, and he was not anxious about Nevill or the boy. It was impossible that they could have been cut off by an attacking party from the Zaouïa. Captain Sabine and he, Stephen, had kept too keen a watch for that to happen, for the Zaouïa lay south of Oued Tolga the city. Others, besides himself, were searching the sea of sand. One of his own guides was standing outside the gate, talking with two of the marabout's men and looking into the distance, but rather oddly, it seemed to him. Their faces were turned southward until the guide said something to the others. Then, slowly, they faced towards the north. Stephen remembered how he had told himself to neglect no sign. Had he just seen a sign? For some moments he did not look at the Arabs. Then, glancing quickly at the group, he saw that the head man sent by the marabout was talking emphatically to the guide from Oued Tolga, the city. Again their eyes flashed to the Roumi before he had time to turn away, and without hesitation the head man from the Zaouïa came a few steps towards him. "Sidi, we see horses," he said in broken French. "The caravan thou dost expect is there," and he pointed. Stephen had very good eyesight, but he saw nothing, and said so. "We Arabs are used to looking across great distances," the man answered. "Keep thy gaze steadily upon the spot where I point, and presently thou wilt see." It was as he prophesied. Out of a blot of shadow among the tawny dunes crawled some dark specks, which might have been particles of the shadow itself. They moved and gradually increased in size. By and by, Stephen could count 7 separate specks. It must be Nevill and the boy, and Stephen wondered if he had added 2 more Arabs to the pair who had gone back with him from Oued Tolga towards Touggourt. "Hurrah for Lady MacGregor," the watcher said under his breath. "She wired on my telegram and caught him before he'd passed the last station. I might have known she would. The glorious old darling." He hurried inside the bordj to knock at the lady's door and tell the news. "They're in sight," he cried. "Would you like to come outside the gate and look?" Instantly the door opened and the sisters appeared. Victoria looked flushed and happy, but Saidee was pale, almost haggard in comparison with the younger girl. Both were in Arab dress still, having nothing else, even if they had wished to change, and as she came out, Saidee mechanically drew the long blue folds of her veil closely over her face. Custom had made this a habit which it would be hard to break. All 3 went out together, and the Arabs, standing in a group, turned at the sound of their voices. Again they had been looking southward. Stephen looked also, but the dazzle of the declining sun was in his eyes. "Don't seem to notice anything," said Saidee in a low voice. "What is there to notice?" he asked in the same tone. "A big caravan coming from the south. Can't you see it?" "No, I see nothing." "You haven't stared at the desert for 8 years as I have. There must be 18 or 20 men." "Do you think they're from the Zaouïa?" asked Victoria. "Who can tell? We can't know until they're very close, and then—" "Nevill Caird will get here first," Stephen said, half to himself. "You can see 5 horses and 2 camels plainly now. They're travelling fast." "Those Arabs have seen the others," Saidee murmured, "but they don't want us to know they're thinking about them." "Even if men are coming from the Zaouïa," said Stephen, "it may easily be that they've only been sent as an extra escort for the boy, owing to his father's anxiety." "Yes, it may only be that," Saidee admitted. "Still, I'm glad—" She did not finish her sentence, but she was thinking about the carrier pigeon and Victoria's advice. All 3 looked northward, watching the 7 figures on horseback in the far distance, but now and then, when they could hope to do so without being noticed by the Arabs, they stole a hasty glance in the other direction. "The caravan has stopped," Saidee declared at last, "in the shadow of a big dune." "I see now," said Stephen. "And I," added Victoria. "Perhaps, after all, it's just an ordinary caravan," Saidee said more hopefully. "Many nomads come north at this time of year." They may be making their camp now. Anyway, it's certain they haven't moved for some time." And still they had not moved, when Nevill Caird was close enough to the bordj for a shout of greeting to be heard. "There are two of the strangest looking creatures with him," cried Saidee. "What can they be? On camels?" "Why," exclaimed Victoria, "it's those men in kilts who waited on the table at Mr. Caird's house." "Hurrah for Lady MacGregor again," laughed Stephen. "It's the twins, Angus and Hamish." He pulled off his Panama hat and waved it, shouting to his friend in joy. "We're a regiment," he exclaimed gaily. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of the Golden Silence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson. Chapter 49. The boy Mohammed was proud and very happy. He had not been in a motor car, for he had not got to Touggourt. But it was glorious to have travelled far north, almost out of the dunes, and not only to have seen giant women in short skirts with bare legs, but not to be afraid of them, as the grown-up Arabs were. The giant women were Hamish and Angus, and it was a great thing to know them, and to be able to explain them to his father's men from the Zaouïa. He was a handsome little fellow, with a face no darker than old ivory, and heavily lashed, expressive eyes like those which looked over the marabout's mask. His dress was that of a miniature man, a white silk burnous, embroidered with gold, over a pale blue vest, stitched in many colours. A splendid red cloak, whose embroidery of stiff gold stood out like bas relief. A turban and chechia of thin white muslin, and red-legged boots, finer than those of the Spahis. Though he was but 11 years old, and had travelled hard for days, he sat his horse with a princely air, worthy the son of a desert potentate, and like a prince he received the homage of the marabout's men, who rushed to him with guttural cries, kissing the toes of his boots in their short stirrups, and fighting for the end of his cloak to touch with their lips. He did not know that he had been kidnapped. His impression was that he had deigned to favour a rather agreeable Romy with his company. Now he was returning to his own people, and would bid his Romy friend good-bye with the cordiality of one gentleman to another, though with a certain royal condescension fitted to the difference in their positions. Nevill was in wild spirits, though pale with heat and fatigue. He had nothing to say of himself, but much of his aunt and of the boy Mohammed. "Ripping little chap," he exclaimed, when Saidee had gone indoors. "You never saw such pluck." "He'd die sooner than admit he was tired. I shall be quite sorry to part from him. He was a jolly good company, a sort of living book of Arab history. And what do you say to our surprise? The twins. My aunt sent them off at the same time with the telegram, but of course they put in an appearance much later. They caught me up this morning, riding like devils on racing camels, with one guide. No horses could be big enough for them. They've frightened every Arab they've met, but they're used to that and vain of it. They've got rifles, and bagpipes too, for all I know. They're capable of them." "I can't tell you how glad I am to see you, Wings," said Stephen. "And only a little less glad to see those big fellows with their brave faces." Then he mentioned to Nevill the apparition of that mysterious caravan which had appeared and vanished. Also he described the behaviour of the Zaouïa men when they had looked south instead of north. "Oh, that's all right, I'll bet. exclaimed Nevill, exuberant with joy of success and in the hope of coolness, food, and rest. Might have been any old caravan on its own business, nothing to do with us. That's the most likely thing. But if the marabout's mixed up with it, I should say it's only because he couldn't bear to stop at home and wait in suspense, and I don't blame him now I've made acquaintance with the kid. He'd be too proud to parade his anxiety under our noses, but would lurk in the distance, out of our sight. He probably flatters himself to welcome his son and take him back to Oued Tolga. Not unnatural. And in spite of all, I can't help being a little sorry for the man. We've humiliated and got the better of him because we happen to have his secret. It's a bit like draining a chap's blood and then challenging him to fight. He's got all he can expect now in receiving the child back, and if I can judge him by myself, he'll be so happy that he'll be only too thankful to see our backs for the last time. He might feel safer to stick a knife in them." "Oh, Lord, I'm too hot to worry," laughed Nevill. "Let's bid the boy Godspeed, or the Mussulman's equivalent, which is a lot more elaborate, and then turn our thoughts to a bath of sorts and a dinner of sorts. I think Providence has been good to us so far, and we can afford to trust it. I'm sure Miss Ray would agree with me there." And Nevill glanced with kind blue eyes towards the shut door behind which Victoria had disappeared with her sister. When at last the little Mohammed had been dispatched with great ceremony of politeness, as well as a present of Stephen's gold watch, the two Englishmen watched him fade out of sight with his cavalcade of men from the Zaouïa, and saw that nothing moved in the southern distance. "All's right with the world. And now for the wash and food," cried Nevill, turning in with a sigh of relief at the gate of the bordj. "But oh, by the way, Hamish has got a letter for you. Or is it Angus? Anyhow, it's from my fairy aunt, which I would envy you if she hadn't sent me on something better. A postcard from Tlemcen. My tyrant goddess thinks letters likely to give undue encouragement, but once in a while she sheds the light of a postcard on me. Small favours thankfully received from that source." Inside the courtyard, the Highlanders were watching the three Arabs who had travelled with them and their master, attending to the horses and camels. These newcomers were being shown the ropes by the one servant of the bordj, Stephen's men helping with a grave good nature. They all seemed very friendly together, as is the way of Arabs, unless they inhabit rival districts. Hamish had the letter and gave it to Stephen, who retired a few steps to read it, and Nevill, seeing that the twins left all the work to the Arabs, ordered them to put his luggage into the musty smelling room which he was to share with Stephen, and to get him some kind of bath, if it were only a tin pan. Stephen did not listen to these directions, nor did he hear or see anything that went on in the courtyard for the next 10 minutes. There was, indeed, a short and characteristic letter from Lady MacGregor, but it was only to say that she had finished and named the new game of patience for Victoria Ray, and that, after all, she enclosed him a telegram forwarded from Algiers to Touggourt. "I know Nevill told me that everything could wait till you got back," she explained. "But as I'm sending the twins, they might as well take this. It may be of importance, and I'm afraid by the time you get it, the news will be several days old already." He guessed, before he looked, whence the telegram came, and he dreaded to make sure. For an instant he was tempted to put the folded bit of paper in his pocket, unread until Touggourt, or even Biskra. "Why shouldn't I keep these few days unspoiled by thoughts of what's to come, since they're the only happy days I shall ever have?" he asked himself. But it would be weak to put off the evil moment, and he would not yield. He opened the telegram. "Sailing on Virginian. Hope you can meet me, Liverpool, May 22nd. Love and longing, Margot. Today was the 25th. When he looked up, the courtyard was empty and quiet, save for the quacking of 2 or 3 forlorn ducks. Nevill had gone inside, and the Highlanders were waiting upon him, no doubt, for Nevill liked a good deal of waiting upon. The Arabs had left the animals peacefully feeding, and had disappeared into the kitchen, or perhaps to have a last look at the vanishing escort of the marabout's sacred son. Stephen was suddenly conscious of fatigue, and a depression as of great weariness. He envied Nevill, whose boyish laugh he heard. The girl Nevill loved had refused to marry him, but she smiled when she saw him, and sent him postcards when he was absent. There was hope for Nevill. For him there was none, although, and it was as if a fierce hand seized and wrenched his heart. Sometimes it seemed, in the last few hours, that in Victoria's raised smiles for him there was the same lovely, mysterious light which made the eyes of Josette Soubise wonderful when she looked at Nevill. If it were not for Margot, but there was no use thinking of that. He could not ask Margot to set him free, after all that had passed, and if he should ask, she would refuse. Shuddering disgustfully, the thought of a new family scandal shot through his mind. A breach of promise case begun by Margot against him if he tried to escape. It was the sort of thing she would do, he could not help recognizing. Another cause célèbre, more vulgar than the fight for his brother's title. How Victoria would turn in shocked revulsion from the hero of such a coarse tragi-comedy. But he would never be that hero. He would keep his word and stick to Margot. When he should come to the desert telegraph station between Toudja and Touggourt, he would wire to the Carlton, where she thought of returning, and explain as well as he could that, not expecting her quite yet, he had stayed on in Africa, but would see her as soon as possible. "Better hurry up and get ready for dinner," shouted Nevill through a crack of their bedroom door. "I warn you, I'm starving." By this time the Highlanders were out in the courtyard again, 2 gigantic figures, grotesque and even fearful in the eyes of Arabs. But there were no Arabs to stare at them now. All had gone about their business in one direction or other. Stephen said nothing to his friend about the enclosure in Lady MacGregor's letter, mentioning merely the new game of cards named in honour of Miss Ray, at which they both laughed. And it seemed rather odd to Stephen just then to hear himself laugh. The quick falling twilight had now given sudden coolness and peace to the desert. The flies had ceased their persecutions. The whole air was blue as the light seen through a pale star sapphire, for the western sky was veiled with a film of cloud floating up out of the sunset like the smoke of its fire, and there was no glow of red. As the 2 friends made themselves ready for dinner and talked of such adventures as each had just passed through, they heard the voice of the landlord impatiently calling, "Abdullah! Abdullah!" There was no reply, and again he roared the name of his servant from the kitchen and from the courtyard, into which he rushed with a huge ladle in his hand. Then from farther off, outside the gate, which remained wide open, still there came no answer, and presently Stephen, looking from his bedroom, saw the Frenchman, hot and red-faced, slowly crossing the courtyard, mumbling to himself. Nevill had not quite finished his toilette, for he had kind of a boyish vanity, and wished to show how well and smart he could look after the long, tiresome journey. But Stephen was ready, and he stepped out, closing the door behind him. "Can't you find your servant?" he asked the keeper of the Borge. "No," said the man, adding some epithets singularly unflattering to the absent one and his ancestors. He has vanished as if his father, the devil, had dragged him down to hell." "Where are the others?" inquired Stephen. "My men and my friend's men. Are they still standing outside the gates, watching the boy and his caravan?" "I saw them nowhere," returned the Frenchman. "It is bad enough to keep one Arab in order. I do not run after others. Would that the whole nation might die like flies in a frost. I hate them. What am I to do for my dinner? And ladies in the bordj for the first time. It is just my luck. I cannot leave the kitchen, and that brute Abdullah has not laid the table. When I catch him, I will wring his neck as if he were a hen." He trotted back to the kitchen, swearing, and an instant later he was visible through the open door, drinking something out of a bottle. Stephen went to the door of the third and the last guest room of the bordj. It was larger than the others, and had no furniture except a number of thick blue and red rugs spread one on top of the other, on the floor. This was the place where those who paid least were accommodated, 8 or 10 at a time, if necessary, and it was expected that Hamish and Angus would have to share the room with the Arab guides of both parties. Stephen looked in at the twins as they scornfully inspected their quarters. "Where are the Arabs?" he asked, as he had asked the landlord. "We dinna care where they've taken theirselves," replied Angus. "All we ken is, we will not sleep in the house with them. Her ladyship would not expect it, whatever. We prefer to sleep in the open." Stephen retired from the argument, and mounted a steep, rough stairway close to the gate, which led to the flat top of the wall, and had formerly been connected by a platform with the ruined heliograph tower. The wall was perhaps 2 feet thick, and though the top was rough and somewhat broken, it was easy to walk upon it. Once it had been defended by a row of nails and bits of glass, but most of these were gone. It was an ancient bordj, and many years of peace had passed since it was built in the old days of raids and razzias. Stephen looked out over the desert, through the blue veil of twilight, but could see no sign of life anywhere. Then, coming down, he mounted into each squat tower in turn, and peered out, so that he might spy in all directions. But there was nothing to spy save the shadowy dunes, more than ever like waves of the sea, in this violet light. He was not reassured, however, by the appearance of a vast peace and emptiness. Behind those billowing dunes that surged away towards the horizon, north, south, east, and west, there was hiding place for an army. As he came down from the last of the 4 towers, his friend sauntered out from his bedroom. "I hope the missing Abdullah's turned up, and dinner is ready," said Nevill gaily. Then Stephen told him what had happened, and Nevill's cheerful face settled into gravity. "Looks as if they got a tip from the marabout's men," he said slowly. "It can be nothing else," Stephen agreed. "I blame myself for calling the twins inside to help me," said Nevill. "If I'd left them to moon about the courtyard, they'd have seen those sneaks creeping away, and reported. They wouldn't have thought it strange that the Arabs stood outside, watching the boy go. You're not to blame, because you didn't see the sly look in my fellows' faces. I had the sign, and neglected it, in spite of my resolutions. But after all, if we're in for trouble, I don't know that it isn't as well those cowards have taken French leave. If they'd stayed, we'd only have had an enemy inside the gates, as well as out. And that reminds me, we must have the gates shut at once. Thank heaven we brought those French army rifles and plenty of cartridges from Algiers, when we didn't know what we might be in for. Now we do know, and all are likely to come handy. Also our revolvers. Thank heaven and my aunt for the twins, too," said Nevill. They might be better servants, but I'll bet on them as fighters. And perhaps you'd notice the rifles her ladyship provided them with at Touggourt. I saw the muzzles glitter as they rode along on camel-back," Stephen answered, "and I was glad even then. But now—" He did not need to finish the sentence. "We'd better have a word with our host," he said. To reach the dining room, where the landlord was busy, furiously clattering dishes, they had to pass the door of the room occupied by the sisters. It was half open, and as they went by, Victoria came out. "Please tell me things," she said. "I'm sure you're anxious. When we heard the landlord call his servant and nobody answered, Sadie was afraid there was something wrong. You know, from the first, she thought that Cassim didn't mean to keep his word. Have the Arabs all gone?" Nevill was silent, to let Stephen take the responsibility. He was not sure whether or no his friend meant to try and hide their anxiety from the women. But Stephen answered frankly, "Yes, they're gone. It may be that nothing will happen, but we're going to shut the gates at once, and make every possible preparation." "In case of an attack?" "Yes, but we have a good place for defence here. It would be something to worry about if we were out in the open desert." "There are 5 men, counting your Highlanders," said Victoria, turning to Nevill. "I think they are brave, and I know well already what you both are." Her eyes flashed to Stephen's with a beautiful look, all for him. "And Sadie and I aren't cowards. Our greatest grief is that we brought you into this danger. It's for our sakes. If it weren't for us, you'd be safe and happy in Algiers." Both men laughed. "We'd rather be here, thank you," said Stephen. "If you're not frightened, that's all we want. We're as safe as in a fort, and shall enjoy the adventure, if we have any." "It's like you to say that," Victoria answered. "But there's no use pretending, is there? Cassim will bring a good many men, and Si Maïeddine will be with them, I think. They couldn't afford to try and fail. If they come, they'll have to make thorough work. Yet, on the other hand, they wouldn't want to take too many into their secret," Stephen tried to reassure her. "Well, we may soon know," she said. "But what I came out to say is this. My sister has 2 carrier pigeons with her. One has hurt its wing and is no use. But the other is well, and he comes from Oued Tolga. Not the Zaouïa, but the city. We've been thinking, she and I, since the Arab servant didn't answer, that it would be a good thing to send a letter to Captain Sabine, telling him we expected an attack. It would be rather a sell if he got the message and acted on it, and then nothing happened after all," suggested Nevill. "I think we'll send the message," said Stephen. "It would be different if we were all men here, but—" Victoria turned, and ran back to the open door. "The pigeon shall go in 5 minutes," she called over her shoulder. Stephen and Nevill went to the dining room. The landlord was there, drunk, talking to himself. He had broken a dish, and was kicking the fragments under the table. He laughed at first when the 2 Englishmen tried to impress upon him the gravity of the situation. At last, however, they made him understand that this was no joke, but deadly earnest. They helped him close and bar the heavy iron gates, and as they looked about for material with which to build up a barrier if necessary, they saw the sisters come to the door. Sadie had a pigeon in her hand, and opening them suddenly, she let it go. It rose, fluttered, circling in the air, and flew southward. Victoria ran up the dilapidated stairway by the gate to see it go, but already the tiny form was muffled from sight in the blue folds of the twilight. "In less than 2 hours it will be at Oued Tolga," the girl cried, coming down the steep steps. At that instant, far away, there was the dry bark of a gun. They looked at each other and said nothing. but the same doubt was in the minds of all. It might be that the message would never reach Oed Tolga. Then another thought flashed into Stephen's brain. He asked himself whether it would be possible to climb up into the broken tower. If he could reach the top, he might be able to call for help if they should be hard pressed. For some years before he had, more for amusement than anything else, taken a commission in a volunteer battalion, and among many other things which he considered more or less useless, had learned signalling. He had not entirely forgotten the accomplishment, and it might serve him very well now. Only, and he looked up critically at the jagged wall, it would be difficult to get into that upper chamber, a shell of which remained. In any case, he would not think of so extreme a measure until he was sure that, if he gave an alarm, it would not be a false one. "Let's have dinner," said Nevill. "If we have fighting to do, I vote we start with ammunition in our stomach as well as in our pockets." Saidie had gone part way up the stairs and was looking over the wall. "I see something dark that moves," she says. "It's far away, but I am sure. My eyes haven't been trained in the desert for nothing. It's a caravan, quite a big caravan, and it's coming this way. That's where the shot came from. If they've killed the pigeon or winged it, we're all lost. It would only be childish to hope. We must look our fate in the face. The men will be killed, and I too. Victoria will be saved, but I think she'd rather die with the rest of us, for Maïeddine will take her." "It's never childish to hope, it seems to me," said Nevill. "This little fort of ours isn't to be conquered in an hour, or many hours, I assure you. And we have no intention of letting you be killed, or Miss Ray carried off, or of dying ourselves at the hands of a few Arabs," Knight added. "Have confidence." "In our star," Victoria half whispered, looking at Stephen. They both remembered, and their eyes spoke, in a language they had never used before. In England, Margot Lorenzi was wondering why Stephen Knight had not come to meet her, and angrily making up her mind that she would find out the reason. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of the Golden Silence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson. Chapter 50. Somehow they all contrived to take a little food, 3 watching from the wall towers while the others ate, and Saidie prepared strong, delicious coffee such as had never been tasted in the Borg of Toja. When they had dined after a fashion, each making a 5-minute meal, there was still time to arrange the defence for the attacking party, if such it were. Could not reach the Borg in less than an hour, marching as fast as horses and camels could travel among the dunes. The landlord was drunk, there was no disguising that, but though he was past planning, he was not past fighting. He had a French army rifle and bayonet. Each of the 5 men had a revolver, and there was another in the Borg, belonging to the absent brother. This Saidie asked for, and it was given her. There was plenty of cartridges for each weapon, enough at all events to last out a hot fight of several hours. After that, but it was best not to send thoughts too far ahead. The Frenchman had served long ago in the Chasseurs d'Afrique, and had risen, he said, to the rank of sergeant. But the fumes of absinthe clouded his brain, and he could only swagger and boast of old exploits as a soldier, crying from time to time, "Vive l'entente cordiale!" and assuring the Englishmen that they could trust him to the death. It was Stephen who, by virtue of his amateur soldiering experience, had to take the lead. He posted the Highlanders in opposite watchtowers, placing Nevill in one which commanded the two rear walls of the bordj. The next step was the building of bonfires, one at each corner of the roof, so that when the time for fighting came, the defenders might confound the enemy by lighting the surrounding desert, making a surprise impossible. Old barrels were broken up, therefore, and saturated with oil. The spiked double gates of iron, though apparently strong, Stephen judged incapable of holding out long against battering rams. But he knew heavy bulks of wood to be rare in the desert, far from the palms of the oasis. What he feared most was gunpowder, and though he was ignorant of the marabout's secret ambitions and warlike preparations, he thought it not improbable that a store of gunpowder might be kept in the Zaouïa. True, the French government forbade Arabs to have more than a small supply in their possession, but the marabout was greatly trusted, and was perhaps allowed to deal out a certain amount of the coveted treasure for powder play on religious fête days. To prevent the bordj falling into the hands of the Arabs, if the gates were blown down, Stephen and his small force built up a further corner of the yard, in front of the dining room door, a barrier of mangers, barrels, wooden troughs, iron bedsteads, and mattresses from the guests' rooms. Also, they reinforced the gates against the pressure from the outside, using the shafts of old carts to make struts, which they secured against the side wall or frame of the gateway. These formed buttresses of considerable strength, and the landlord, instead of grumbling at the damage which might be done to his bordj, and the danger which threatened himself, was maudlin with delight at the prospect of killing a few detested Arabs. "I don't know what your quarrel's about, unless it's the ladies," he said, breathing vengeance and absence. "But whatever it is, I'll make it mine, whether you compensate me or not. Depend upon me, mon capitaine. Depend on an old soldier." But Stephen dared not depend upon him to man one of the watchtowers. Eye and hand were too unsteady to do good service in picking off escalators. The ex-soldier was brave enough for any feat, however, and was delighted when the Englishman suggested, rather than gave orders, that his should be the duty of lighting the bonfires. That done, he was to take his stand in the courtyard, and shoot any man who escaped the rifles in the wall towers. It was agreed among all 5 men that the gate was to be held as long as possible, that if it fell, a second stand should be made behind the crescent-shaped barricade outside the dining room door, that, should this defence fall also, all must retreat into the dining room, where the 2 sisters must remain throughout the attack, and this would be the last stand. Everything being settled, and the watchtowers well supplied with food for the rifles, Stephen went to call Saidee and Victoria, who were in their almost dismantled room. The bedstead, washstand, chairs, and table had ceased to be furniture, and had become part of the barricade. "Let me carry your things into the dining room now," he said, "and your bed covering. We can make up a sort of couch there, for you may as well be comfortable if you can. And you know, it's on the cards that all our fuss is in vain. Nothing whatever may happen." They obeyed without objection, but Saidee's look as she laid a pair of Arab blankets over Stephen's arm told how little rest she expected. She gathered up a few things of her own, however, to take from the bedroom to the dining room, and as she walked ahead, Stephen asked Victoria if, in the handbag she had brought from the Zaouïa, there was a mirror. "Yes," she answered. "There's quite a good sized one, which I used to have on my dressing table in the theatre." How far away that time seems now. Will you lend the mirror to me, or do you value it too much to risk having it smashed?" "Of course I'll lend it, but—" She looked at him anxiously in the blue star dusk. "What are you going to do?" "Nothing particular, unless we've reason to believe that an attack will be made. That is, if a lot of Arabs come near the Bordj. In that case, I want to try and get up into the tower and do some signalling, for fear the shot we heard hit your sister's messenger. I used to be rather a nailer at that sort of thing, when I played soldiering a few years ago." "But no one could climb the tower now," the girl exclaimed. "I don't know. I almost flatter myself that I could. I've done the Dent Blanche twice, and the Welsh mountain or two. To be sure, I must be my own guide now, but I think I can bring it off all right. I've been searching about for a mirror and a reflector, in case I try the experiment, for the heliographing apparatus was spoiled in the general wreckage of things by the storm. I've got a reflector off a lamp in the kitchen, but couldn't find a looking glass anywhere, and I saw there was only a broken bit in your room. My one hope was in you." And as he said this, he felt that the words meant a great deal more than he wished her to understand. "I hate being afraid of things," said Victoria, "but I'm afraid to have you go up in the tower. It's only a shell that looks as if it might blow down in another storm. It could fall with you, even if you got up safely to the signalling place. And besides, if Cassim's men were near, they might see you and shoot. Oh, I don't think I could bear to have you go." "You care, a little, what becomes of me?" Stephen had stammered before he had time to forbid himself the question. "I care a great deal, what becomes of you." "Thank you for telling me that," he said warmly. But he knew he must not go on. "I shan't be in danger," he finished. "I'll be up and back before anyone gets near enough to see what I'm at, and pot at me." As he spoke, the sound of a strange, wild singing came to them, with the desert wind that blew from the south. "That's a Tuareg song!" exclaimed Saidee, turning. "It isn't Arab. I've heard Tuaregs sing it, coming to the Zaouïa." "Madame is right," said the landlord. "I, too, have heard Tuaregs sing it, in their own country, and also when they have passed here, in small bands. Perhaps we have deceived ourselves. Perhaps we are not to enjoy the pleasure of a fight. I feared it was too good to be true." "I can see a caravan," cried Nevill, from his cell in a wall tower. "There seems to be a lot of men." "Would they come like that if they want to fight?" asked the girl. "Wouldn't they spread out and hope to surprise us?" "They'll either try to rush the gate, or else they'll pretend to be a peaceful caravan," said Stephen. "I see. Get the landlord to let their leaders in, and then—" "That's why they sing the Tuareg song, perhaps, to put us off our guard. Into the dining room, both of you, and have courage. Whatever happens, don't come out. Will you give me the mirror?" "Must you go?" "Yes. Be quick, please." On the threshold of the dining room, Victoria opened her bag, and gave him a mirror framed in silver. It had been a present from an enthusiastic millionairess in New York, who admired her dancing. That seemed very odd now. The girl's hand trembled as for an instant it touched Stephen's. He pressed her fingers, and was gone. "Babe, I think this will be the last night of my life," said Saidee, standing behind the girl, in the doorway, and pressing against her. "Cassim will kill me when he kills the men, because I know his secret, and because he hates me. If I could only have had a little happiness. I don't want to die. I'm afraid, and it's horrible to be killed. I love being alive, but I want to know what happens next," said Victoria. Sometimes I want it so much that I almost long to die, and probably one feels brave when the minute comes. One always does, when the great things arrive. Besides, we're sure it must be glorious as soon as we're out of our bodies. Don't you know, when you're going to jump into a cold bath, you shiver and hesitate a little, though you know perfectly well it will be splendid in an instant. Thinking of death's rather like that. You haven't got to think of it for yourself tonight. Maïeddine will." "No," the girl broke in. "I won't go with Maïeddine. If they take this place, as they must, if they've brought many men, you'll have to go unless—" "Yes, unless. That's what I mean. But don't ask me any more. I can't think of ourselves now." "You're thinking of someone you love better than you do me." "Oh, no, not better. Only—" Victoria's voice broke. The two clung to each other. Saidie could feel how the girl's heart was beating, and how the sobs rose in her throat and were choked back. Victoria watched the tower, that looked like a jagged black tear in the star-strewn blue fabric of the sky. And she listened. It seemed as if her very soul were listening. The wild Tuareg chant was louder now, but she hardly heard it, because her ears strained for some sound which the singing might cover, the sound of rubble crumbling under a foot that climbed and sought a holding place. From far away came the barking of Kabyle dogs in distant camps of nomads. In stalls of the bordj, where the animals rested, a horse stamped now and then, or a camel grunted. Each slightest noise made Victoria start and tremble. She could be brave for herself, but it was harder to be brave for one she loved, in great danger. "They'll be here in 10 minutes," shouted Nevill. "Legs, where are you?" There was no answer, but Victoria thought she heard the patter of falling sand. At least, the ruin stood firm so far. By this time Stephen might have nearly reached the top. He had told her not to leave the dining room, and she had not meant to disobey. But she had made no promise, and she could bear her suspense no longer. Where she stood, she could not see into the shell of the broken tower. She must see. Running out, she darted across the courtyard, pausing near the Frenchman, Pierre Rostafel, who wandered unsteadily up and down the quadrangle, his torch of alpha grass ready in his hand. He did not know that one of the Englishmen was trying to climb the tower, and would not for an instant have believed that any human being could reach the upper chamber, if suddenly a light had not flashed out at the top, 70 feet above his head. Dazed already with absinthe, fantastic ideas beat stupidly upon his brain, like bats that blunder against a lamp and extinguish it with foolish flapping wings. He thought that somehow the enemy must have stolen a march upon the defenders, that the hated Arabs had got into the tower from the ladder raised outside the wall, and that soon they would be pouring down in a swarm. Before he knew what he was doing, he had stumbled up the stairs onto the flat wall by the gate. Scrambling along with his torch, he got onto the bordj roof, and lit bonfire after bonfire, though Victoria called on him to stop, crying that it was too soon, that the man outside would shoot and kill him who would save them all. The sweet silence of the starry evening was crashed upon with lights and jarring sounds. Stephen, who had climbed the tower with a lantern and a kitchen lamp reflector slung in a table cover on his back, had just got his makeshift apparatus in order, and standing on a narrow shelf of floor which overhung a well-like abyss, had begun his signalling to the northward. Too late he realized that, for all the need of haste, he ought to have waited long enough to warn the drunken Frenchman what he meant to do. If he had, this contretemps would not have happened. His telegraphic flashes, long and short, must have told the enemy what was going on in the tower, but they could not have seen him standing there, exposed like a target to their fire, if Rostafel had not lit the bonfires. Suddenly a chorus of yells broke out, strange yells that sprang from savage hearts, and one sidewise glance down showed Stephen the desert illuminated with red fire. He went on with his work, not stopping to count the men on horses and camels who rode fast towards the gorge, though not yet at the foot of that swelling sandhill on which it stood. But a picture of uplifted dark faces and pointing rifles was stamped upon his brain in that one swift look, clear as an impression of a seal in hot wax. He had even time to see that those faces were half enveloped in masks such as he had noticed in photographs of Tuaregs. Yet he was sure that the 20 or 30 men were not Tuaregs. When close to the gorge, all flung themselves from their animals, which were led away, while the riders took cover by throwing themselves flat on the sand. Then they began shooting, but he looked no more. He was determined to keep on signalling till he got an answer or was shot dead. There were others, however, who looked and saw the faces, and the rifles aimed at the broken tower. The bonfires which showed the figure in the ruined heliographing room to the enemy also showed the enemy to the watchers in the wall towers on opposite sides of the gates. The Highlanders opened fire. Their skill as marksmen, gained in the glens and mountains of Sutherlandshire, was equally effective on different game in the desert of the Sahara. One shot brought a wild Mehari to its knees. Another caused the masked man in a striped gundura to wring his hand and squeal. The whole order of things was changed by the sudden flashes from the height of the dark ruin, and the lighting of the bonfires on the gorge roof. Two of the masked men, riding on a little in advance of the other 20, had planned, as Stephen guessed, to demand admittance to the gorge, declaring themselves leaders of a Tuareg caravan on its way to Touggourt. If they could have induced an unsuspecting landlord to open the gates, so much the better for them. If not, a parley would have given the band time to act upon instructions already understood. But Cassim ben Halim, an old soldier, and Maïeddine, whose soul was in this venture, were not the men to meet an emergency unprepared. They had calculated on a check, and were ready for surprises. It was Maïeddine's camel that went down, shot in the neck. He had been keeping LBO'd in reserve, when the splendid stallion might be needed for two to ride away in haste, his master and a woman. As the Mehari fell, Maïeddine escaped from the saddle and alighted on his feet, his blue Tuareg veil disarranged by the shock. His face uncovered, he bounded up the slope with the bullets of Angus and Hamish pattering around him in the sand. "She's bewitched, whatever," the twins mumbled, each in his watchtower, as the tall figure sailed on like a war cloud, untouched. And they wished for silver bullets to break the charm woven round the fanatic by a wicked spirit. Over Maïeddine's head, his leader was shooting at Stephen in the tower, while Hamish returned his fire, leaving the running man to Angus. But suddenly Angus wheeled after a shot to yell through the tower door into the courtyard. "Out of the way, women! He's putting gunpowder to the gate if I cannot stop him." Then he wheeled into place, and was entranced to see that the next bullet found its billet under the Arab's turban. In the orange light of the bonfires, Angus could see a spout of crimson gush down the bronze forehead and over the glittering eyes. But the wounded Arab did not fall back an inch, or drop a burden which he carried carefully. Now he was sheltering behind the high, jutting gate post. In another minute it would be too late to save the gate. But Angus did not think of Victoria, nor did Victoria stop to think of herself. Something seemed to say in her heart, Maïeddine won't let them blow up the gate, if it means your death, and so, maybe you can save them all. This was not a thought, since she had no time for thought. It was but a murmur in her brain, as she ran up the steep stairway close to the gate, and climbed on to the wall. Maïeddine, streaming with blood, was sheltering in the narrow angle of the gate post where the firing from the tower struck the wall instead of his body. He had suspended a cylinder of gunpowder against the gate, and his hands full of powder to sprinkle a trail. He was ready to make a dash for life when a voice cried his name. Victoria stood on the high white wall of the bordj, just above the gate, and on the side where he had hung the gunpowder. A few seconds more, his soul sickened at the thought. He forgot his own danger in thinking of hers, and how he might have destroyed her, blotting out the light of his own life. Maïeddine, she called, before she knew who had been ready to lay the fuse, and that, instead of crying to a man in the distance, she spoke to one at her feet. He stared up at her through a haze of blood, in the red light of the fire. She was more beautiful even than when she had danced in his father's tent, and he had told himself that if need be, he would throw away the world for her. She recognized him as she looked down, and started back with an impulse to escape. He seemed so near and so formidable, but she feared that, if the gate were blown up, the ruined tower might be shaken down by the explosion. She must stay and save the gate until Stephen had reached the ground. "Thou," exclaimed Maïeddine, "come to me, heart of my life, thou who art mine forever, and thy friends shall be spared, I promise thee." "I am not thine, nor ever can be," Victoria answered him. "Go thou, or thou wilt be shot with many bullets. They fire at thee, and I cannot stop them. I do not wish to see thee die." "Thou knowest that while thou art on the wall I cannot do what I came to do," Maïeddine said. "If they kill me here, my death will be on thy head, for I will not go without thee. Yet if thou hidest from me, I will blow up the gate." Victoria did not answer, but looked at the ruined tower. One of its walls and part of another stood firm, and she could not see Stephen in the heliographing chamber at the top. But through a crack between the adobe bricks, she caught a gleam of light which moved. It was Stephen's lantern, she knew. He was still there. Farther down, the crack widened. On his way back, he would see her, if she was still on the wall above the gate. She wished that he need not learn she was there, lest he lose his nerve in making that terrible descent. But everyone else knew that she was trying to save the gate, and that while she remained, the fuse would not be lighted. Saidee, who had come out from the dining room into the courtyard, could see her on the wall, and Rostafel was babbling that she was un petit lion, une merveille de courage et de finesse. The Highlanders knew, too, and were doing their best to rid her of Maïeddine, but perhaps because of the superstition which made them doubt the power of their bullets against the charmed life, they could not kill him, though his cloak was pierced, and his face burned by a bullet which had grazed his cheek. Suddenly, however, to the girl's surprise and joy, Maïeddine turned and ran like a deer towards the firing line of the Arabs. Then, as the bullets of Hamish and Angus spattered around him, he wheeled again abruptly, and came back towards the bordj as if borne on by a whirlwind. With a run, he threw himself towards the gate, and leaping up, caught at the spikes for handhold. He grasped them firmly, though his fingers bled, got a knee on the wall, and freeing a hand, snatched at Victoria's dress. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Golden Silence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson. Chapter 51. Sadie, down in the courtyard, shrieked as she saw her sister's danger. "Fire! Wound him! Make him fall!" she screamed to Rostafel. But to fire would be at risk of the girl's life, and the Frenchman danced about aimlessly, yelling to the men in the watchtowers. In the tower, Stephen heard a woman's cry and thought the voice was Victoria's. His work was done. He had signalled for help, and, though this apparatus was a battered stable lantern, a kitchen lamp reflector, and a hand mirror, he got an answer. Away to the north, a man whom perhaps he would never see had flashed him back a message. He could not understand all, for it is easier to send than to receive signals. But there was something about soldiers at Borj Azuz, changing garrison, and Stephen believed that they meant marching to the rescue. Now his left arm wounded, his head cut, and eyes half blinded with a rain of rubble brought down by an Arab bullet, he had made part of the descent when Sadie screamed her high-pitched scream of terror. He was still far above the remnant of stairway, broken off 30 feet above ground level, but, knowing that the descent would be more difficult than the climb, he had torn into strips the stout tablecloth which had wrapped his heliographing apparatus. Knotting the lengths together, he had fastened one end round a horn of shattered adobe, and tied the other in a slip noose under his arms. Now, he was thankful for this precaution. Instead of picking his way from foothold to foothold, at the sound of the cry, he lowered himself rapidly, like a man who goes down a well on a chain of a bucket, and dropped on a pile of bricks which blocked the corkscrew steps. In a second he was free of the stretched rope, and, half running, half falling down the rubbish-blocked stairway, he found himself giddy and panting at the bottom. A rush took him across the courtyard to the gate, snatching Rostafel's rifle and springing up the wall stairway. A bullet from Maïeddine's revolver struck him in the shoulder. For the space of a heartbeat his brain was in confusion. He knew that the Arab had a knee on the wall, and that he had pulled Victoria to him by her dress, which was smeared with blood. But he did not know whether the blood was the girl's or Maïeddine's, and the doubt, and her danger, and the rage of his wound drove him mad. It was not a sane man who crashed down Rostafel's rifle on Maïeddine's head, and laughed as he struck. The Arab dropped over the wall and fell on the ground outside the gate, like a dead man, his body rolling a little way down the slope. There it lay still, in a crumbled heap, but the marabout and 2 of his men made a dash to the rescue, dragging the limp form out of rifle range. It was a heroic act, and the Highlanders admired it while they fired at the heroes. One fell, to rise no more, and already 2 masked corpses had fallen from the wall into the courtyard, daring climbers shot by Rostafel as they tried to drop. Sickened by the sight of blood, dazed by shots and the sharp ping of bullets, frenzied with horror at the sight of Victoria's struggling in the grasp of Maïeddine, Sadie sank down unconscious as Stephen beat the Arab off the wall. "Darling, precious one, for God's sake, say you're not hurt," he stammered, as he caught Victoria in his arms, holding her against his heart as he carried her down. He was still a madman, mad with fear for her and love for her, love made terrible by the dread of loss. It was a new life to hold her so, to know that she was safe, to bow his forehead on her hair. There was no Margot or any other woman in existence, only this girl and he, created for each other, alone in the world. Victoria clung to him thankfully, sure of his love already, and glad of his words. "No, my dearest, I am not hurt," she answered. "But you are wounded." "I don't know if I am. I don't feel it," said Stephen. "Nothing matters except you." "I saw him shoot you. I thought you were killed. Put me down. I want to look at you." She struggled in his arms as they reached the foot of the stairs, and gently he put her down. But her nerves had suffered more than she knew. Strength failed her, and she reached out to him for help. Then he put his arm round her again, supporting her against his wounded shoulder. So they looked at each other in the light of the bonfires, their hearts in their eyes. "There's blood in your hair and on your face," she said. "Oh, and on your coat. Maïeddine shot you?" "It's nothing," he said. "I feel no pain. Nothing but rapture that you're safe. I thought the blood on your dress might be—" "It was his, not mine. His hand was bleeding." "Oh, poor Maïeddine. I can't help pitying him. What if he is killed?" "Don't think of him. If he's dead, I killed him, not you. And I don't repent. I'd do it again. He deserved to die." "He tried to kill you." "I don't mean for that reason. But come, darling. You must go into the house. I have to take my turn in the fighting now." "You've done more than anyone else," she cried proudly. "No, it was little enough, and there's the wall to defend. But look, your sister's fainting." "My Saidee, and I didn't see her lying there." The girl fell on her knees beside the white bundle on the ground. "Oh, help me get her into the house." "I'll carry her." But Victoria would help him. Together they lifted Saidee, and Stephen carried her across the courtyard, making a detour to avoid passing the two dead Arabs. But Victoria saw, and shuddering, was speechless. "This time you'll promise to stay indoors," Stephen said, when he had laid Saidee on a pile of blankets in a corner of the room. "Yes, yes, I promise." The girl gave him both hands. He kissed them, and then, without turning, went out and shut the door. It was only at this moment that he remembered Margot, remembered her with anguish, because of the echo of Victoria's voice in his ears as she named him her dearest. As Stephen came from behind the barricade which screened the dining room from the courtyard, he found Rostafel shooting right and left at men who tried to climb the rear wall, having been missed by Nevill's fire. Rostafel had recovered the rifle snatched by Stephen in his stampede to the stairway, and sobered by the fight, was making good use of it. Stephen had now armed himself with his own, left for safety behind the barrier when he signalled in the tower, and together the two men had hot work in the quadrangle. Here and there an escalator escaped the fire from the watchtowers, and hung half over the wall, but dropped alive into the courtyard, only to be bayoneted by the Frenchmen. The signalling tower gave little shelter against the enemy, as most of the outer wall had fallen above the height of 20 feet from the ground. But, as without it, only 3 sides of the quadrangle could be fully defended. Once again Stephen scrambled up the choked and broken stairway, screening himself as best he could behind a jagged ledge of adobe. He fired through a crack at 3 or 4 Arabs who had made a human ladder for a comrade to mount the wall. The man at the top fell. The next mounted, to be shot by Nevill from a watchtower. The bullet pierced the fellow's leg, which was what Nevill wished, for he, who hated to rob even an insect of its life, aimed now invariably at arms or legs, never at any vital part. "All we want," he thought half guiltily, "is to disable the poor brutes. They must obey the marabout. We've no spite against them." But everyone knew that it was a question of moments only before some Arab, quicker or luckier than the rest, would succeed in firing the trail of gunpowder already laid. The gate would be blown up. Then would follow a rush of the enemy, and the second stand of the defenders behind the barricade. Last of all, the retreat to the dining room. Among the first precautions Stephen had taken was that of locking the doors of all rooms except the dining room, and pulling out the keys, so that, when the enemy got into the quadrangle, they would find themselves forced to stay in the open, or take shelter in the watchtowers vacated by the defenders. From the doorways of these, they could not do much harm to the men behind the barricade. But there was one thing they might do, against which Stephen had not guarded. The idea flashed into his head now, too late. They were the stalls where the animals were tied. The Arabs could use the beasts for a living barricade, firing over their backs. Stephen grudged this advantage, and was puzzling his brain how to prevent the enemy from taking it, when a great light blazed in the sky, followed by the roar of an explosion. The tower shook, and Stephen was thrown off his feet. For half a second he was dazed, but came to himself in the act of tumbling downstairs, still grasping his rifle. A huge hole yawned where the gate had stood. The iron had shriveled and curled like so much cardboard, and the gap was filled with circling wreaths of smoke and the crowd of Arabs. Mad with fear, the camels and horses tethered in the stables of the Borg broke their halters and plunged wildly about the courtyard, looming like strange monsters in the red light and belching smoke. As if to serve the defenders, they galloped toward the gate, cannonading against each other in a struggle to escape, and thus checked the first rush of the enemy. Nearly all were shot down by the Arabs, but a few moments were gained for the Europeans. Firing as he ran, Stephen made a dash for the barricade, where he found Rostafel, and as the enemy swarmed into the quadrangle, pouring over dead and dying camels, the two Highlanders burst with yells like the slogans of their fighting ancestors, out from the watchtowers nearest the gateway. The sudden apparition of these gigantic twin figures, bare-legged, dressed in kilts, appalled the Arabs. Some, who had got farthest into the courtyard, were taken in the rear by Angus and Hamish, and as the Highlanders laid about them with clubbed rifles, the superstitious Easterners wavered. Imagining themselves assailed by giant women with the strength of devils, they fell back dismayed, and for some wild seconds the twins were masters of the quadrangle. They broke heads with crushing blows, and smashed ribs with trampling feet, yelling their fearsome yells, which seemed the cries of death and war. But it was the triumph of a moment only, and then the Arabs, save those who would fight no more, rallied round their leader, a tall, stout man with a majestic presence. Once he had got his men in hand, 13 or 14 he had left. The open courtyard was too hot a place even for the Highland men. They retreated, shoulder to shoulder, towards the barricade, and soon were firing viciously from behind its shelter. If they lived through this night, never again, it would seem, could they be satisfied with the daily round of preparing an old lady's bath, and pressing upon her dishes which she did not want. And yet, their mistress was an exceptional old lady. Now, all the towers were vacant, except the one defended by Nevill, and it had been agreed from the first that he was to stick to his post until the time for the last stand. The reason of this was that the door of his tower was screened by the barricade, and the two rear walls of the Borg, meeting in a triangle at this corner, must be defended while the barricade was held. These walls unguarded, the enemy could climb them from outside and fire down on the backs of the Europeans behind the barrier. Those who attempted to climb from the courtyard, the gate stairway being destroyed by the explosion, must face the fire of the defenders. who could also see and protect themselves against anyone mounting the wall to pass over the scattered debris of the ruined signal tower. Thus every contingency was provided for, as well as might be, by 5 men against 3 times their number, and the Europeans meant to make a stubborn fight before that last resort, the dining room. Nevertheless, it occurred to Stephen that perhaps, after all, he need not greatly repent the confession of love he had made to Victoria. He had had no right to speak, but if there were to be no future for either in this world, fate need not grudge him an hour's happiness. And he was conscious of a sudden lightness of spirit, as of an exile nearing home. The Arabs, sheltering behind the camels and horses they had shot, fired continuously in the hope of destroying a weak part of the barricade or killing someone behind it. Gradually they formed of the dead animals a barricade of their own, and now that the bonfires were dying, it was difficult for the Europeans to touch the enemy behind cover. Consulting together, however, and calculating how many dead each might have put to his credit, the defenders agreed that they must have killed or disabled more than a dozen. The marabout, whose figure in one flashing glimpse Stephen fancied he recognized, was still apparently unhurt. It was he who seemed to be conducting operations, but of Si Maïeddine nothing had been seen since his unconscious or dead body was dragged down the slope by his friends. Precisely how many Arabs remained to fight, the Europeans were not sure, but they believed that over a dozen were left, counting the leader. By and by the dying fires flickered out, leaving only a dull red glow on the roofs. The pale light of the stars seemed dim after the blaze which had lit the quadrangle, and in the semi-darkness, when each side watched the other as a cat spies at a rat hole, the siege grew wearisome. Yet the Europeans felt that each moment's respite meant 60 seconds of new hope for them. Ammunition was running low, and soon they must fall back upon the small supply kept by Rostafel, which had already been placed in the dining room. But matters were not quite desperate, since each minute brought the soldiers from Bordj Azzouz nearer, even if the carrier pigeon had failed. "Why do they not blow us up?" asked the Frenchman, sober now and extremely pessimistic. "They could do it, or is it the women they are after?" Stephen was not inclined to be confidential. "No doubt they have their own reasons," he answered. "What they are can't matter to us. It matters that they are concocting some plan, and that we do not know what it is," said Rostafel. "To get onto the roof over our heads is what they'd like best, no doubt," said Stephen. "But my friend in the tower here is saving us from that at the back, and they can't do much in the front of our noses." "I'm not sure they cannot. They will think of something," grumbled the landlord. "We are in a bad situation. I do not believe any of us will see tomorrow. I only hope my brother will have the spirit to revenge me, but even that is not my luck." He was right. The Arabs had thought of something, a something which they must have prepared before their start. Suddenly, behind the mound of dead animals arose a fitful light, and while the Europeans wondered at its meaning, a shower of burning projectiles flew through the air at the barricade. All 4 fired a volley in answer, hoping to wing the throwers, but the Arab scheme was a success. Tins of blazing pitch were rolling about the courtyard close to the barrier, but before falling they had struck the piled mattresses and furniture. Splashing fire and trickles of flame poured over the old bed ticking, and upholstered chairs from the dining room. At the same instant Nevill called from the door of his tower, "More cartridges, quick! I'm all out, and there are 2 chaps trying to shin up the wall. Maïeddine's not dead. He's there, directing them. Stephen gave Nevill his own rifle, just reloaded. Fetch the cartridges stored in the dining room, he said to Rostafel, while we beat the fire out with our coats. But there was no need for the Frenchman to leave his post. Here are the cartridges, said Victoria's voice, surprising them. She had been at the door, which she held ajar, and behind this screen had heard and seen all that passed. As Stephen took the box of cartridges, she caught up the large pail of water which early in the evening had been placed in the dining room in case of need. "Take this and put out the fire," she cried to Hamish, who snatched the bucket without a word and dashed its contents over the barricade. Then she went back to Saidee, who sat on the blanket in the far corner, shivering with cold, though the night was hot, and the room, with its barred wooden shutters, close almost beyond bearing. They had kept but one tallow candle lighted, that Victoria might more safely peep out from time to time, to see how the fight was going. "What if our men are all killed?" Saidee whispered, as the girl stole back to her, "and nobody's left to defend us. Cassim and Maïeddine will open the door over their dead bodies, and then you have a revolver," said Victoria almost angrily. "Not for them. I don't mean that. Only, they mustn't take us. But I'm not afraid. Our men are brave and splendid. They have no thought of giving up. And if Captain Sabine got our message, he'll be here by dawn. Don't forget the shot we heard. No, the pigeon isn't our only hope. The signals. Who knows if an answer came? I know, because I know Stephen. He wouldn't have come down alive unless he got an answer." Saidee said no more, and they sat together in silence, Victoria holding her sister's icy hand in hers, which was scarcely warmer, though it tingled with the throbbing of many tiny pulses. So they listened to the firing outside, until suddenly it sounded different to Victoria's ears. She straightened herself with a start, listening ever more intensely. "What's the matter? What do you hear?" Saidee stammered, dry-lipped. "I'm not sure, but I think they've used up all the cartridges. I took them, and there are no more. But they're firing still, with their revolvers. God help us, then. It can't last long," the older woman whispered, and covered her face with her hands. Victoria did not stop for words of comfort. She jumped up from the couch of blankets and ran to the door, which Stephen had shut. It must be kept wide open now, in case the defenders were obliged to rush in for the last stand. She pressed close to it, convulsively grasping the handle with her cold fingers. Then the end came soon, for the enemy had not been slow to detect the difference between rifle and revolver shots. They knew, even before Victoria guessed, exactly what had happened. It was the event they had been awaiting. With a rush, a dozen men dashed over the mound of carcasses and charged the burning barricade. "Quick, Wings!" shouted Stephen, defending the way his friend must take. The distance was short from the door of the watchtower to the door of the dining room, but it was just too long for safety. As Nevill ran across, an Arab close to the barricade shot him in the side, and he would have fallen if Stephen had not caught him round the waist, and flung him to Hamish, who carried him to shelter. A second more, and they were all in the dining room. Stephen and Angus had barred the heavy door, and already Hamish and Rostafel were firing through the two round ventilating holes in the window shutters. There were two more such holes in the door, and Stephen took one, Angus the other. But the enemy had already sheltered on the other side of the barricade, which would now serve them as well as it had served the Europeans. The water dashed onto the flames had not extinguished all, but the wet mattresses and furniture burned slowly, and the Arabs began beating out the fire with their ganduras. Again there was a deadlock. For the moment neither side could harm the other, but there was little doubt in the minds of the besieged as to the next move of the besiegers. The Arabs were at last free to climb the wall, beyond reach of the loopholes in the door or window, and could make a hole in the roof of the dining room. It would take them some time, but they could do it, and meanwhile the 7 prisoners were almost as helpless as trapped rats. Of the 5 men, not one was unwounded, and Stephen began to fear that Nevill was badly hurt. He could not breathe without pain, and though he tried to laugh, he was deadly pale in the wan candlelight. "Don't mind me, I'm all right," he said, when Victoria and Saidie began tearing up their Arab veils for bandages. Not worth the bother. But the sisters would not listen, and Victoria told him with pretended cheerfulness what a good nurse she was, how she had learned first aid at the school at Potterston and taken a prize for efficiency. In spite of his protests, Nevill was made to lie down on the blankets in the corner, while the 2 sisters played doctor, and as the firing of the Arabs slackened, Stephen left the twins to guard door and window, while he and Rostafel built a screen to serve when the breaking of the roof should begin. The only furniture left in the dining room consisted of one large table, which Stephen had not added to the barricade because he had thought of this contingency, and in addition a rough unpainted cupboard fastened to the wall. They tore off the doors of this cupboard, and with them and the table made a kind of penthouse to protect the corner where Nevill lay. "Now," said Stephen, "if they dig a hole in the roof, they'll find—" "Flag of truce, sir," announced Hamish at the door, and Stephen remembered that for 3 minutes at least there had been no firing. As he worked at the screen, he had hardly noticed the silence. He hurried to join Hamish at the door, and, peeking out, saw a tall man, with a blood-stained bandage wrapped round his head, advancing from the other side of the barricade, with a white handkerchief hanging from the barrel of his rifle. It was Maïeddine, and somehow Stephen was glad that the Arab's death did not lie at his door. His anger had cooled now, and he wondered at the murderous rage which had passed. As Maïeddine came forward fearlessly, he limped in spite of an effort to hide the fact that he was almost disabled. "I have to say that, if the ladies are given up to us, no harm shall come to them or to the others," he announced in French, in a clear, loud voice. "We will take the women with us, and leave the men to go their own way. We will even provide them with animals in place of those we have killed, that they may ride to the north." "Do not believe him," cried Saidie. "Traitors once, they'll be traitors again. If Victoria and I should consent to go with them, to save all your lives, they wouldn't spare you, really. As soon as we were in their hands, they'd burn the house or blow it up." "And there can be no question of our allowing you to go in any case," said Stephen. "Our answer is," he replied to Maïeddine, "that the ladies prefer to remain with us, and we expect to be able to protect them." "Then all will die together, except one, who is my promised wife," returned the Arab. "Tell that one that by coming with me she can save her sister, whom she once seemed to love more than herself, more than all the world. If she stays, not only will her eyes behold the death of the men who failed to guard her, but the death of her sister. One who has a right to decide the lady's fate, has decided that she must die in punishment of her obstinacy, unless she gives herself up. Tell Si Maïeddine that before he or the marabout can come near us, we shall be dead," Victoria said in a low voice. "I know Saidie and I can trust you," she went on, "to shoot us both straight through the heart, rather than they should take us. That's what you wish, too, isn't it, Saidie?" "Yes, yes. If I have courage or heart enough to wish anything," her sister faltered. But Stephen could not or would not give that message to Maïeddine. "Go," he said, the fire of his old rage flaming again. "Go, you Arab dog!" Forgetting the flag of truce in his fury at the insult, Maïeddine lifted his rifle and fired. Then, remembering that he had sinned against a code of honour he respected, he stood still, waiting for an answering shot, as if he and his rival were engaged in a strange duel. But Stephen did not shoot, and with a quick word forbade the others to fire. Then Maïeddine moved away slowly and was lost to sight behind the barricade. As he disappeared, a candle which Victoria had placed near Nevill's couch on the floor flickered and dropped its wick in a pool of grease. There was only one other left, and the lamp had been forgotten in the kitchen. But already the early dawn was drinking the starlight. It was 3 o'clock, and soon it would be day. For some minutes there was no more firing. Stillness had fallen in the quadrangle. There was no sound except the faint moaning of some wounded animal that lived and suffered. Then came a pounding on the roof, not in one, but in 2 or 3 places. It was as if men worked furiously with pickaxes, and somehow Stephen was sure that Maïeddine, despite his wounds, was among them. He would wish to be the first to see Victoria's face, to save her from death, perhaps, and keep her for himself. Still, Stephen was glad he had not killed the Arab, and he felt, though they said nothing of it to each other, that Victoria too was glad. They must have help soon now, if it were to come in time. The knocking on the roof was loud. "How long before they break through?" Victoria asked, leaving Nevill to come to Stephen, who guarded the door. "Well, there are several layers of thick adobe," he said cheerfully. "Will it be 10 minutes?" "Oh, more than that. Much more than that," Stephen assured her. "Please tell me what you truly think. I have a reason for asking. Will it be half an hour?" "At least that," he said, with a tone of grave sincerity which she no longer doubted. "Half an hour. And then?" "Even then we can keep you safe for a little while behind the screen, and help may come. Have you given up hope in your heart?" "No, one doesn't give up hope." "I feel the same. I never give up hope. And yet we may have to die, all of us, and for myself, I'm not afraid, only very solemn, for death must be wonderful. But for you, to have you give your life for ours, I would give it joyfully, 100 times for you. I know, and I for you. That's one thing I wanted to tell you, in case we never have a chance to speak to each other again. That, and just this besides. One reason I'm not afraid is because I'm with you. If I die or live, I shall be with you, and whichever it is to be, I shall find it sweet. One will be the same as the other, really, for death's only a new life." "And I have something to tell you," Stephen said. "I worship you, and to have known you has made it worth while to have existed, though I haven't always been happy. Why, just this moment alone is worth all the rest of my life. So come what may, I have lived." The pounding on the roof grew louder. The sound of the picks with which the men worked could be heard more clearly. They were rapidly getting through those layers of adobe of whose thickness Stephen had spoken. "It won't be half an hour now," Victoria murmured, looking up. "No, promise me you'll go to your sister and Nevill Caird behind the screen when I tell you." "I promise if—" The pounding ceased. In the courtyard there was a certain confusion, the sound of running feet, and a murmur of excited voices, though eyes that looked through the holes in the door and window could not see past the barricade. Then suddenly the pounding began again, more furiously than ever. It was as if demons had taken the place of men. "It is Maïeddine, I'm sure," cried Victoria. "I seem to know what's in his mind. Something has made him desperate." "There's a chance for us," said Stephen. What I believe has happened is this. They must have stationed a sentinel or two outside the bordj in case of surprise. The raised voices we heard, and the stopping of the work on the roof for a minute, may have meant that a sentinel ran in with news. Good news for us, bad news for the Arabs. But would they have begun to work again, if soldiers were coming? Yes, if help were so far off that the Arabs might hope to reach us before it came and get away in time. Ben Halim's one hope is to make an end of some of us. It was well enough to disguise the whole band as Tuaregs in case they were seen by nomads, or the landlord here should escape and tell of the attack. But he'd risk anything to silence us men, and he cares nothing for Sadie's life or mine. It's only Maïeddine who cares, the girl broke in. I suppose they've horses and meharis waiting for them outside the bordj. Yes, probably they're being got ready now. The animals have had a night's rest. As he spoke, the first bit of ceiling fell in, rough plaster dropping with a patter like rain on the hard clay floor. Sadie cried out faintly in her corner, where Nevill had fallen into semi-unconsciousness behind the screen. Rostafel grumbled a surprise under his breath, but the Highlanders were silent. Down poured more plaster and put out the last candle. Though a faint dawn light stole through the holes in door and window, the room was dim, almost dark, and with the smell of gunpowder mingled the stench of hot tallow. "Go now, dearest, to your sister," Stephen said to the girl in a low voice that was for her alone. "You will come?" "Yes, soon. But the door and window must be guarded. We can't have them breaking in two ways at once." "Give me your hand," she said. He took one of hers instead, but she raised his to her lips and kissed it. Then she went back to her sister, and the two clung together in silence, listening to the patter of broken adobe on the floor. At first it was but a heavy shower of rain, then it increased in violence like the rattle of hail. They could hear men speaking on the roof, and a gleam of daylight silvered a crack. As Stephen looked up, a finger on the trigger of his revolver. 5 minutes more were the words which repeated themselves in his mind, like the ticking of a watch. 4 minutes. 3. Can I keep my promise to her when the time comes? A shout broke the question short, like a snapped thread. He remembered the voice of the marabout, and knew that the sisters must recognize it also. "What does he say?" Stephen called across the room to Victoria, speaking loudly to be heard over voices which answered the summons, whatever it might be. "He's ordering Maïeddine to come down from the roof. He says 5 seconds delay and it will be too late. They'll both be ruined." I can't hear what Maïeddine answers, but he goes on working still. He won't obey. "Fool, traitor! For thy sentimental folly wilt thou sacrifice thy people's future and ruin my son and me?" Cassim shouted, as the girl stood still to listen. "Thou canst never have her now. Stay, and thou canst do naught but kill thyself. Come, and we may all be saved. I command thee, in the name of Allah and his Prophet, that thou obey me." The pounding stopped. There was a rushing, sliding sound on the roof. Then all was quiet above and in the courtyard. Sadie broke into hysterical sobbing, crying that they were rescued, that Honoré Sabine was on his way to save them. And Victoria thought that Stephen would come to her, but he did not. They were to live, not to die, and the barrier that had been broken down was raised again. "What if it's only a trap?" Sadie asked, as Stephen opened the door. "What if they're behind the barricade watching?" "Listen, don't you hear shots?" Victoria cried. "Yes, there are shots, far away," Stephen answered. "That settles it. There's no ambush. Either Sabine or the soldiers marching from Azuz are after them. They didn't go an instant too soon to save their skins." "And ours. murmured Nevill, roused from his stupor. Queer how natural it seems that we should be all right after all. Then his mind wandered a little, leading him back to a feverish dream. Ask Sabine, when he comes, if he's got a letter for me, from Josette. Stephen opened the door and let in the fresh air and the morning light, but the sight in the quadrangle was too ugly for the eyes of women. Don't come out, he called sharply over his shoulder as he turned past the barricade, with Rostafel at his back. The courtyard was hideous as a slaughterhouse. Only the sky of rose and gold reminded him of the world's beauty and the glory of the morning, after that nightmare which wrapped his spirit like the choking folds of a black snake. Outside the broken gate, in the desert, there were more traces of the night's work, bloodstains in the sand, and in a shadowy hollow here and there a huddled form which seemed a denser shadow. But it would not move when other shadows crept away before the sun. Far in the distance, as Stephen strained his eyes through the brightening dawn, he saw flying figures of men on camels and horses, and sounds of shooting came faintly to his ears. At last it ceased altogether. Some of the figures had vanished, others halted. Then it seemed to Stephen that these last were coming back towards the Borge. They were riding fast, and all together, as if under discipline. Soldiers, certainly, but were they from the north or south? Stephen could not tell, but as his eyes searched the horizon, the doubt was solved. Another party of men were riding southward towards Toja from the north. It's Sabine who has chased the Arabs. The others are just too late, he thought. And he saw that the rescuers from Oued Tolga must reach the Borge half an hour in advance of the men from the Azuz. He was anxious to know what news Sabine had, and the eagerness he felt to hear details soothed the pain and shame which weighed upon his heart. How am I to explain, to beg her forgiveness, was the question that asked itself in his mind, but he had no answer to give. Only this he could see. After last night, he was hers, if she would take him. But he believed that she would send him away, that she would despise him when she had heard the whole story of his entanglement. She would say that he belonged to the other woman, not to her. And though he was sure she would not reproach him, he thought there were some words, some looks which, if she could not forget, it would be hard for even her sweet nature to forgive. He went back to the dining room with the news of what he had seen, and as there was no longer any need of protection for the women, the Highlanders came out with him and Rostafel. All four stood at the gate of the Borge as the party of 12 soldiers rode up on tired horses. But Stephen was in advance, and it was he who answered Sabine's first breathless question. She's safe. They're both safe, thank God. So are we all, except poor Caird, who's damaged a good deal worse than any of us, but not dangerously, I hope. I brought our surgeon, said Sabine eagerly. He wanted to be in this with me. I had to ask for the command, because you know I'm on special duty at Tolga. But I had no trouble with Major Dupré when I told him how friends of mine were attacked by Arab robbers and how I had got the message. So that's what you told him. Yes, I didn't want a scandal in the Zoea for her sake. Nobody knows that the marabout is for anything in this business. But of course, if you've killed him, we haven't. He's got clear away, unless your men have nabbed him and his friend Maïeddine. Not we. I'm not sure I care to, unless we could kill him. But we did honestly try to do both. They were 6 we chased. Only 6? Then we must have polished off more than we thought. We can find out later how many, but the last 6 didn't get off without a scratch, I assure you. They must have had a sentinel watching, We saw no one, but as we were hoping to surprise the Borch, these 6 men, who looked from a distance like Tuaregs, rushed out, mounted horses and camels, and dashed away, striking westward. They dare not go north. I'd been signalling. From the broken tower? Yes. As you came, you must have sighted the men from Azus. But tell me the rest. There's little to tell, and I want your news more than you can want mine. The Arabs' animals were fresh and ours tired, for I'd given them no rest. The brutes had a good start of us and made the best of it, but at first I thought we were gaining. We got within gunshot and fired after them. 2 at least were hit. We came on traces of fresh blood afterward, but the birds themselves were flown. In any case, it was to bring help I came, not to make captures. Do you think she would like me to see her now? Come with me and try, before the other rescue party arrives. I'm glad the surgeon's with you. I'm worried about Caird, and we're all a bit dilapidated. How we're to get him and the ladies away from this place, I don't know. Our animals are dead or dying. You will probably find that the enemy has been generous in spite of himself, and left you some, all that couldn't be taken away. Strange how those men looked like Tuaregs. You are sure of what they really were? Sure, but since no one else knows, why should the secret leak out? Better for the ladies if the Tuareg disguise should hide the truth, as it was meant to do. Why not indeed, since we weren't lucky enough to rid his wife and the world of the marabout? Then we're agreed, unless something happens to change our minds. We were attacked by Tuaregs. Sabine smiled grimly. Do pray bet, he answered, that I should find that they were not Arabs, but Tuaregs. He will enjoy saying I told you so. That night, and for many nights to come, there was wailing in the Zoea. The marabout had gone out to meet his son, who had been away from school on a pilgrimage, and returning at dark, to avoid the great heat of the day, he had been bitten by a viper. Thus, at least, pronounced the learned Arab physician, it was of the viper bite he died. So it was said, and no one outside the Zoea knew of the great man's death until days afterwards, when he was already buried. Even in the Zoea, it was not known by many that he had gone away or returned from a journey, or that he lay ill. In spite of this secrecy and mystery, however, there was no gossip, but only wild wailing of mourners who refused to be comforted. And if certain persons, to the number of 20 or more, were missing from their places in the Zoea, nothing was said, after Si Maïeddine had talked with the holy men of the mosque. If these missing ones were away, and even if they should never come back, it was because they were needed to carry out the marabout's wishes at a vast distance. But now, the dearest wishes of Sidi Mohammed would never be fulfilled. The poignant knowledge was a knife in every man's heart, for men of ripe age or wisdom in the Zoea knew what these wishes were, and how some day they were to have come true through blood and fire. All were sad, though no tongue spoke of any other reason for sadness, except the inestimable loss of the saint. And sadder than the saddest was Si Maïeddine, who seemed to have lost his youth. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of the Golden Silence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson. Chapter 52. It is a long cry from the gorge of Toja among the dunes of the southern desert to Algiers, yet Nevill begged that he might be taken home. "You know why," he said to Stephen, and his eyes explained, if Stephen needed explanations. Nevill thought that there might be some chance of seeing Josette in Algiers, if he were dying, but the army surgeon from Oued Tolga pronounced it unsafe to take him so far. Yet away from Toja he must go, since it was impossible to care for him properly there, and the bullet which had wounded him was still in his side. Fortunately, the enemy had left plenty of camels. They had untethered all, hoping that the animals might wander away, too far to be caught by the Europeans, but more than were needed remained in the neighbourhood of Toja, and Rostafel took possession of half a dozen good Maharis, which would help recoup him for his losses in the gorge. Not one animal had any mark upon it which could identify the attackers, and saddles and accoutrements were of Tuareg make. The dead men, too, were impossible to identify, and it was not likely that much trouble would be taken in prosecuting inquiries. Among those whose duty it is to govern Algeria, there is a proverb which, for various good reasons, has come to be much esteemed: "Let sleeping dogs lie." Not a man of the 5 who defended the gorge but had at least one wound to show for his night's work. Always, however, it is those who attack in a short siege who suffer most, and the Europeans were not proud of the many corpses they had to their credit. There was some patching for the surgeon to do for all, but Nevill's was the only serious case. The French doctor, de Vigny, did not try to hide the truth from the wounded man's friend. There was danger. The best thing would have been to get Nevill to Algiers, but since that was impossible, he must travel in a bassour by early stages to Touggourt. Instead of 2 days' journey, they must make it 3, or more if necessary, and he, de Vigny, would go with them to put his patient into the hands of the army surgeon at Touggourt. They had only one bassour, that in which Saidee and Victoria had come to Toja from Oued Tolga, but Nevill was delirious more often than not, and had no idea that a sacrifice was being made for him. Blankets and 2 of the mattresses least damaged by fire in the barricade were fastened on to camels for the ladies, after the fashion in use by Bedouin women of the poorest class, or Ouled Naïls who had not yet made their fortune as dancers, and so the journey began again. There was never a time during the 3 days it lasted for Stephen to confess to Victoria. Possibly she did not wish him to take advantage of a situation created as if by accident at Toja. Or perhaps she thought, now that the common danger which had drawn them together was over, it would be best to wait until anxiety for Nevill had passed, before taking of their own affairs. At Azuz, where they passed a full night of suffering for Nevill, they had news of the marabout's death. It came by telegraph to the operator, just before the party was ready to start on. Yet Saidee was sure that Sabine had caused it to be sent just at that time. He had been obliged to march back with his men, the penalty of commanding the force for which he had asked, but a letter would surely come to Touggourt, and Saidee could imagine all that it would say. She had no regrets for Ben Halim, and said frankly to Victoria that it was difficult not to be indecently glad of her freedom. At last she had waked up from a black dream of horror, and now that it was over, it hardly seemed real. "I shall forget," she said. "I shall put my whole soul to forgetting everything that's happened to me in the last 10 years, and everyone I've known in the south, except one. But to have met him and to have him love me, I'd live it all over again. All. She kept Victoria with her continually, and in the physical weakness and nervous excitement which followed the strain she had gone through, she seemed to have forgotten her interest in Victoria's affairs. She did not know that her sister and Stephen had talked of love, for at Toja, after the fight began, she had thought of nothing but the danger they shared. Altogether, everything combined to delay explanations between Stephen and Victoria. He tried to regret this, yet he could not be as sorry as he was repentant. It was not quite heaven, but it was almost paradise to have her near him, though they had a chance for only a few words occasionally, within earshot of Saidie or Davigny or the twins who watched over Nevill like two well-trained nurses. She loved him, since a word from her meant more than vows from other women. Nothing had happened yet to disturb her love, so these few days belonged to Stephen. He could not feel that he had stolen them. At Touggourt he would find a time and a place to speak, and then it would be over forever. But one joy he had, which never could have come to him, if it had not been for the peril at Toja. They knew each other's hearts. Nothing could change that. One day, no doubt, she would learn to care for some other man, but perhaps never quite in the same way she had cared for him, because Stephen was sure that this was her first love. And though she might be happy in another love, he tried to hope it, but did not succeed sincerely. He would always have it to remember, until the day of his death, that once she had loved him. As far out from Touggourt as Temessin, Lady MacGregor came to meet them in a ramshackle carriage filled with rugs and pillows in case Nevill wished to change. But he was not in a state to wish for anything, and Davigny decided for him. He was to go on in the bassour to the villa which had been let to Lady MacGregor by an officer of the garrison. It was there that the little Mohammed was to have been kept and guarded by the Highlanders, if the great scheme had not been suddenly changed in some of its details. Now the child had inherited his father's high place. Already the news had reached the marabout of Temessin and flashed on to Touggourt, but no one suspected the viper which had bitten the saint had taken the form of a French bullet. Perhaps, had all been known to the government, it would have seemed poetical justice that the arch plotter had met his death thus. But his plots had died with him, and if Islam mourned because the Mol Sada they hoped for had been snatched from them, they mourned in secret. For above other sects and nation, Islam knows how to be silent. When they were settled in the villa near the oasis, Saidie and Victoria too, for they needed no urging to wait till it was known whether Nevill Caird would live or die, Lady MacGregor said with her usual briskness to Stephen, "Of course I've telegraphed to that creature." Stephen looked at her blankly. "That hard-hearted little beast, Josette Soubise," the fairy aunt explained. Stephen could hardly help laughing, though he had seldom felt less merry. But that the tiny Lady MacGregor should refer to tall Josette, who was nearly twice her height, as a little beast, struck him as somewhat funny. Perhaps her toy terrier snappiness was comic. "I've nothing against the girl," Lady MacGregor felt it right to go on, "except that she's an idiot to bite off her nose to spite her own face. And Nevill's too. I don't approve of her at all as a wife for him. You must understand. Nevill could marry a princess, and she's nothing but a little school teacher with a dimple or two, whose mother and father were less than nobody. Still, as Nevill wants her, she might have the grace to show appreciation of the honour, by not spoiling his life. He's never been the same since he went and fell in love with her, and she refused him." "You've telegraphed to Tlemcen that Nevill is ill," Stephen ventured. "I've telegraphed to the creature that she'd better come here at once if she wants to see him alive," replied Lady MacGregor. I suppose she loves him in her French Algerian way, and she must have saved up enough money for the fare. Anyhow, if Nevill doesn't live, I happen to know he's left her nearly everything, except what the poor boy imagines I ought to have. That's pouring coals of fire on her head. Don't think of his not living, exclaimed Stephen. Honestly, I believe he won't live unless that idiot of a girl comes and purrs and promises to marry him, deathbed or no deathbed. Again Stephen smiled faintly. You're a matchmaker, Lady MacGregor, he said. You are one of the most subtle persons I ever saw. The old lady took this as a compliment. I haven't lived among Arabs, goodness knows how many years, for nothing, she retorted. I telegraphed for her about 5 minutes after you wired from Azuz. In fact, my telegram went back by the boy who brought yours. She may be here day after tomorrow, if she started at once, Stephen reflected aloud. She did and she will, said Lady MacGregor dryly. You've heard? The day I wired. You have quite a nice way of breaking things to people, you dear little ladyship, said Stephen, and for some reason which he could not in the least understand, this speech caused Nevill's aunt to break into tears. That evening the two surgeons extracted the bullet from Nevill's side. Afterwards he was extremely weak, and took as little interest as possible in things until Stephen was allowed to speak to him for a moment. Most men, if told that they had just 60 seconds to spend at the bedside of a dear friend, would have been at a loss what to say in a space of time so small yet valuable. But Stephen knew what he wished to say, and said it as soon as Nevill let him speak. But Nevill began first. Maybe going to deserved name of wings, he muttered. Shouldn't wonder. Don't care much. Is there any one thing in the world you want above everything else? Asked Stephen. Yes, sight of Josette. One thing I can't have. Yes, you can, said Stephen quietly. She's coming. She started the minute she heard you were ill, and she'll be in Touggourt day after tomorrow. You're not pulling my leg? To do that would be injurious, but I thought good news would be better than medicine. Thank you, Legs. You're a great doctor, was all that Nevill answered, but his temperature began to go down within the hour. He'll get the girl, of course, remarked Lady MacGregor, when Stephen told her. That is, if he lives. He will live, with this hope to buoy him up, said Stephen. And she can't hold out against him for a minute when she sees him as he is. Indeed, I rather fancy she'll be in a mood to change her mind this last month. Why this last month? Oh, I think she misunderstood Nevill's interest in Miss Ray, and that helped her to understand herself. When she finds out that it's for her he still cares, not someone else, she'll do anything he asks. Afterwards it proved that he was right. The day after the arrival at Touggourt, the house in its garden near the oasis was very quiet. The Arab servants, whom Lady MacGregor had taken with the place, moved silently, and for Nevill's sake, voices were lowered. There was a brooding stillness of summer heat over the one little patch of flowery peace and perfumed shade in the midst of the fierce golden desert. Yet to the 5 members of the oddly assembled family it was as if the atmosphere tingled with electricity. There was a curious, even oppressive sense of suspense, of waiting for something to happen. They did not speak of this feeling, yet they could see it in each other's eyes if they dared to look. It was with them as with people who wait to hear a clock begin striking an hour which will bring news of some great change in their lives, for good or evil. The tension increased as the day went on. Still, no one had said to another, "What is there so strange about today? Do you feel it? It is only our imagination, a reaction after strain, or is it that a presentiment of something to happen hangs over us?" Stephen had not yet had any talk with Victoria. They had seen each other alone for scarcely more than a moment since the night at Toja. But now that Nevill was better, and the surgeons said that if all went well, danger was past, it seemed to Stephen that the hour had come. After they had lunched in the dim, cool dining room, and Lady MacGregor had proposed a siesta for all sensible people, Stephen stopped the girl on her way upstairs as she followed her sister. "May I talk to you for a little while this afternoon?" he asked. Voice and eyes were wistful, and Victoria wondered why, because she was so happy that she felt as if life had been set to music. She had hoped that he would be happy too, when Nevill's danger was over, and he had time to think of himself, perhaps, too, of her. "Yes," she said, "let's talk in the garden, when it's cooler." "I love being in the garden, don't you? Everything that happens seems more beautiful." Stephen remembered how lovely he had thought her in the lily garden at Algiers. He was almost glad that they were not to have this talk there, for the memory of it was too perfect to mar with sadness. "I'm going to put Saidie to sleep," she went on. "You may laugh, but truly I can. When I was a little girl, she used to let me stroke her hair if her head ached, and she would always fall asleep. And once she's asleep, I shan't dare move, or she'll wake up. She has such happy dreams now, and they're sure to come true. Shall I come to you about 5:30? "I'll be waiting," said Stephen. It was the usual garden of a villa in the neighbourhood of a desert town, but Stephen had never seen one like it, except that of the Caid in Bou Saada. There were the rounded paths of hard sand, the colour of pinkish gold in the dappling shadows of dark palms and magnolias, and there were rills of running water that whispered and gurgled as they bathed the dark roots of the trees. No grass grew in the garden, and flowers were not planted in beds or borders. Plants and trees sprang out of the sand, and such flowers as there were, roses and pomegranate blossoms, hibiscus and passion flowers, climbed and rambled and pushed and hung in heavy drapery, as best they could, without attention or guidance. But one of the principal paths led to a kind of arbour or temple, where long ago palms had been planted in a ring and had formed a high green dome, through which, even at noon, the light filtered as if through a dome of emerald. Underneath, the pavement of gold was hard and smooth, and in the centre whispered a tiny fountain ornamented with old Algerian tiles. It trickled rather than played, but its delicate music was soothing and sweet as a murmured lullaby, and from the shaded seat beside it there was a glimpse between tree trunks of the burning desert gold. On this wooden seat by the fountain, Stephen waited for Victoria and saw her coming to him, along the straight path that led to the round point. She wore a white dress which Lady MacGregor had brought her, and as she walked, the embroidery of light and shadow made it look like lace of a lovely pattern. She stopped on the way, and gathering a red rose with a long stem, slipped it into her belt. It looked like a spot of blood over her heart, as if a sword had been driven in and drawn out. Stephen could not bear to see it there. It was like a symbol of the wound that he was waiting to inflict. She came to him smiling, looking very young, like a child who expects happiness. "Have I kept you waiting long?" she asked. Her blue eyes, with the shadow of the trees darkening them, had a wonderful colour, almost purple. A desperate longing to take her in his arms swept over Stephen like a wave. He drew in his breath sharply and shut his teeth. He could not answer. Hardly knowing what he did, he held out his hands, and very quietly and sweetly she laid hers in them. "Don't trust me, don't be kind to me," he said, crushing her hands for an instant, then putting them away. She looked up in surprise as he stood by the fountain, very tall and pale, and suddenly rather grim. It seemed to her, his expression out of tune with the peace of the garden and the mood in which she had come. "What is the matter?" she asked simply. "Everything. I hardly know how to begin to tell you, yet I must. Perhaps you'll think I shouldn't have waited till now, but there's been no chance, at least no, there's been no chance for us to talk, or even to think very much about ourselves." Victoria tried to reassure him. "Begin just as you like. Whatever you say, whatever you have to tell, I won't misunderstand." "First of all, then," Stephen said, "you know I love you, only you don't know how much. I couldn't tell you that, any more than I could tell how much water there is in the ocean. I didn't know myself that it was possible to love like this, and such a love might turn the world into heaven. But because I am what I am, and because I've done what I've done, it's making mine hell. Wait, you said you wouldn't misunderstand. The man who loves you ought to offer some sort of spiritual gold and diamonds, but I've got only a life half spoiled to offer you, if you'll take it. And before I can even ask you to take it, I'll have to explain how it's spoiled." Victoria did not speak, but still looked at him with that look of an expectant, anxious child, which made him long to snatch her up and turn his back forever on the world where there was a Margot Lorenzi, and gossiping people, and newspapers. But he had to go on. "There's a woman," he said, "who, perhaps she cares for me, I don't know. Anyhow, she suffered through our family. I felt sorry for her. I suppose I admired her. She's handsome, or people think so. I can hardly tell how it came about, but I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. That was late last winter, or the beginning of spring. Then she had to go to Canada, where she had been brought up. Her father died in England a few months ago, and her mother when she was a child. But she had friends she wanted to see before she married. So she went, and I came to Algiers to visit Nevill. Good heavens, how banal it sounds. How different from the way I feel. There aren't words. I don't see how to make you understand without being a cad. But I must tell you that I didn't love her, even at first. It was a wish, a foolish, mistaken wish. I see now, and I saw long ago, the moment it was too late to make up for things. She was unhappy, and no, I give it up. I can't explain, but it doesn't change things between us, you and me. I'm yours, body and soul, if you can forgive me for trying to make you care when I had no right. If, after knowing the truth, you take me as I am, Do you mean you'd break off your engagement?" Perhaps it was partly the effect of the green shadows, but the girl looked very pale, except for her eyes and hair, and the red rose that was like a wound over her heart. There was no colour about her. "Yes, I would, and I believe it would be right to break it," Stephen said forcefully. "It's abominable to marry someone you don't love, and a crime if you love someone else." "But you must have cared for her once," said Victoria. "Oh, cared. I cared in a way as a man cares for a pretty woman who's had very hard luck. You see, her father made a fight for a title that's in our family, and claimed the right to it. He lost his case, and his money was spent. Then he killed himself, and his daughter was left alone, without a penny and hardly any friends. Poor girl. I don't wonder you were sorry for her. So sorry you thought your pity was love. You couldn't throw her over now. You know in your heart you couldn't. It would be cruel." "I thought I couldn't, till I met you," Stephen answered frankly. "Since then, I've thought. No, I haven't exactly thought. I've only felt. That night at Toja, I knew it would be worse than death to have to keep my word to her. I wouldn't have been sorry if they killed me then, after you said. That is, after I had the memory of a moment or two of happiness to take to the next world." "Ah, That's because I let you see I loved you," Victoria explained softly and a little shyly. "I told you I wouldn't misunderstand, and I don't. Just for a minute I was hurt. My heart felt sick because I couldn't bear to think less highly of you. But it was only for a minute. Then I began to understand so well, and I think you are even better than I thought before, more generous and chivalrous. You were sorry for her in those days of her trouble, and then you were engaged, and you meant to marry her and make her happy. But I told you I showed you what was in my heart, even now. I'm not ashamed that I did, because I knew you cared for me." "I worshipped you, only less than I do now," Stephen broke in. "Every day I love you more, and will to the end of my life. You can't send me away. You can't send me to another woman." "I can, for my sake and yours both, because if I kept you, feeling that I was wronging someone, neither of us could be happy. But I want you to know I understand that you have me to be sorry for now, as well as her, and that you're torn between us both, hardly seeing which way honour lies. I'm sure you would have kept true to her if you hadn't hated to make me unhappy. And instead of needing to forgive you, I will ask you to forgive me for making things harder. You've given me the only real happiness I've ever known since I was a boy," Stephen said. "If that's true, and it must be, since you say it, neither of us is to be pitied. I shall be happy always because you loved me enough to be made happy by my love, and you must be happy because you've done right and made me love you more. I don't think there'll be any harm in our not trying to forget, do you? I could as easily forget to breathe. So could I. Ever since the first night I met you, you have seemed different to me from any other man I ever knew, except an ideal man who used to live in the back of my mind. Soon that man and you grew to be one. You wouldn't have made me separate you from him, would you? If you mean that you'll separate me from your ideal unless I marry Margot Lorenzi, then divide me from that cold perfection forever. I'm not cold, and I'm far from perfect. But I can't feel it a decent thing for a man to marry one woman, promising to love and cherish her, if his whole being belongs to another. Even you can't. I used to believe it wrong to marry a person one didn't love," Victoria broke in quickly. "But it's so different when one talks of an imaginary case. This poor girl loves you. I suppose she thinks she does. She's poor, yes, and she depends upon you. Of course she counts on me. I always expected to keep my word. And now you'll break it? For me? Oh no, I couldn't let you do it. Does she expect to be married soon?" Stephen's face grew red, as if it had been struck. "Yes," he answered in a low voice. "Would you mind telling me how soon?" "As soon as she gets back from Canada." Victoria's bosom rose and fell quickly. "Oh, and when?" "At once, almost at once." "She's coming back immediately?" "Yes, I'm afraid she's in England now." "How dreadful! Poor girl, hoping to see you, to have you meet her, and you're here. You're planning to break her heart." "It breaks mine to think of it. I couldn't have you fail. For God's sake, don't send me away from you. I can't go. I won't. Yes, if I beg you to go, and I do, you must stand by this poor girl, alone in the world except for you. I see from what you tell me that she needs you and appeals to your chivalry by lacking everything except what comes from you. It can't be wrong to protect her after giving your promise, even though you mayn't love her in the way you once thought you did. But it would be wrong to abandon her now." A rustling in the long path made Stephen turn. Someone was coming. It was Margot Lorenzi. He could not believe that it was really she, and stared stupidly, thinking the figure he saw an optical illusion. She had on a grey travelling dress, and a grey hat trimmed with black ribbon, which, Stephen noted idly, was powdered with dust. Her black hair was dusty, too, and her face slightly flushed with heat. Nevertheless, she was beautiful, with the luscious beauty of those women who make a strong physical appeal to men. Behind her was an Arab servant, whom she had passed in her eagerness. He looked somewhat troubled, but seeing Stephen, he threw up his hands in apology, throwing off all responsibility. Then he turned and went back towards the house. Margot, too, had seen Stephen. Her eyes flashed from him to the figure of the girl, which she saw in profile. She did not speak, but walked faster, and Victoria, realizing that their talk was to be interrupted by somebody, looked around, expecting Lady MacGregor or Saidie. "It is Miss Lorenzi," Stephen said in a low voice. "I don't know how or why she has come here. But for your sake, it will be better if you go now, at once, and let me talk to her." There was another path by which Victoria could reach the house. She might have gone, thinking Stephen knew best, and that she had no more right than wish to stay. But the tall young woman in grey began to walk very fast when she saw that the girl with Stephen was going. "Be kind enough to stop where you are, Miss Ray. I know you must be Miss Ray," Margot called out in a loud, sharp voice. She spoke as if Victoria were an inferior whom she had a right to command. Surprised and hurt by the tone, the girl hesitated, looking from the newcomer to Stephen. At first glance and at a little distance, she had thought the young woman perfectly beautiful, perhaps the most beautiful creature she had ever seen, even more glorious than Saidie. But when Miss Lorenzi came nearer, undisguisedly angry and excited, the best part of her beauty was gone, wiped away, as a face in a picture might be smeared before the paint is dry. Her features were faultless, her hair and eyes magnificent. Her dress was pretty and exquisitely made, if too elaborate for desert travelling. Her figure charming, though some day it would be too stout, yet in spite of all she looked common and cruel. The thought that Stephen Knight had doomed himself to marry this woman made Victoria shiver, as if she had heard him condemned to imprisonment for life. She had thought before seeing Miss Lorenzi that she understood the situation and how it had come about. She had said to Stephen, "I understand." Now it seems to her that she had boasted it in a silly, childish way. She had not understood. She had not begun to understand. Suddenly the girl felt very old and experienced, and miserably wise in the ways of the world. It was as if in some other incarnation she had known women like this, and their influence over men. How, if they tried, they could beguile chivalrous men into being sorry for them, and doing almost anything which they wished to be done. A little while ago Victoria had been thinking and speaking of Margot Lorenzi as "poor girl," and urging Stephen to be true to her for his own sake, as well as hers. But now, in a moment, everything had changed. A strange flash of soul lightning had shown her the real Margot, unworthy of Stephen at her best, crushing to his individuality and aspirations at her worst. Victoria did not know what to think, what to do. In place of the sad and lonely girl she had pictured, here stood a woman already selfish and heartless, who might become cruel and terrible. No one had ever looked at Victoria Ray as Miss Lorenzi was looking now. Not even Miluda, the Ouled Naïl, who had stared her out of countenance, curiously and maliciously at the same time. "I've heard a great deal about Miss Ray in Algiers," Margot went on, "and I think you will both understand why I made this long, tiresome journey to Touggourt." "There's no reason why Miss Ray should understand," said Stephen quickly. "It can't concern her in the least." On your own account, it would have been better if you had waited for me in London. But it's too late to think of that now. I will go with you into the house." "No," Margot answered, "not yet. And you're not to put on such a tone with me, as if I'd done something wrong. I haven't. We're engaged, and I have perfect right to come here and find out what you've been doing while I was on the other side of the world. You promised to meet me at Liverpool, and instead you were here, with her. You never even sent me word. Yet you're surprised that I came on to Algiers. Of course, when I was there, I heard everything, or what I didn't hear, I guessed. You hadn't bothered to hide your tracks. I don't suppose you so much as thought of me. Poor me, who went to Canada for your sake, really. Yes, I'll tell you why I went now. I was afraid if I didn't go, a man who was in love with me there, he's in love with me now and always will be, for that matter, would come and kill you. He used to threaten that he'd shoot anyone I might marry if I dared throw him over, and he's the kind who keeps his word. So I didn't want to throw him over. I went myself and stayed in his mother's house and argued and pleaded with him till he promised to be good and let me be happy. So you see, the journey was for you, to save you. I didn't want to see him again for myself, though his is real love. You're cold as ice. I don't believe you know what love is, but all the same I can't be jilted by you for another woman. I won't have it, Stephen, after all I've gone through. If you try to break your solemn word to me, I'll sue you. There'll be another case that will drag your name before the public again, and not only yours." "Be still, Margot," said Stephen. She grew deadly pale. "I will not be still," she panted. "I will have justice. No one shall take you away from me." "No one wishes to take me away," Stephen flung at her hotly. "Miss Ray has just refused me. You've spared me the trouble of taking her advice." "What was it?" Margot looked suddenly anxious, and at the same time self-assertive. "That I should go at once to England, and to you." Victoria took a step forward, then paused, pale and trembling. "Oh, Stephen," she cried, "I take back that advice. I've changed my mind. You can't do it. You would be so miserable that she'd be wretched too. I see now, it's not right to urge people to do things, especially when one only thinks one understands. She doesn't love you really. I feel almost sure she cares more for someone else, if it were not for things you have, which she wants. If you're rich, as I suppose you must be, don't make this sacrifice, which would crush your soul, but give her half of all you have in the world, so that she can be happy in her own way and set you free gladly." As Victoria said these things, she remembered Mbarka and the prophecy of the sand, a sudden decision to be made in an instant, which would change her whole life. "I'll gladly give Miss Lorenzi more than half my money," said Stephen. "I should be happy to think she had it. But even if you begged me to marry her, Victoria, I would not now. It's gone beyond that. Her ways and mine must be separate forever." Margot's face grew eager, and her eyes flamed. "What I want and insist on," she said, "is that I must have my rights. After all I've hoped for and expected, I won't be thrown over and go back to the old, dull life of turning and twisting every shilling. If you settle £30,000 on me, you are free, so far as I care. I wouldn't marry a man who hated me, when there's one who adores me as if I were a saint. And I'd like him better than ever I did you. A lot better. I realize that more than I did before." The suggestion of Margot Lorenzi as a saint might have made a looker-on smile, but Victoria and Stephen passed it by, scarcely hearing. "If I give you £30,000, it will leave me a poor man," he said. "Oh, do give her the money and be a poor man," Victoria implored. "I shall be so happy if we are poor. 1,000 times happier than she could be with millions. Stephen caught the hand that half unconsciously the girl held out to him and pressed it hard. "If you will go back to your hotel now," he said to Margot in a quiet voice, "I will call on you there almost at once, and we can settle our business affairs. I promise you shall be satisfied." Margot looked at them both for a few seconds without speaking. "I'll go and send a telegram to Montreal, which will make somebody there happier than any other man in Canada," she answered. "And I expect you in an hour." When she had gone, they forgot her. "Do you really mean, when you say we shall be happy poor, that you'll marry me in spite of all?" Stephen asked. "Oh, yes, if you want me still," Victoria said. "Does a man want heaven?" He took her in his arms and held her close, closer than he had held her the night at Toja, when he had thought that death might soon part them. "You've brought me out of the depths." "Not I," the girl said. "Your star." "Your star. You gave me half yours." "Now I give it to you all," she told him. "And all myself, too. Oh, isn't it wonderful to be so happy in the light of our star, and to know that the others we love will be happy too, my Saidie and your Mr. Caird?" "Yes," Stephen answered. "But just at this moment I can't think much about anyone else except ourselves. Not even your sister and my best friend. You filled the universe for me." "It's filled with love, and it is love," said Victoria. "The music is sweeter for us, though, because we know it's sweet for others. I couldn't let her spoil your life, Stephen." "My life?" he echoed. "I didn't know what life was or might be till this moment. Now I know. Now we both know," she finished. End of The Golden Silence by Alice Muriel and Charles Norris Williamson.